Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to Harryfix. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter what if stories, where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker, untold secrets of the wizarding world. Quick note before we begin. This video is self-recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story on this channel is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. What if Regulus Black faked his death and raised Harry Potter as a secret Horcrux slayer? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe to Harryfix. Now, let the story begin.
The sea does not forgive. It does not forget. It simply takes. The waves that crashed against the jagged cliffs of the Scottish coastline were the same ones that had roared their approval when the first stones of Hogwarts were laid, and they would be the same ones that lapped at the ruins when the last magic faded from the world. On a night thick with fog and the promise of a storm, the sea took something it was not meant to have. The body that washed ashore in the tiny inlet was not a body. Not anymore. It was a shell, a hollowed-out vessel that had once contained a man. Regulus Black lay face down in the frigid shallows, his fine robes, now tattered and torn, floating around him like the petals of a dying flower. Salt water filled his mouth. His lungs burned with the demand for air his brain no longer sent. He was, by every measure of the world, dead. But magic, true magic, is not a measure of the world. It is a defiance of it. A guttural, choked gasp tore from his throat. Water, black as ink, spewed from his lips. His body, racked with violent shivers, heaved and convulsed on the cold, wet sand. He did not open his eyes. He was too afraid of what he might see. The memory was still there, a brand on his mind. The cavern, the lake, the green glow, the hand of the corpse-like inferno that had dragged him under, its grip like iron shackles. He had screamed, a silent scream lost to the depths, as his lungs filled with the freezing, unnatural water. He had felt his heart, the traitorous organ, give one last, panicked thump before falling still. So why was he breathing? He forced his eyes open. The world was a blur of gray and black. A pebble, smooth and cold, was pressed against his cheek. He could hear the shush and drag of the tide, closer now, reaching for him again. With a strength he did not know he possessed, he pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, his body screaming in protest. He vomited again, more water, and something else. Something that felt thick and sludgy, leaving a faint, acrid taste of poison on his tongue. The locket. He had drunk the potion. He had taken the locket. He had replaced it with the fake, Mundungus's worthless copy. He had staggered back to the boat, and they had come. The inferi. A tide of them, silent and relentless. He looked down at his chest. His shirt was torn, and beneath it, his skin was a mottled pattern of black and blue, the perfect imprint of a dead, frozen hand. But the hand was gone. And the locket. Where was the locket? He scrambled, patting his robes with numb fingers. Nothing. It was gone. Lost in the lake, or in the sea. All of it. His sacrifice, his defiance, for nothing. A wave, larger than the rest, crashed against the rocks, spraying him with icy needles. He collapsed back onto the sand, not caring. He had failed. He had been a fool to think he could outsmart the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord, who had trusted him. The Dark Lord, who had used Creature, his loyal, stupid, wonderful house elf, as a test subject for a horror he could scarcely comprehend. That was the moment, Regulus thought, his mind drifting in and out of consciousness. That was the moment he knew. Not when the world told him Voldemort was evil. Not when his own parents cheered the attacks on Muggle-borns. It was when he saw the terror in his elf's eyes, a creature who had only ever known servitude, and saw in that terror a reflection of what he himself had become. A servant to a monster. His body was shutting down again. The cold was too much. He felt a strange sense of peace. At least he would die on his own terms, looking at the sky. The fog was so thick he couldn't see the stars. That was a shame. He was the constellation, after all. A shadow fell over him. Through his half-closed eyes, he saw a figure. Tall, bent against the wind, leaning on a staff that was more a gnarled branch. It wasn't a human shape. It was too rough. The figure leaned down, and a face loomed into his vision. It was ancient, weathered like the cliffs themselves, with eyes that were the color of the sea fog, a swirling, misty gray. It was a woman, but not one he had ever seen the like of. Her hair was a tangle of kelp and shells. Not yet, little star, she whispered, her voice the sound of wind through sea caves. The tide brings many gifts. It does not mean to keep them all. She touched his forehead with a finger that was cold and wet. A jolt, like lightning, went through him. It was not healing. It was a command, a refusal, a binding. His eyes snapped open, wide with shock. He tried to speak, to ask who she was, but she was already gone. The fog swallowed her, and all that was left was the sound of the sea, which now seemed less like a threat and more like a lullaby. It was the dawn that finally roused him. A pale, watery sun creeping over the horizon. He was alive. He was cold, starving, and dressed in rags. But he was alive. He dragged himself further up the beach, finding a small, sheltered cave. He huddled there, his mind a frantic whirlwind. Voldemort thought him dead. That was his only advantage. He had to use it. He had to find out what that locket was. Why it was so important. Why it required a potion that induced madness and despair. He had to find out, and then he had to destroy it. For the next 2 years, Regulus Black did not exist. He became a ghost, a whisper on the fringes of the wizarding world. He used the gold he had always kept in a Gringotts vault under a false name, money his parents had given him that he now found sickening. He traveled. He studied. He went to libraries no one visited, and sought out wizards who lived on the edges of society, the outcasts and the outlaws who knew things that weren't written in books. He learned of Horcruxes. The very word tasted like ash in his mouth. An object of unspeakable evil, a vessel for a shattered soul. Voldemort had made one, and Regulus, in his moment of madness, had tried to steal it. He was a fool. A noble fool, perhaps, but a fool nonetheless. You don't steal a piece of a Dark Lord's soul. You destroy it. And to destroy it, you need something more than a rock and a desperate plan. You need power. You need knowledge. And you need a weapon. He spent those 2 years building a new identity, a new purpose. He learned to occlude his mind so completely that even Dumbledore, he fancied, would have trouble finding him. He learned to move without magic, to fight without a wand. He was no longer the spoilt son of the noble and most ancient House of Black. He was a hunter. He was waiting. The news reached him in a dusty pub in the Hebrides, a place where the clientele were more interested in their illegal dragon hide trades than the daily profit. But the barman, a wizened old warlock who owed Regulus a favor for dispatching a particularly nasty lethifold, slid the newspaper across the bar with a grim look. The date was November 1, 1981. The headline screamed at him. Boy Who lives, Dark Lord defeated. Regulus read the article 3 times. The Potters, James and Lily, dead. Voldemort had gone to Godric's Hollow, had tried to kill their son, a baby. And the curse had rebounded. Voldemort had vanished. The boy, Harry, was alive. Regulus's blood, which had felt like ice water for 2 years, suddenly ran hot. Voldemort, gone. Not dead. The article said vanished. Disappeared. Regulus knew, with a chilling certainty that settled in his bones, that the Dark Lord could not be destroyed so easily. Not with a piece of his soul hidden away in a locket somewhere. This was not an ending. It was a reprieve. And the boy was the key. He knew what people would do. Dumbledore would want him. The Order would want to protect him, the symbol of their victory. He would be fawned over, photographed, turned into a celebrity. He would be placed with some well-meaning family, maybe even his Muggle relatives, to keep him safe from the remaining Death Eaters who would surely seek revenge. He would be coddled and hidden, a living trophy in a glass case. That was not a weapon. That was a target. Regulus saw a different path. A harder path. A path forged in the same fire that had nearly killed him in that cave. This boy, this Harry Potter, had been marked. The curse had touched him and left a scar. A connection. If Voldemort had poured a piece of his soul into a locket, what had he left on that child's forehead? A scar was just a scar, the healers would say. But Regulus had learned that nothing about the Dark Lord was ever just anything. He had to see for himself. Finding the boy was not difficult. The whole world was watching. He was taken from the ruins of his home by a giant of a man, a half-breed, and whisked away to the home of his Muggle aunt and uncle in a place called Little Whinging. Regulus watched from the shadows of a privet hedge on a cold November night. He saw the giant, Hagrid, place the wicker basket on a doorstep. He saw him linger, a tear rolling down his cheek into his monstrous beard, before he disappeared into the night. He saw the bundle move, a tiny fist pushing out from under the blanket. Regulus waited. The street was silent. The houses were dark, dreaming their muggle dreams. He approached the basket. He was a ghost, a shadow. He looked down at the child. He was so small, so impossibly, terrifyingly small. A tuft of jet black hair, so like his own, stuck up from his head. On his forehead, livid against his pale skin, was a cut. A fresh wound, shaped like a bolt of lightning. Regulus reached out a trembling hand. He did not touch the scar, but held his palm an inch above it. He closed his eyes and let his magical senses, honed over 2 years of brutal training, reach out. At first, there was nothing but the warm, simple glow of a new life. A baby's magic, formless and bright. But beneath it, coiled and dark, like a serpent sleeping in a sunbeam, was something else. A taint, a stain, a fragment of something so cold, so malevolent, that Regulus's own heart, the one that had stopped in the lake, seemed to stutter in his chest. He was right. Merlin help him, he was right. The boy was a Horcrux. Not a crafted one, not a deliberate vessel of gold or silver. A living one, an accidental one, the most powerful and dangerous kind of all. Voldemort's soul, shattered by the rebounding curse, had latched onto the only living thing in that room. It had made the boy an anchor, tethering the Dark Lord to the world of the living. As long as the boy lived, Voldemort could not truly die. And as long as that piece of soul festered inside him, the boy himself would never be safe. He would be a beacon, a magnet for the darkness. The dreams, the connection, the pull towards evil, it would all be there, a poison in his blood. He looked at the sleeping child, then at the silent, ugly house behind him. A house full of people who would not understand. Who would fear him, who would, perhaps, try to squash the magic out of him. Dumbledore's plan. A plan of protection, of love. A good plan, for a normal boy. But this boy was not normal. This boy was a loaded wand pointed at the heart of the wizarding world, and the safety catch was a sliver of Voldemort's soul. The protection of love was a shield. But what Harry Potter needed was a sword. Regulus Black made his decision in that instant. It was not a rational choice. It was not even a particularly moral one. It was the choice of a man who had spent his life serving the wrong master and had paid for it with his life. He would not let this child suffer the same fate. He would not let him be a pawn. He would raise him in the shadows, in the cold, in the truth. He would teach him to be a weapon, so that one day, he could choose to be a hero. He looked up and down the street one last time. Then, with a flick of his wand, he silenced the doorstep, the hinges, the very air around the basket. He lifted the bundle, the child impossibly light in his arms. The baby stirred, a tiny frown creasing his brow, but did not wake. Regulus wrapped his worn traveling cloak more tightly around them both. He did not look back at number 4, Privet Drive. The life Harry Potter was supposed to have lived was already fading, like a dream upon waking. A new story was beginning. A darker story. A story written in the margins of prophecy, on the cold shores of a merciless sea. He took a step, and the shadows swallowed them both. From the upstairs window of number 7, a curtain twitched. A woman with a kind face and tired eyes peered out into the night. She could have sworn she saw someone standing by the hedge. But there was no one there. Just a basket, sitting on a doorstep. She blinked. The basket was gone. She rubbed her eyes, blaming the late hour and her husband's insistence on keeping the window open for the draft. It must have been a stray dog, she thought, taking the blanket for its pups. Poor little thing. She closed the curtain and went back to bed, the image of the empty, silent street already fading from her mind. The night was empty now. The stars, hidden by clouds, offered no witness. The boy who lived was gone. And the hunt had just begun. In a small, damp cave miles away, Regulus Black sat with his back against the cold rock, the baby sleeping fitfully in a makeshift cot of robes and dried seaweed. He watched the child's face, watching the scar flicker pink in the dim light of a bluebell flame. He had no idea how to raise a child. He had no idea how to destroy a Horcrux that was also a boy. He only knew one thing with absolute certainty. The Dark Lord would return. He would come for his missing piece. And when he did, he would find Regulus Black waiting for him. Not with a locket, but with a son. The cottage was not a home. It was a fortress disguised as a ruin, tucked into a fold of the misty Welsh hills so deep that even the birds seemed to avoid it. The walls were made of ancient stone, thick enough to mute the howl of the wind, and the roof was a patchwork of slate and moss that had long since surrendered to the elements. To any passerby, not that any ever passed by, it was nothing more than a shepherd's abandoned shelter, slowly returning to the earth. Inside, however, the walls hummed with magic so old and layered that it had its own scent. Damp stone, wood smoke, and something sharp and metallic, like the air before a lightning strike. Wards upon wards, woven into the very mortar by a man who had learned that trust was a weakness and surprise was the only true advantage. Regulus Black stood at the small, warped window, watching the dawn bleed over the mountains. He was 32 years old, but he looked 50. His face, once the pale and perfect complexion of a pureblood prince, was now weathered and lean, etched with lines that had been carved not by time, but by memory. His eyes, gray as the sea that had tried to claim him, never stopped moving. Always scanning, always calculating. Behind him, a soft sound. A rustle of blankets. A small voice, still thick with sleep. Regulus. I dreamed of the green light again. Regulus did not turn. He let the silence stretch, a lesson in itself. Patience. Control. The boy had to learn that the first sound out of his mouth was not always the one that needed answering. Finally, he spoke. And what did you do in the dream, Harry? A pause. The boy was thinking. Good. I ran, the small voice said. I tried to hide, but there was nowhere to go. It was just a corridor, and it went on forever, and the light was getting closer. Now Regulus turned. Harry was 7 years old. He sat cross-legged on the pile of furs that served as his bed, his black hair a wild tangle that stuck up in the back no matter how often it was cut. His eyes, green as the killing curse itself, were too old for his face. They held a weight that no child should carry. On his forehead, the scar was a pale, faded thing now, but Regulus knew it was not healed. It was merely sleeping. Next time, Regulus said, his voice low and even, do not run. Running gives your enemy your back. It gives them your fear. Stand. Face it. If you cannot fight, you observe. You learn its shape, its speed, its weakness. A cornered creature is dangerous. A creature that chooses to stand is deadly. Harry nodded slowly, absorbing the words the way he absorbed everything Regulus told him. Like a sponge in a desert. Regulus sometimes wondered if the boy remembered anything else. Any other voice. Any other touch. There was no trace of the Potters in his mannerisms, nothing of the warm, chaotic love that Regulus had glimpsed in the few photographs the Wizarding World had published. He was a blank slate, and Regulus was writing on it in ink that could not be erased. It was a terrible responsibility. It was the only one that mattered. Come, Regulus said, gesturing towards the low table in the center of the single room. Eat. Today is a long day. Breakfast was simple. Oatmeal, made with water and a pinch of salt, and a small piece of dried apple each. Regulus believed in denial, not as punishment, but as preparation. The body that craved nothing was a body that could endure anything. Harry ate without complaint, as he always did. He had never known sugar, never tasted a chocolate frog or a pumpkin pasty. He did not know what he was missing, and Regulus intended to keep it that way for as long as possible. Comfort was a cage. It made you soft. It made you slow. When we are finished, Regulus said, pushing his own empty bowl aside, we will begin the next phase of your training. You have learned to center yourself. You have learned to empty your mind. You have learned to feel the magic in the stones, in the water, in your own blood. Today, you will learn to hurt. Harry's spoon paused halfway to his mouth. He looked up, those green eyes unblinking. Hurt who? Hurt me. The boy's brow furrowed. It was the same expression James Potter used to get when he was confused, Regulus realized with a jolt. He pushed the thought away. Sentiment was a fog. It obscured the path. I don't want to hurt you, Harry said quietly. I know. Regulus rose, his movements fluid and economical. That is why you must learn. The world will not ask your permission. The Dark Lord will not care what you want. He will come for you, Harry. Not because of what you have done, but because of what you are. And when he does, the only question that will matter is this: will you be ready, or will you be dead? He walked to the corner of the cottage where a worn leather trunk sat, its surface scarred and battered. He knelt, traced a pattern on the lid with his finger, and the locks clicked open. From inside, he drew a wand. It was not his own. His own was holly and phoenix feather, hidden in a fold of space he had created in the wall. This one was different. Dark, polished wood, maybe ebony. It felt wrong in his hand. Cold, hungry. He turned back to Harry, who had not moved from the table. The boy was watching the wand with an expression Regulus could not quite read. Fear, yes, but something else, too. A flicker of curiosity. A spark of something that might, if nurtured carefully, become defiance. This, Regulus said, holding the wand out, is a tool. Nothing more. It is not good. It is not evil. It is intent that makes the magic, Harry. Not the stick. He paused, letting the words settle. Today, I will teach you a spell that causes pain. It is not a killing curse. It is not even a particularly dangerous piece of magic. But it will hurt, and you will cast it on me. Harry stood slowly, his small hands clenched at his sides. Why? Why do I need to know a spell that hurts people? Because, Regulus said, his gray eyes boring into the boy's green ones, one day, you may need to stop someone who is trying to hurt you or someone you love. Words will not always be enough. Running will not always be an option. Mercy is a choice you can only make if you have the power to be merciless. Do you understand? A long silence. The fire crackled in the hearth. The wind mourned outside. Finally, Harry nodded. He walked forward and took the wand. It looked absurdly large in his small hand, but his grip was firm. Regulus felt a flicker of pride, quickly suppressed. The incantation is Crucio, Regulus said, and the word hung in the air like a drop of poison. It requires a focused will to cause suffering. You must mean it. You must want the pain. For this lesson, you will want me to feel it. Not because you hate me, but because you trust me. You trust that I can withstand it, and you trust that this knowledge will keep you alive. Focus on that. Focus on your need to survive. He moved to the center of the room and knelt on the cold stone floor. He spread his arms wide, an open target. Now, Harry, cast the spell. The boy raised the wand. His hand was shaking. His face was pale. Regulus watched the emotions play across his features, fear, confusion, reluctance. The wand trembled, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, a thin, silvery spark flickered from the tip, fizzling out before it reached Regulus. Again, Regulus said, his voice hard. You are not concentrating. You are thinking about the pain, not the purpose. Again, Harry's jaw tightened. He tried again. The spark was stronger this time, a thin jet of light that struck Regulus on the shoulder. It was nothing like the true Cruciatus curse. It was a whisper of the real thing. But it still burned. It still hurt. Regulus did not flinch. He did not make a sound. He simply looked at Harry and said, again. Tears were forming in the boy's eyes. I can't. Regulus, please. I don't want to. You think the Dark Lord will care what you want. Regulus's voice rose, a crack of thunder in the small room. You think he will hesitate because you are a child. He will break you, Harry. He will take everything you are and twist it into something he can use. Unless you learn to be harder. Stronger. Again, Harry screamed the incantation. The word tore from his throat, raw and desperate. A jet of angry red light shot from the wand and hit Regulus square in the chest. This time, it was real. The pain was exquisite. It was every fear he had ever felt, every moment of drowning in that lake, every second of watching Creature's terrified face, every night of lying alone in the dark wondering if he had damned himself for nothing. It all came crashing down on him at once, and his body arched, his back bowing, his hands clawing at the stone floor. A sound escaped his lips, a strangled cry that he could not suppress. And then it stopped. Harry had dropped the wand. It clattered to the floor, and the boy was standing there, his face streaked with tears, his whole body shaking. He looked at Regulus, who was struggling to push himself up, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I'm sorry, Harry whispered. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Regulus got to his knees. He was sweating. His muscles felt like they had been torn and reknit. But he looked at the boy, and for the first time in 7 years, he allowed himself to smile. It was a small thing, barely a twitch at the corner of his mouth. But it was there. Do not apologize, he said, his voice hoarse. You did exactly what I asked. You focused your will. You meant it. And you stopped when you had to. He took a slow, deliberate breath. That is control, Harry. That is power. Not the ability to cause pain. The ability to choose when to stop. He stood, his legs unsteady, and walked to the boy. He placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the small frame tremble beneath his fingers. "You are not a monster," Regulus said quietly. "You are a boy learning to survive in a world that wants to eat you alive. There is a difference. Remember it." Harry looked up at him, his green eyes swimming. "Does it have to be this way? Couldn't we just hide forever?" Regulus shook his head slowly. "There is no hiding from a piece of your enemy that lives inside you. He will always find you, Harry. Because a part of him already has." He released the boy's shoulder and bent to pick up the wand. He held it for a moment, feeling its dark hunger, then placed it back in the trunk. The lesson was over for today. But the learning never stopped. That afternoon, Regulus took Harry into the hills. This was the other part of his education. The physical part. The part that required no magic, only will. They walked for miles, over terrain that would have defeated most grown wizards. Regulus did not slow his pace for the boy's shorter legs. He did not offer comfort when Harry stumbled on the loose scree, skinning his knee on a sharp rock. He simply waited, gray eyes watchful, as the boy picked himself up and kept moving. "Watch the ground," Regulus said as they climbed. "Not your feet. The ground ahead. Your feet will follow where your eyes led. Anticipate the loose stone. Read the terrain like you would read an opponent." Harry nodded, his breath coming in short puffs. His knee was bleeding, a thin red line running down his shin, but he did not complain. He had learned long ago that complaints earned nothing but silence. They reached the summit as the sun began its slow descent towards the sea. Below them, the world spread out in shades of green and gray, a patchwork of fields and mountains and the distant glitter of water. The wind was fierce up here, whipping their hair and clothes, threatening to tear them from the rocks. Regulus pointed to a cluster of stones near the edge. "Sit. Watch." They sat, side by side, looking out over the vastness. For a long time, neither spoke. This, too, was a lesson. Silence was not emptiness. It was a space where thoughts could grow. "Tell me about my parents," Harry said eventually. It was a question he asked often, in different ways. Regulus always answered differently, giving him fragments, never the whole picture. A mosaic that would take years to complete. "Your father," Regulus said slowly, choosing his words with care, "was arrogant. He believed he was invincible. It was his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. He would have died for his friends without a second thought. In the end, he did. And my mother. Your mother was brave, but not in the way your father was brave. His was the bravery of the battlefield. Hers was the bravery of the hearth. She loved without reservation, without condition. That love is the only reason you are alive today." He paused, watching a bird of prey circle far below. "It is also the reason you carry what you carry. Love and death. They are woven together in you, Harry. Never forget it." Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing. "Then, did you know them before?" Regulus considered the question. He could lie. It would be easier. But he had never lied to the boy. Omission, yes. Misdirection, sometimes. But never a direct lie. "I knew of them," he said. "Our families moved in different circles. Your father was in Gryffindor. I was in Slytherin. In those days, that was enough to make us enemies. Are you still a Slytherin?" The question hung in the air, sharp and unexpected. Regulus looked at the boy, really looked at him. The scar was faint in the fading light, but Regulus knew it was there. A reminder. A tether. "I am whatever I need to be," he said finally. "And so are you. The hat wanted to put you in Slytherin, you know. When it sorted your father, it took one look at him and shouted, 'Gryffindor.' But with you, it would have hesitated. It would have seen the potential for greatness, and for darkness, and it would have offered you a choice." "How do you know that?" Regulus smiled again, that rare, fleeting expression. "Because I know the hat. And I know blood. The darkness is in you, Harry. Not just the piece of him that sleeps in your scar. It's in your blood, in your name. The Potters were Gryffindors, yes. But the Blacks," he trailed off, gesturing at himself. "We were something else entirely. You are both. You will always be both. The question is not which side you choose. The question is which side you feed." The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of blood and gold. The wind grew colder. Regulus stood. "Come, we have work to do before dark." They descended in silence, the boy following the man, placing his feet where the man had placed his, reading the terrain ahead. The bleeding on his knee had stopped, crusting into a dark scab. He did not look at it. He did not think about it. He thought about what Regulus had said. The darkness in him, the choice he would have to make. That night, after a dinner of more oatmeal and a handful of foraged berries, Regulus brought out a book. It was old, bound in what looked like black dragon hide, its pages yellowed and brittle. He placed it on the table in front of Harry. "This is your history," he said. "Not the pretty stories they tell children. The real history. The House of Black. The Sacred 28. The Rise of the Dark Lord. You will read it, and you will remember it, and you will understand that the world is not divided into good people and Death Eaters. It is divided into people who want power and people who are its victims. You must learn to be neither." Harry opened the book. The first page was a family tree, sprawling and intricate, names connected by lines of blood and marriage. He saw names he recognized from Regulus's stories. Walburga, Orion, Bellatrix, and there, near the bottom, a name that made him pause. Regulus Arcturus Black, born 1961, presumed deceased 1979. He looked up. "It says you're dead." Regulus nodded, his face unreadable. "I am. To the world, I died a hero or a traitor, depending on who you ask. I drowned in a cave, trying to steal something that belonged to the Dark Lord. That is the story they tell. That is the story I need them to believe. But you didn't die. No, I was saved by something I do not understand. Something that lives in the sea and does not answer to wizards." He leaned forward, his gray eyes intense. "Listen to me carefully, Harry. There are powers in this world that Voldemort does not understand. Ancient powers. Older than magic, older than wizards. They do not choose sides. They do not care about our wars. But sometimes, for reasons of their own, they intervene. I was given a second chance. I am using it to prepare you. Do not waste it." Harry looked back at the book. At the name of a man who was supposed to be dead, sitting right in front of him. At the web of names that connected him to people he had never met, people who would probably want him dead if they knew he existed. "Is that what I am?" he asked quietly. "Your second chance." Regulus was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. "You are my redemption, Harry. Whether I deserve one or not." The words hung between them, heavy with meaning. Harry did not fully understand them. Not yet. But he filed them away, in the part of his mind where he kept all the things Regulus told him, all the fragments of a world he had never seen in a life he had never lived. Someday, he knew, it would all make sense. Someday, the mosaic would be complete. He turned the page and began to read. The weeks that followed were a blur of lessons. The Cruciatus lesson was not repeated, but it was referenced often, a touchstone in their discussions of power and control. Harry learned other spells, too. Defensive magic, mostly. Shields and disarming charms and the subtle art of misdirection. Regulus taught him to fight without a wand, using his body as a weapon. He taught him to move silently, to hide his presence, to become one with the shadows. But the most important lessons were the ones that happened in the dark. Every night, before he slept, Harry was required to sit in front of the fire and empty his mind. Regulus called it occlumency. It was the art of closing one's thoughts to outsiders, of building walls so high and so thick that no intruder could breach them. For Harry, it was essential. Because every night, when he closed his eyes, he felt it. A presence. A cold, slithering thing at the edge of his consciousness. It was the thing in his scar. The peace of the Dark Lord. It did not speak, not yet. But it watched. It waited. And it wanted out. "Breathe," Regulus instructed, night after night. "Feel the walls. Stone by stone. Make them real in your mind. He cannot enter a fortress that has no door." Harry tried. He tried so hard. He built walls of granite, of ice, of pure white light. But every night, the presence found a crack. A hairline fracture. And it would push, gently, testing, learning. Harry would wake with a gasp, his scar prickling with heat, the taste of ash in his mouth. Regulus watched these struggles with an expression of cold concern. He did not offer comfort. Comfort would not help. But he did offer something else. Knowledge. "He is growing stronger," Regulus said one night, after Harry had woken screaming. "Not in body. He has no body. But in spirit. The piece of him that lives in you is becoming more aware. More active. It means he is planning his return. He is reaching out, trying to find a way back. Can he take me over?" Harry's voice was small, frightened. The first time Regulus had heard real fear in it for months. No, Regulus said firmly. Not while you fight. Not while you have something to fight for. The moment you give up, the moment you let him in, he will win. But you are a fighter, Harry. You are my son in every way that matters. You will not give up. It was the first time Regulus had called him that. Son. It slipped out before he could stop it, and he saw the effect it had on the boy. The fear in his eyes was replaced by something else. Something warmer. Something that looked dangerously like hope. Regulus looked away, uncomfortable. Go back to sleep. We have work tomorrow. Harry lay back down, but he did not close his eyes immediately. He looked at the man sitting by the fire, his back straight, his eyes on the flames. A man who was supposed to be dead. A man who had taken him from a doorstep and raised him in shadows. A man who had just called him son. For the first time in his 7 years of life, Harry Potter felt something he could not name. It was not quite love. He did not know what love felt like. It was not quite safety. There was no safety in this life. It was something in between. A thread, thin as spider silk, connecting him to the only person in the world who had ever looked at him and seen not a symbol, not a weapon, but a boy who needed to survive. He held onto that thread as he drifted off to sleep. And that night, for the first time in months, the presents did not come. The walls held. Just barely. But they held. In the morning, Regulus was already awake, as always. He was standing at the window, looking out at the misty hills. But when Harry stirred, he turned. And there it was again. That tiny flicker at the corner of his mouth. Almost a smile. You slept, Regulus said. It was not a question. You called me your son, Harry said. The flicker disappeared. Regulus's face became stone again. I should not have. It was a moment of weakness. Forget it. But Harry did not forget. He carried it with him through the day's lessons, through the climbing and the spellwork and the silent meals. He carried it like a talisman, like a secret weapon. And when the next night came, and the presence returned, pressing against the walls of his mind, he had something new to fight with. Not just fear. Not just survival. Something warmer. He had a name for what he was. He was a son. And sons did not surrender. The walls held. The night passed. And in the darkness of the Welsh hills, in a cottage that did not exist on any map, a boy who carried a piece of the darkest wizard in history began to learn that darkness could be fought with something more than swords and spells. It could be fought with a single, fragile word. Son. The thread grew stronger. The fortress grew taller. And far away, in the depths of an Albanian forest, a thing that was less than a ghost and more than a memory stirred in its slumber. It felt a flicker of something. Resistance. A wall where there had been a door. It did not understand. It had never been resisted before. It would have to try harder. The hunt was not over. It had only just begun. The winter in the Welsh hills was a living thing. It breathed through the cracks in the stone walls, curled its icy fingers around the edges of the windows, and painted the mornings in shades of frost so thick that the world outside became a blur of white and gray. For Harry, now 8 years old, the cold was simply another fact of existence. Like hunger. Like the weight of the scar on his forehead. Like the constant, low hum of the presence at the edge of his mind. He had learned to live with all of it. This morning, however, something was different. He knew it the moment he opened his eyes. The presence was not at the edge of his mind. It was closer. Pressing. Not aggressively, not yet. But there. Like a held breath in a crowded room. He lay still beneath the pile of furs, listening to the crackle of the fire and the soft sound of Regulus moving about the cottage. He did not call out. He did not panic. He simply acknowledged the presence, the way Regulus had taught him to acknowledge pain or fear or hunger. It was there. It was real. It would pass. But it did not pass. It stayed with him through breakfast, through the morning meditation, through the endless drills of silent spellcasting. It was a whisper at the back of his mind, too faint to understand, too persistent to ignore. Regulus noticed. Of course he noticed. He noticed everything. Something is different, Regulus said. It was not a question. Harry nodded, his spoon halfway to his mouth. It's closer. Like it's watching. Waiting for something. Regulus set down his own bowl. His gray eyes, which had softened almost imperceptibly over the past year, were hard again. Calculating. Describe it. Exactly. Harry closed his eyes, reaching inward the way Regulus had taught him. Not to build walls this time, but to observe. To gather intelligence on the enemy within. It's not trying to get in, he said slowly. It's just, there. Like someone standing on the other side of a door, listening. It wants to know what I'm doing. What I'm thinking. Regulus was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was low and careful. He is growing stronger. The piece of him that clings to you is becoming more conscious. More aware of you as a separate being. This is dangerous, Harry. More dangerous than anything we have faced before. Why? Harry opened his eyes. If it's not trying to hurt me, it is always trying to hurt you, Regulus cut in, his tone sharp. It may not know it yet. It may simply be curious. But curiosity is the first step towards action. Towards control. If that piece of him learns to influence you, to nudge your thoughts, your emotions, you become his eyes. His ears. His hands, reaching out from the darkness. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. Can we stop it? Can we get it out? Regulus's expression flickered. For just a moment, Harry saw something he had never seen before on that weathered face. Doubt. Uncertainty. It was gone in an instant, smoothed over by years of discipline, but Harry had seen it. He filed it away, another piece of the mosaic. I am researching, Regulus said. There are texts. Ancient magic. The destruction of Horcruxes is not a simple matter. Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. Things that would kill you as surely as they would kill the fragment inside you. He paused, his jaw tightening. I will not risk that. There has to be another way. So we just wait. We prepare. Regulus stood, his movements brisk and purposeful. We train harder. We build your mind into a fortress so strong that he cannot breach it, cannot even see through the windows. And we watch. We learn. Knowledge is the only weapon that cannot be taken from you. He crossed to the trunk and pulled out a small, worn notebook. It was bound in what looked like dragon hide, its pages yellowed and covered in Regulus's precise, elegant script. He handed it to Harry. This is everything I have learned about occlumency. Every technique, every exercise, every trick. You will memorize it, you will practice it, and you will not stop until the walls you build are stronger than anything he can throw against them. Harry took the notebook, feeling its weight in his hands. It was not just paper and ink. It was years of work. Years of survival. Years of a man who had died and come back, dedicating his second life to preparing a boy he had stolen from a doorstep. I won't let him in, Harry said quietly. I promise. Regulus looked at him for a long moment. Then, without a word, he reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. It was a brief touch, barely a second. But it was enough. It was everything. That night, Harry dreamed. He knew it was a dream because the world was wrong. The colors were too bright, the edges too sharp. He was standing in a place he had never seen, a vast hall lined with towering columns of black stone. Torches burned with green flame, casting sickly shadows that danced and writhed like living things. At the far end of the hall, on a raised dais, sat a figure. It was robed in black, its face hidden in shadow. But Harry knew who it was. He had always known. Come closer. The voice was not spoken. It was inside his head, slithering through his thoughts like smoke through cracks in a wall. Harry tried to move, tried to run, but his feet were rooted to the stone floor. I have waited so long, so very long. You are unexpected. A surprise I did not anticipate. But surprises can be useful. The figure rose from its throne and began to walk towards him. With each step, the green flames flickered higher, casting the face into brief, terrible illumination. It was not a face. Not really. It was something that had once been a face, now twisted and flattened, with slits for nostrils and eyes that glowed red like embers in a dying fire. Let me see you. Harry felt something push against his mind. Not violently, but with a gentle, persistent pressure. Like fingers testing a lock. He remembered Regulus's lessons. The walls. The fortress. He reached inside himself and found the walls he had built, night after night, year after year. They were there. Solid. Real. He threw his will against them, reinforcing them, sealing every crack. The pressure stopped. The figure paused, tilting its head. The red eyes narrowed. Resistance. How intriguing. Most minds crumble at my touch. But you are not most minds, are you, Harry Potter? Hearing his name spoken by that voice was like being doused in ice water. The figure knew him. Not just the boy in the scar, but him. Harry. The person. I know many things, the voice continued, circling him now, a predator examining its prey. I know you are hidden. I know you are being trained. I know the one who hides you thinks he can keep you from me forever. He is wrong. The figure stopped in front of him, close enough that Harry could smell the cold, musty air that clung to its robes. The red eyes bored into his, and Harry felt the pressure return, stronger this time. Testing. Probing. But I am patient. I have waited years in this shadow form, gathering strength, waiting for the right moment. And you, Harry Potter, you are the key. The anchor that keeps me tied to this world. Did you know that? Without you, I might have faded into nothing. But with you, I can return. Harry wanted to speak, to scream, to fight. But his body was not his own. He was trapped in this nightmare, forced to listen as the darkest wizard in history laid bare his soul. Your guardian, the dead man who lives, thinks he is preparing you to destroy me. He does not understand. You cannot destroy what is already a part of you. We are linked, you and I. Bound by blood and magic. And when I return, the dream shattered. Harry woke with a gasp, his body drenched in sweat despite the cold. The fire had burned low, casting the cottage in deep shadow. Regulus was there, kneeling beside him, his wand raised, his gray eyes scanning the room for threats that were not there. He spoke to me, Harry whispered, his voice shaking. He knew my name. He knew about you. He said I'm the reason he's still alive. That I'm his anchor. Regulus's face went pale. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he lowered his wand and sat back on his heels, his expression grim. Tell me everything. Every word. Every detail. Harry did. He described the hall, the green flames, the figure with the red eyes. He described the pressure against his mind, the way the voice had slithered through his thoughts. And he described what the figure had said about being linked, about Harry being the anchor that kept him from fading. When he finished, Regulus was silent for a long time. The fire crackled. The wind mourned outside. Finally, Regulus spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. I suspected. When I first felt the darkness in you, I suspected. But I did not want to believe it. I told myself it was just a scar, just a mark. But it is more. So much more. He stood and walked to the window, staring out into the blackness beyond. His reflection in the glass was gaunt, haunted. Voldemort cannot truly die while that piece of him exists. And that piece exists in you. You are not just a target, Harry. You are a necessity. He needs you to come back. And when he does, he will stop at nothing to reclaim what is his. Harry pulled the furs tighter around himself, though it was not the cold that made him shiver. What do we do? Regulus turned. His gray eyes were hard again, but there was something else beneath the hardness. Something that looked almost like grief. We continue. We train. We build your mind into a weapon. And we find a way to separate you from him without destroying you in the process. He paused, his jaw working. I will not let him have you, Harry. Not now. Not ever. The words were fierce, absolute. Harry believed them. He had to believe them. Because the alternative was unthinkable. The days that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. Regulus pushed him harder than ever before, drilling him in occlumency until his head throbbed and his vision blurred. He learned to build walls not just of stone, but of fire, of ice, of light so bright that nothing could penetrate it. He learned to create decoys in his mind, false memories and thoughts designed to mislead any intruder. He learned to fight back, to push against the presence when it came probing, to make it retreat. But the presence always came back. Every night, it was there. Sometimes it was just a whisper, a flicker at the edge of his consciousness. Sometimes it was more. Dreams of dark places, of rituals and sacrifices, of a snake with eyes like rubies that spoke in Voldemort's voice. Harry learned to wake himself from these dreams, to tear himself out of them before they could pull him under. But the effort left him exhausted, drained. One night, after a particularly vivid dream, he found Regulus waiting for him by the fire. The older man's face was drawn, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. You are fighting, Regulus said quietly. I can feel it. The walls are holding. But you are tired, and he knows it. He is wearing you down, waiting for a moment of weakness. Harry nodded, too tired to speak. He slumped onto the pile of furs, his body heavy as stone. Regulus was silent for a moment. Then he did something he had never done before. He crossed the room and sat down beside Harry, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "When I was your age," Regulus said, his voice low and distant, "I was afraid of the dark. Not the dark itself, but what might be in it. My mother used to tell me stories about creatures that lived in the shadows, waiting to snatch bad children away. I believed her. I lay awake every night, staring at the ceiling, too terrified to close my eyes." Harry looked up at him, surprised. It was strange to imagine Regulus as a child, afraid of anything. "One night, my brother Sirius came to my room. He was older, braver. He told me that the only way to beat the dark was to become part of it. To stop being the thing that was hunted and start being the thing that hunted." Regulus's lips curved into a faint, bitter smile. "It was terrible advice. But it worked. I stopped being afraid when I started being dangerous." He turned to look at Harry, his gray eyes meeting green. "You carry a piece of the darkest wizard in history inside you. That is a curse, yes. But it is also a gift. You know him, Harry. In a way no one else ever has. You feel what he feels, you see what he sees. Use that. Let him in, just a little, just enough to learn. And then use what you learn against him." Harry stared at him. "You want me to let him in? I want you to stop being afraid of him. Fear is what he feeds on. It is the crack in the wall he exploits. Take away his food, and he starves." Regulus stood, looking down at the boy who was not his son but had become his entire world. "You are not just a victim in this story, Harry. You are not just a weapon. You are the one person in the world who can truly understand the enemy. Do not waste that." He walked back to his own corner of the cottage and lay down, pulling his cloak over himself. The fire crackled, the only sound in the silence. Harry lay awake for a long time, thinking about what Regulus had said. Let him in. Just a little. Just enough to learn. It went against everything he had been taught, every instinct that screamed at him to keep the walls high and strong. But Regulus had never steered him wrong. Regulus had kept him alive, had taught him to fight, had called him son. Maybe it was time to try something new. The next night, when the presents came, Harry did not build walls. He did not fight. He simply watched. He let the presence approach, let it press against the edges of his mind. And then, carefully, cautiously, he reached out. Not to push it away. To feel it. To understand it. The presence hesitated. It had never encountered this before. Resistance, yes. Fear, always. But never this. Never curiosity. For a long moment, they simply existed together, the boy and the fragment of the monster. Harry felt the cold, the hunger, the burning need to be whole again. He felt the rage, the contempt, the utter certainty of superiority. And beneath it all, he felt something else. Something unexpected. Loneliness. The fragment was alone, cut off from its source, adrift in a world it did not understand, trapped inside a child who refused to be broken. It did not know how to be anything other than what it was. It did not know how to reach out, only how to take. Harry pulled back slowly, gently. He did not build walls. He simply withdrew, leaving a space between them. A boundary that was not a fortress, but a door. The presence did not follow. It hovered at the edge, confused, uncertain. And then, slowly, it too withdrew. Harry opened his eyes. The cottage was dark, the fire nothing but embers. He was not afraid. He was not exhausted. He was calm. For the first time in months, truly calm. He had made contact. Not as enemies, not as predator and prey. Just contact. Two beings sharing a space, acknowledging each other's existence. It was not a victory. It was not even a truce. But it was a beginning. In the morning, he told Regulus what he had done. The older man listened in silence, his expression unreadable. When Harry finished, Regulus was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "You are braver than I was," he said. "Braver than I am. To face the darkness not with walls, but with open eyes." He paused, something flickering in his gray eyes. "I do not know if this path will lead to salvation or destruction. But I know it is your path. Not mine. Not anyone else's. Yours." He reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, that brief, meaningful touch. "Do not lose yourself in him, Harry. Remember who you are. Remember what you fight for." Harry nodded. He did not know who he was, not really. He did not know what he fought for, beyond survival. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty. He was not alone. And neither, he realized with a shiver, was the fragment. They were bound together, two lonely souls in a vast, cold world. The question was not whether they would fight. The question was whether they could ever find a way to exist without destroying each other. The answer, he knew, would take years to discover. Years of training, of contact, of learning to navigate the treacherous waters between light and dark. But for the first time, he felt something that might have been hope. Not for victory. Not for peace. Just for understanding. It was enough. For now. The winter deepened. The snow piled higher against the cottage walls. And inside, a boy and a man continued their strange, impossible work. Preparing for a war that had not yet begun, against an enemy that lived in the boy's own blood. The stars wheeled overhead, indifferent to the drama's unfolding below. But in the darkness of the Welsh hills, a light flickered. Small, fragile, but burning. A light that refused to be extinguished. And far away, in the depths of an Albanian forest, a thing that was less than a ghost and more than a memory stirred in its slumber. It had felt something. A touch. A question. It did not understand. It had never been asked a question before. It would have to find an answer. The hunt continued. The game was far from over. The spring thaw came late to the Welsh hills that year. Snow lingered in the shadowed hollows well into April, and the streams ran fast and cold with meltwater, their constant chatter a backdrop to the rhythm of days that had blurred into years. Harry was 9 years old now, though he barely marked the passage of time. Birthdays came and went unremarked, just another day of training, of silence, of the slow, patient work of becoming something more than a boy. But something had changed in him since that night when he had first reached out to the presence instead of pushing it away. The dreams continued, but they were different now. Less like invasions, more like conversations. One-sided, fragmented, often terrifying. But conversations nonetheless. He learned things. He learned that Voldemort had grown up in a place called Wool's Orphanage, cold and grey and full of children who feared him. He learned that the old wizard who had come to take him to a school called Hogwarts was named Dumbledore, and that Voldemort had distrusted him from the very first moment. He learned about a cave by the sea, and a locket, and a potion that forced you to drink your worst memories. He learned about a snake called Nagini, the only creature Voldemort had ever loved. And he learned about fear. Not the fear Voldemort inspired in others. That was a weapon, calculated and deliberate. No, Harry learned about the fear that lived inside Voldemort himself. The terror of death, of oblivion, of becoming nothing. It was this fear that had driven him to tear his soul apart, to create anchors that would keep him tethered to the world long after his body failed. It was this fear that had made him a monster. Harry kept these discoveries to himself at first, not sure how to explain them, not sure if Regulus would even want to hear them. But the weight of the knowledge pressed on him, and one evening, as they sat by the fire after another long day of training, he spoke. "He's afraid," Harry said quietly. "Voldemort. He's more afraid than anyone I've ever known." Regulus looked up from the book he was reading, his gray eyes sharp. "What do you mean?" Harry struggled to find the words. When I let him in, just a little, I can feel it. Under everything. The rage, the hate, the hunger for power. Under all of that, there's this emptiness. This terror of dying. It's like he's been running from it his whole life, and he'll do anything, hurt anyone, just to keep it away." Regulus was silent for a long moment. Then he closed his book and set it aside, his full attention on Harry. "You are describing a Horcrux," he said slowly. "Not just the piece of him that lives in you, but the very reason he created Horcruxes in the first place. He split his soul because he could not face the possibility of his own death. It is the act of a coward, dressed in the robes of a conqueror." Harry shook his head. "It's more than that. It's like he doesn't know how to be anything else. Like the fear is so deep, so old, that it's become part of him. Part of who he is." Regulus leaned forward, his expression intense. "You feel this. Truly feel it." "Yes." Harry met his gaze. "When I stop fighting him and just listen. I feel what he feels. Not all of it. Just echoes. But they're real." A long silence stretched between them. The fire crackled. The wind murmured against the windows. Finally, Regulus spoke, his voice quieter than Harry had ever heard it. "I spent years in his service. I knelt at his feet, called him my lord, did things I will never be able to undo. And in all that time, I never once saw what you describe. I saw his power, his cruelty, his brilliance. But I never saw his fear. He paused, his gray eyes distant. He hid it well. Or perhaps I simply did not want to see. He hides it from himself, too, Harry said. I think that's why he's so dangerous. He's running from something he can never escape, and he's taking the whole world with him. Regulus studied him for a long moment, something shifting in his expression. Wonder, perhaps. Or grief. It was hard to tell. You have a gift, Harry. A terrible gift, but a gift nonetheless. You can understand the enemy in a way no one else ever has. That understanding may be the key to defeating him. Or it may be the thing that turns me into him. The words hung in the air, heavy and cold. Regulus did not deny them. He did not offer comfort or reassurance. He simply nodded. Yes, that is the risk. That is always the risk. He stood and walked to the window, staring out into the darkness. But I have watched you for 9 years, Harry. I have seen you face pain, fear, loneliness. I have seen you carry a weight that would have crushed most adults. And through it all, you have remained, you. Not him, not a monster, you. He turned, and in the firelight, his face looked almost gentle. I do not know if you can defeat him. I do not know if anyone can. But I know that if you lose yourself trying, it will all have been for nothing. So you must hold on to who you are. Even when it is hard. Especially when it is hard. Harry nodded slowly. He did not know who he was, not really. But he knew who he did not want to become. And maybe, for now, that was enough. The next morning, Regulus announced a change in their routine. We have been hiding long enough, he said as they ate their meager breakfast. It is time you learned about the world you are meant to protect. Not just from books, but from experience. Harry looked up, his spoon halfway to his mouth. We're leaving, not forever, but for short trips. There are places I need to visit, people I need to see. And you will come with me. For the first time in years, Harry felt something that might have been excitement. The cottage, the hills, the endless cycle of training, it was his whole world. The idea of seeing something else, anything else, was almost overwhelming. Where will we go? Regulus's expression darkened slightly. To see a man who may be able to help us. An old acquaintance. He lives on the margins, as we do. But he knows things. Things I need to understand about the nature of the fragment inside you. 2 days later, they set out at dawn. Harry wore a cloak Regulus had enchanted to hide his features, the hood pulled low over his scar. They walked for hours through the hills, following paths that only Regulus could see. Then, as the sun reached its zenith, they came to a place Harry had never seen before. It was a circle of standing stones, ancient and weathered, their surfaces covered in lichen and faint, almost invisible carvings. The air here felt different. Thicker. Older. It hummed with a magic so deep it seemed to come from the earth itself. Regulus stopped at the edge of the circle. He raised his wand and traced a pattern in the air, speaking words in a language Harry did not recognize. The air shimmered, and suddenly there was a door. Where no door had been. It was made of dark wood, bound in iron, and it stood alone in the middle of the circle, leading nowhere. Stay close, Regulus murmured. And do not speak unless I tell you to. He pushed open the door, and they stepped through. On the other side was a world of shadow and smoke. They stood in what appeared to be a vast chamber, its walls lost in darkness, its ceiling invisible above. In the center of the chamber, a fire burned with flames of deep blue, casting eerie light on the figure that sat beside it. He was old, older than anyone Harry had ever seen. His face was a map of wrinkles, his eyes hidden beneath heavy lids, his hands gnarled and spotted with age. He wore robes of deep purple, threadbare but clean, and around his neck hung a medallion that glinted in the firelight. Regulus Black, the old man said, his voice a dry rustle like leaves in wind. The world thinks you dead. Most worlds, anyway. I am not most worlds. Greetings, Axminster. Regulus inclined his head respectfully. It has been many years. Time means little here. The old man's eyes, pale blue and surprisingly sharp, shifted to Harry. And this is the boy. The one who carries the weight. Harry felt those eyes boring into him, seeing things no one else could see. He resisted the urge to pull his hood lower. He feels it, Axminster continued. The fragment. But there is more. He touches it. Not as enemy, not as victim. As, what? Student. Friend. Neither, Regulus said quickly. He seeks to understand, not to embrace. The old man chuckled, a sound like stones grinding together. Understanding is the first step to acceptance, boy. You would do well to remember that. He gestured to the ground beside the fire. Sit. Both of you. We have much to discuss. They sat. The blue flames gave no heat, but they pulsed with a rhythm that seemed to match Harry's heartbeat. The old man studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. He is stronger than you know, Regulus. Stronger than you have allowed him to be. The fear you have planted in him, fear of the fragment, fear of becoming the monster, it has made him cautious. But caution is not strength. It is only delay. Regulus stiffened. I have trained him to survive. To protect himself. You have trained him to hide. Axminster's voice was not unkind, but it was firm. Hiding has its place. But the boy does not need to hide from the darkness. He needs to walk through it. To let it touch him and remain unchanged. That is the only way. Harry spoke before he could stop himself. How do I do that? How do I let it in without losing myself? The old man's eyes fixed on him, and Harry felt the full weight of that gaze. It was not uncomfortable, not threatening. It was simply present. Completely, utterly present. You ask the right question, Axminster said. Most ask how to fight. How to resist. You ask how to remain yourself. That is the beginning of wisdom. He reached into his robes and withdrew something small and dark. It was a stone, smooth and black, no larger than a pigeon's egg. This is a soul anchor. Not a Horcrux, that requires murder, requires intention. This is something else. A piece of obsidian from a volcano in a land that no longer exists, soaked in the blood of a willing sacrifice. It holds memories, feelings, fragments of self. He held it out to Harry. Take it, hold it, and tell me what you feel. Harry glanced at Regulus, who nodded slowly, his expression tense. Harry reached out and took the stone. The moment his fingers closed around it, the world vanished. He was standing in sunlight. Golden, warm, beautiful sunlight. Before him was a woman with hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes as blue as the summer sky. She was laughing, her head thrown back, her joy so pure it hurt to witness. Beside her stood a man, tall and strong, his arm around her waist, his smile wide and free. My parents. The thought came from somewhere deep inside him, a recognition that transcended memory. He had never seen their faces before, not really. Just blurred photographs in old newspapers, grainy and unreal. But here they were, James and Lily Potter, alive, whole, radiant. The woman, his mother, turned and looked directly at him. Her eyes widened, and for a moment, Harry thought she could see him. But then her gaze slid past, to something beyond, and the vision shifted. Now he was in a room. Small, dark, cramped. A woman was screaming. Green light filled his vision, and he felt a pain in his forehead like nothing he had ever known. He was falling into darkness, and then he was on the ground, gasping, the stone clenched in his fist. Regulus was beside him, his hand on Harry's shoulder, his face pale with alarm. Axminster watched calmly from his seat by the fire. What did you see? The old man asked. Harry's voice was shaking. My parents. I saw my parents. And then, the night they died. I felt it. The curse. The pain. That stone contains the last moments of a man who gave his life to protect his daughter, Axminster said quietly. His memories, his love, his fear. You felt them because you were open. Because you have learned to let things in instead of building walls against them. He leaned forward, his pale eyes intense. The fragment inside you is not so different from this stone. It contains memories, feelings, a piece of a soul. But it is not you, Harry Potter. It is a guest in your house. A dangerous guest, yes. One that must be watched, guarded against. But a guest nonetheless. You are the host. You are the one who decides how much to let in, how much to share. Do you understand? Harry nodded slowly, though his hands still trembled. I think so. Axminster sat back, satisfaction flickering across his ancient features. Good. Then you are ready for the next lesson. He looked at Regulus. You brought him here for knowledge, and I have given it. But knowledge without action is worthless. The boy must learn to use what he carries. To turn the enemy's weapon into his own. How? Regulus asked. Every text I have found says the same thing. The only way to destroy a Horcrux is with substances so destructive they would kill the host. Basilisk venom, fiend fire. Those are the only ways to destroy the vessel, Axminster agreed. But the vessel in this case is a living boy. You cannot destroy it without destroying him. So you must take a different path. He reached into his robes again and withdrew a second object. This one was a scroll, yellowed with age, bound with a ribbon of black silk. This is a record of a ritual. Ancient, dangerous, and incomplete. It was designed not to destroy a Horcrux, but to separate it from its host. To draw the fragment out and contain it in a new vessel, leaving the host intact. Regulus's breath caught. Is that possible? Possible. Yes. Safe. No. Axminster's voice was grim. The ritual requires 3 things. A vessel capable of holding the fragment, something like this stone, but far more powerful. A sacrifice of immense magical energy, the equivalent of a life, freely given. And a moment of perfect connection between the host and the fragment, when they are neither separate nor merged, but balanced on the edge between. He looked at Harry, and for the first time, there was something like pity in his ancient eyes. The boy has already begun to forge that connection. His willingness to reach out, to understand, has created a bridge. That bridge can be used to draw the fragment out. But it can also be used by the fragment to pull him in. The margin for error is razor thin. One mistake, and he is lost forever. Silence fell over the chamber. The blue flames flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Harry felt Regulus's hand tighten on his shoulder. There has to be another way, Regulus said quietly. There is always another way, Axminster replied. Waiting, hiding, hoping the Dark Lord never returns, never finds the boy, never uses the connection to reclaim his power. That is also a choice. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. But you did not come here to hide, Regulus Black. You came here because you know, in your heart, that the war is coming. And when it does, the boy will be the battlefield. The only question is whether he will be ready. Regulus was silent for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry, his gray eyes searching. What do you want, Harry? It was the first time anyone had ever asked him that. Not what he needed to do, not what he had to become. What he wanted. Harry thought about it. He thought about the dreams, the presence, the constant weight of the fragment pressing against his mind. He thought about the vision he had just seen, his parents, alive and laughing, their love so bright it burned. He thought about the darkness that waited for him, the war that was coming, the monster that shared his blood. And he thought about Regulus. The man who had taken him from a doorstep and raised him in shadows. The man who called him son, even if only once. The man who had given up everything to prepare him for a battle he could not win alone. I want to be ready, Harry said. I don't want to hide anymore. I want to fight. Not like him, not with hate and fear. But I want to be strong enough to choose. Strong enough to protect the people who matter. Regulus nodded slowly. Then he turned to Axminster. Tell us about the ritual. Everything. We will find a way to make it work. The old man smiled, a thin, knowing expression. I thought you might say that. He held out the scroll. Take it. Study it. But be warned, the answers you seek will not come easily. The path ahead is dark, and there will be sacrifices. The question is whether you are willing to make them. Regulus took the scroll, his fingers careful, reverent. I have already made the only sacrifice that matters. The rest is just details. They left the chamber the same way they had entered, stepping through the door into the circle of standing stones. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Harry drew a deep breath, feeling the clean air fill his lungs after the smoke and shadow of Axminster's realm. Are you all right? Regulus asked quietly. Harry considered the question. He had just seen his parents for the first time. He had felt his own death, the moment the killing curse struck. He had learned that there might be a way to free himself from the fragment, but that the path was dangerous and uncertain. I don't know, he said honestly. But I think I will be. Regulus nodded, and they began the long walk home. That night, Harry dreamed again. But this time, it was different. He was not in the Hall of Green Flames. He was in a place he had never seen, a great house, old and grand, with portraits on the walls that whispered as he passed. He walked through corridors lined with dark wood, past doors that opened onto rooms he could not enter. And at the end of the longest corridor, he found a door that was different from the others. It was black, not painted black, but black in its very essence, as if it had been carved from the night sky. And on its surface, written in letters that seemed to burn, was a single word. Harry. He reached for the handle. And woke. The cottage was dark. The fire had burned low. Regulus slept in his corner, the scroll from Axminster clutched in his hand. Even in sleep, Harry lay still, his heart pounding, the image of that door burned into his mind. It was not a warning. It was not a threat. It was an invitation, and for the first time, Harry wondered if the fragment wanted the same thing he did. Not conquest, not destruction, just freedom. A chance to exist without being a parasite. A chance to be something other than a piece of a monster. He did not know if that was possible. He did not know if the fragment could be anything other than what it was. But he knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that the path ahead would require him to find out. The door was waiting, and someday, he would have to open it. The stars wheeled overhead, the wind murmured through the hills. And in the darkness, a boy who carried a piece of the darkest wizard in history closed his eyes and let the presence come. Not as enemy, not as friend, just as company. It was enough, for now, but the door was there. And doors, once seen, could never be unseen. The scroll from Axminster became their new scripture. For weeks after their visit to the Chamber of Blue Flames, Regulus pored over its contents by firelight, his gray eyes moving across the faded script with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Harry watched him from across the room, feeling the weight of the knowledge passing between them, understanding that something fundamental had shifted in their strange, isolated world. The ritual was complex. Harry gathered that much from the fragments Regulus occasionally muttered aloud. It required alignments of celestial bodies, specific phases of the moon, and ingredients so rare that most wizards would not even recognize their names. But the heart of it, the core around which everything else revolved, was the vessel. The vessel had to be capable of containing a piece of a soul. Not just holding it, but containing it, trapping it, isolating it from the world and from its original source. The stone Axminster had shown Harry was a pale shadow of what they needed. That stone could hold memories, emotions, fragments of experience. But a Horcrux fragment was something else entirely. It was alive in a way that memories were not. It had will, desire, the drive to rejoin its original self. They needed something that could withstand that will. Something that could imprison a piece of the darkest wizard in history. Bloodstone, Regulus said one evening, looking up from the scroll with an expression Harry had learned to recognize. It was the look he got when he had found something important. Not the Muggle gemstone. Something older. A stone forged in the heart of a dying star, fallen to earth before magic was born. The ancients used them to trap spirits, demons, things that could not be destroyed. If we can find one, it might be strong enough to hold the fragment. Where do we find a fallen star? Harry asked. Regulus's lips twisted into something that was almost a smile. That is the question, isn't it? The scroll mentions a location. A place where the veils between worlds are thin. An island off the coast of Scotland, not marked on any map. The Isle of Arised. Harry frowned. Arised. That's desire, backwards. Regulus's eyes widened slightly. You know that. I read it in one of your books. The one about ancient runes. It said that words have power, especially when reversed. They create a kind of magical resonance. For a long moment, Regulus simply stared at him. Then he did something he rarely did. He laughed. It was a short, surprised sound, as if it had been startled out of him against his will. You read that in a book. A book I gave you. And you remembered it. He shook his head slowly. James Potter was many things, brave, loyal, infuriatingly arrogant, but he was not a scholar. That intelligence comes from your mother's side. Lily Evans was the brightest witch of her age, they said. I see her in you, more and more. Harry felt a warmth spread through his chest at the words. It was not often that Regulus spoke of his parents, and never with anything like this. Praise, yes. But this was different. This was recognition. Connection. Will we go there? Harry asked. To the Isle of Arised. Regulus's expression sobered. We will try. But places like that are not easy to find, and harder to reach. They exist on the edges of the world, in the spaces between what is real and what is imagined. They do not welcome visitors, and they do not let them leave without cost. What kind of cost? I don't know. The scroll is vague on that point. It speaks of tests, trials, things that must be overcome to prove worthiness. He looked at Harry, his gray eyes serious. If we go, it will be dangerous. More dangerous than anything we have faced. You may be hurt, you may be changed. Are you willing to risk that? Harry thought about the door in his dreams. The black door with his name burning on its surface. He thought about the presence that lived in his scar, the fragment that was both enemy and companion. He thought about the war that was coming, and the role he would have to play in it. Yes, he said. I'm willing. Regulus nodded slowly. Then we prepare. And we go. The journey took them 3 days. They left the cottage at dawn, carrying only what they could fit in a single enchanted pack. Regulus led the way through paths that only he could see, through valleys and over mountains, past standing stones that hummed with ancient power and through forests where the trees seemed to watch them pass. On the 3rd day, they reached the sea. Harry had never seen the ocean before. The vastness of it stunned him, the way it stretched to the horizon and beyond, gray and endless under a gray sky. The waves crashed against the rocks with a rhythm that felt older than time, and the salt spray stung his face like tiny needles. There, Regulus said, pointing. At first, Harry saw nothing. Just more waves, more gray. But then, as he watched, the mist shifted, and he saw it. An island, rising from the sea like the back of some enormous slumbering creature. It was dark, covered in what looked like twisted trees, and at its center, a single peak rose towards the clouds. The Isle of Arise, Regulus murmured. It does not appear to those who are not looking for it. But we are looking. We have been looking for years. He raised his wand and began to speak. The words were old, older than any Harry had heard him use. They seemed to twist in the air, to bend the light around them. The sea grew calm, impossibly calm, the waves flattening into glass. And then, rising from the depths, came a boat. It was not a boat that anyone had built. It was made of bone, white and gleaming, lashed together with what looked like sinew. There was no oars, no sail, no means of propulsion that Harry could see. It simply floated there, waiting. Do we get in? Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. We do. Regulus stepped onto the bone boat without hesitation, holding out his hand to Harry. Stay close. And do not touch the water. Harry took his hand and stepped aboard. The boat felt strangely warm beneath his feet, despite its appearance. As soon as they were both settled, it began to move, gliding across the glassy sea towards the island. The journey took no time at all. Or perhaps it took forever. Harry could not tell. The world around them seemed to blur, the gray of the sea and sky merging into something formless. And then, suddenly, they were there. The island was not what Harry had expected. From a distance, it had looked dark and forbidding. Up close, it was beautiful. The twisted trees were not dead, as he had thought, but covered in leaves of silver and gold. The ground was soft with moss that glowed faintly in the dim light. And the air smelled of things Harry could not name, flowers that did not exist anywhere else, fruits that had never been tasted. Stay alert, Regulus murmured, his wand in his hand. Beauty can be a trap. They walked inland, following a path that seemed to appear before them as they walked. The trees grew thicker, their silver and gold leaves rustling with a sound that was almost like voices. Harry could feel something pressing against his mind, not aggressively, but curiously. Like the presence in his scar, but different. Older. More patient. Welcome. The voice was not spoken. It was inside his head, but it was not the fragment. It was something else. Something vast and ancient that lived on this island. We have waited long for you, child of the scar. Longer than you can imagine. The stars have spoken your name, and the sea has carried you to us. What is it you seek? Harry glanced at Regulus, who was looking around with an expression of intense concentration. He had not heard the voice. Harry was sure of it. I seek a bloodstone, Harry said aloud. A stone forged in the heart of a dying star. I need it to contain something dangerous. Something that lives inside me. A long silence. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves whispering. You seek to imprison a piece of a soul. A worthy goal. But the stone you desire is not given freely. It must be earned. And the price of earning it is truth. What truth? The truth of who you are. Not who you think you are, not who you have been told you are. Who you truly are, in the deepest core of your being. Face that truth, and the stone will be yours. Refuse, and you will leave this island with nothing but memories of what you might have had. The presence withdrew, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. He looked at Regulus, who was watching him with concern. What happened? Regulus asked. You went somewhere. I could feel it. The island spoke to me. It said I have to face the truth of who I am to earn the stone. Harry paused. What does that mean? I know who I am. I'm Harry. I'm the boy you raised. I carry a piece of Voldemort in my scar. Regulus shook his head slowly. That is what you are. Not who you are. The island is asking for something deeper. Something you may not even know yourself. He reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. I cannot help you with this. It is something you must do alone. But I will be here when you return. I will always be here. Harry nodded, drawing strength from the touch. Then he turned and walked deeper into the forest, following a path that only he could see. The forest changed as he walked. The silver and gold leaves darkened, becoming shadows. The glowing moss faded, replaced by bare rock. The air grew cold, and the whispers of the trees became something else. Whispers of fear, of pain, of loss. He came to a clearing. In the center stood a mirror. It was tall, reaching higher than any man, its frame made of what looked like frozen starlight. Harry approached it slowly, knowing without being told that this was the test. He looked into the mirror. At first, he saw only himself. A boy of 9, small for his age, with wild black hair and green eyes that held too much knowledge. The scar on his forehead was faint but visible, a pale lightning bolt against his skin. But then the image shifted. He saw himself, but older. 16, maybe 17. He stood tall and strong, his eyes bright with confidence. Beside him stood a woman with red hair and green eyes, his mother, Lily. On his other side, a man with messy black hair and glasses, his father, James. They were smiling, their arms around him, a family whole and happy. Harry's heart ached at the sight. This was what he had never had. What he would never have. A family. Love. Belonging. The image shifted again. Now he saw himself in a great hall, standing before a crowd of people he did not recognize. They were cheering, reaching for him, their faces filled with adoration. He was their hero, their savior. The boy who lived, come to deliver them from darkness. But beneath the cheers, he heard whispers. Doubts. Fears. They did not love him, not really. They loved what he represented. The symbol. The hope. The weapon. The image shifted again. Now he was alone in a dark place. The fragment was before him, not as a presence but as a figure. It looked like him, but wrong. The eyes were red, the smile cruel. It reached out a hand, and Harry felt the pull of connection, the lure of power. We could be great together, the figure whispered. Stronger than him, stronger than anyone. Join me, and we will never be alone again. Harry felt the temptation like a physical force. To never be alone. To have power enough to protect himself, to protect Regulus, to end the war before it began. It would be so easy. So simple. But it would not be him. He looked past the figure, past the temptations, past the visions of what he might become. He looked deeper, into the heart of the mirror, into the truth the island demanded. And he saw it. A boy. Just a boy. Scared, lonely, tired of fighting. A boy who wanted nothing more than to be loved, to belong, to have a home. A boy who carried a weight no child should carry, and who bore it anyway, because there was no one else to bear it. A boy who was not a weapon. Not a symbol. Not a savior. Just Harry. The mirror rippled, and the image shifted one last time. He saw himself, exactly as he was. Standing in a clearing on a magical island, facing a test that would define his future. He saw the fear in his own eyes, the uncertainty, the hope. And he saw something else. Something he had never noticed before. Strength. Not the strength of magic, or power, or destiny. The simple strength of continuing. Of getting up every day and facing the darkness, even when he was afraid. Of reaching out to the fragment instead of hiding from it. Of choosing to understand, even when understanding hurt. This is who you are, the island's voice whispered. Not what you will become. Not what you might have been. This. Now. A boy who chooses to keep going, even when the path is dark. That is the truth. That is the core. The mirror dissolved into light. When Harry's vision cleared, he was standing alone in the clearing, and in his hand was a stone. It was beautiful. Deep red, almost black, with flecks of gold that seemed to move within it like trapped stars. It was warm to the touch, and Harry could feel power radiating from it, ancient and vast. A bloodstone, forged in the heart of a dying star. Fallen to earth before magic was born. He had earned it. He walked back through the forest, and this time the trees were silver and gold again, the moss glowing softly beneath his feet. Regulus was waiting where he had left him, his gray eyes widening as he saw the stone in Harry's hand. You did it, he breathed. You actually did it. The island showed me things, Harry said quietly. Things I wanted, things I feared, and then it showed me the truth. Who I really am. Regulus was silent for a moment. Then, softly, and who is that? Harry looked at the stone in his hand, feeling its warmth, its power. Then he looked up at the man who had raised him, who had given up everything to prepare him for a war he did not ask for. I'm just a boy, Harry said. A boy who keeps going. That's all. Regulus's expression shifted, something flickering in his gray eyes. Grief, perhaps, or pride, or both. That is enough, he said. That is more than enough. They walked back to the bone boat in silence. The sea was still glassy calm, the sky still gray. As they pushed off from the island, Harry looked back. The Isle of Arised was already fading, disappearing into mist and memory. But he knew he would never forget it. Never forget what it had shown him. The journey back took no time at all, or perhaps it took forever. Harry could not tell. But when they stepped onto the mainland, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. They walked through the night, not stopping to rest. The stone was warm in Harry's pocket, a constant reminder of what he had done, what he had learned. By dawn, they were back in the hills, following the familiar paths towards the cottage. But as they crested the final ridge, Regulus stopped so suddenly that Harry nearly collided with him. What is it? Regulus did not answer. He was staring at the valley below, at the place where the cottage should have been. Harry followed his gaze, and his blood ran cold. The cottage was gone. In its place was a crater. Blackened earth, scorched stone, the remnants of walls that had been blown outward by some tremendous force. Smoke still rose from the wreckage, thin tendrils against the morning sky. No, Regulus whispered. No, no, no. He broke into a run, sliding down the hillside, not caring about the loose rocks or the steep slope. Harry followed, his heart pounding, his mind refusing to accept what his eyes were seeing. They reached the crater. There was nothing left, nothing but ash and ruin. The trunk that had held their books, their supplies, their history, gone. The furs Harry had slept on since he was a baby, gone. Everything they had built, everything they had saved, destroyed. Regulus stood in the center of the destruction, his wand hanging loose in his hand, his face a mask of shock and grief. Harry had never seen him like this. Had never imagined he could look so broken. Who? Harry asked, his voice barely a whisper. Who did this? Regulus did not answer. He was staring at something on the ground. Harry moved closer and saw it too. A mark, burned into the stone. A skull with a serpent for a tongue. The dark mark. They found us, Regulus said, his voice hollow. After all these years, they found us. Harry felt the fragment stir in his scar, a flicker of something that might have been excitement. Or anticipation. He pushed it down, forced it away. We have to go, he said, grabbing Regulus's arm. If they're still here, they're not. Regulus's voice was flat, empty. This was a message, a warning. They know we exist. They know you exist. And they will come again. He looked at Harry, and for the first time, Harry saw something he had never seen in those gray eyes before. Fear. Not for himself. For Harry. I failed you, Regulus whispered. I promised to protect you, and I failed. You didn't fail. Harry's voice was fierce, stronger than he felt. I'm still here. You're still here. We survived. Regulus stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, something shifted in his expression. The grief remained, the shock remained. But beneath them, something else began to grow. Determination. The same iron will that had carried him through the cave, through death itself, through 9 years of hiding and training. Yes, he said quietly. We survived. And we will continue to survive. He looked around at the ruins of their home, his jaw tightening. But we cannot stay here. They will have trackers, spells, ways of finding us. We have to move. Now. They gathered what little they could find, a few scraps of cloth, a half-melted pot, a single book that had been thrown clear of the blast. It was Axminster's scroll, somehow intact. Harry tucked it into his shirt, next to the bloodstone. Then they walked. Not towards anything, just away. Away from the ruins, away from the memories, away from the life they had known. The hills swallowed them, as they had swallowed so much else. That night, they slept in a cave, huddled together for warmth. Harry lay awake for a long time, listening to Regulus's breathing, feeling the fragment stir restlessly in his scar. He thought about the mark, burned into the stone. He thought about the message it carried. They knew. Voldemort's followers knew that Harry Potter was alive, and hidden, and being trained. They would come for him. Not tomorrow, maybe not next week. But they would come. And when they did, he would be ready. He touched the bloodstone through his shirt, feeling its warmth against his skin. It was not a weapon. Not yet. But it was hope. A chance to be free of the fragment, to face his enemy as himself, not as a vessel for a piece of a monster. It was enough. For now. But as he closed his eyes, he saw the door again. The black door with his name burning on its surface. And this time, it was slightly open. Just a crack. Just enough to see the darkness beyond. The fragment was waiting. And the door was opening. Outside the cave, the wind mourned through the hills. The stars wheeled overhead, indifferent to the dramas below. And somewhere in the darkness, hunters were gathering. The game was changing. The stakes were rising. And a boy who was just a boy, who kept going even when the path was dark, prepared for a war that would define not just his future, but the future of the entire wizarding world. The door was open. And through it, something was coming. The cave was not a home. It was a wound in the earth, a shallow scrape beneath an overhang of granite that kept out the worst of the rain but did nothing to stop the cold. Harry had slept in worse places. He could not remember a time when comfort was something he expected, but this was different. This was not a temporary shelter on a training exercise. This was the beginning of a new existence. One where home was a memory and safety was a lie. 3 days had passed since they found the ruins of the cottage. 3 days of walking, of hiding, of sleeping in shifts with wands drawn and ears straining for the slightest sound. Regulus had not spoken more than a few words since they left the crater. He moved with the mechanical precision of someone running on instinct rather than thought, his gray eyes hollow, his face a mask of controlled grief. Harry watched him now, sitting at the cave entrance as dawn painted the sky in pale washes of pink and gold. Regulus was studying the scroll from Axminster, his lips moving silently as he read passages Harry could not see. The bloodstone sat between them on a flat rock, its deep red surface catching the early light and throwing tiny flecks of gold across the cave walls. "We cannot keep running," Regulus said suddenly, his voice rough from disuse. "They have trackers. Magical signatures. They will find us eventually, no matter how far we go." Harry turned from the sunrise. "Then what do we do?" Regulus looked up from the scroll, and Harry saw something in his eyes he had never seen before. Not fear. Not grief. Something harder. Something that looked almost like hunger. "We change the rules." He tapped the scroll with one finger. "The ritual requires 3 things. We have the bloodstone. That leaves the sacrifice of immense magical energy, and the moment of perfect connection." The sacrifice. I have been thinking about that. The scroll speaks of a life freely given, but it does not specify whose life. Or when. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. "What are you saying?" Regulus's gaze was steady, unblinking. "I am saying that I have already died once. The magic of this world does not always recognize death as an ending. Sometimes it is simply a transition. If I were to give myself again, willingly, with intention." "No." The word came out sharper than Harry intended. He stood, his small fists clenched at his sides. "You don't get to do that. You don't get to just sacrifice yourself. Not for me." Regulus's expression softened, just slightly. "Harry, I mean it." Harry's voice shook, but he pushed through it. "You're the only person I have. The only person who ever wanted me. If you die, I'm alone. And I don't care if that's selfish. I don't care if it makes me weak. I won't let you do it." A long silence stretched between them. The dawn light crept further into the cave, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air. Regulus stared at Harry for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Very well. We find another way." Harry let out a breath he did not know he had been holding. He sank back down onto the cold stone, his heart pounding. "Thank you. Do not thank me yet." Regulus returned his attention to the scroll. "The sacrifice must come from somewhere. If not me, then something else. A concentration of magical energy so dense that it rivals a living soul. There are places like that. Ley lines. Ancient sites of power. The island we visited was one such place, but it gave us the stone. It will not give us more. There's Hogwarts, Harry said without thinking. Regulus's head snapped up. What? I read about it. In one of your books. It's built on one of the most powerful magical sites in Britain. Thousands of years of magic, layered on top of each other. The book said the foundations are so saturated with power that they glow to certain kinds of sight. Regulus stared at him, something flickering in his gray eyes. Wonder, perhaps. Or fear. It was hard to tell. You read that. In a book I gave you. And you remembered it. He shook his head slowly. Lily Evans's son, indeed. Harry felt a warmth at the words, but it was quickly overshadowed by the implications. Hogwarts. That's where my parents went. That's where they met. Yes. Regulus's voice was quiet. And it is also where Albus Dumbledore rules from his tower, watching the world through half-moon spectacles and waiting for the moment when he can finally use you as the weapon he always intended you to be. Harry frowned. You don't trust him. I trust no one. But Dumbledore. Regulus paused, choosing his words carefully. Dumbledore is a man who believes in the greater good. He will sacrifice anything, anyone, for that good. Including you. Including me. Including your parents, if he thought it would serve his purpose. That's not. Harry stopped. He thought about his parents, dying in Godric's Hollow. He thought about the prophecy he had read about in one of Regulus's books, the one that spoke of a boy with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. He thought about the doorstep where he had been left, a basket with a note, waiting for a family that never came. Dumbledore left me with Muggles, he said quietly. If you hadn't taken me, I would have grown up there. With people who didn't want me. Yes. Regulus's voice was hard. He would have hidden you away, kept you ignorant, and waited for the right moment to reveal you to the world. A lamb, raised for slaughter. The words hung in the air, heavy and cold. Harry thought about the life he might have had. A bedroom in a cupboard under the stairs. Relatives who despised him. No knowledge of magic, no training, no preparation. Just a boy with a scar, thrown into a war he did not understand. You saved me, he said. From all of it. Regulus met his gaze. I stole you. There is a difference. You saved me, Harry repeated, his voice firm. Whatever your reasons, whatever you thought you were doing. You saved me. And I won't let you forget that. For a long moment, Regulus simply looked at him. Then, slowly, something shifted in his expression. The hardness softened. The grief, the guilt, the weight of years, they did not disappear, but they receded, just slightly. Just enough. Come, he said, standing abruptly. We have a long walk ahead of us. And we need to find food before we do anything else. They spent the next week moving slowly south, staying to the high ground where they could see anyone approaching from miles away. Regulus taught Harry to read the land the way he read opponents, to see the places where people would naturally travel, and to avoid them. To find the hidden paths, the forgotten trails, the routes that existed only in the memories of those who had walked them for centuries. They ate what they could find. Berries, roots, the occasional rabbit that Harry learned to catch with his bare hands after days of practice. Regulus showed him how to skin and clean the animals, how to use every part, how to waste nothing. It was hard, brutal work. But Harry found he did not mind. There was something satisfying about providing for himself, about knowing that he could survive anywhere, no matter what. At night, they continued the training. Occlumency, always. But now Regulus added something new. Combat magic. Not the simple defensive spells Harry had learned, but real offensive magic. Spells that could hurt. Spells that could kill. You may need these, Regulus said, his voice grim. The Death Eaters who found our home will not show mercy. They will not give you a chance to explain or negotiate. They will try to kill you, quickly and without hesitation. You must be able to do the same. Harry learned the blasting curse, the reductor curse, the severing charm used at range. He learned to cast them silently, to layer them, to combine them in ways that made him unpredictable. He learned to fight with his wand in one hand and a knife in the other, to move and cast and strike without pausing to think. It changed him. He could feel it happening, a slow transformation in the depths of his being. The boy who had hesitated to cast the Cruciatus curse was still there, but he was buried deeper now. In his place was something harder. Something more dangerous. The fragment noticed. It stirred in his scar more often now, watching, learning. Harry could feel its interest, its curiosity. It had never seen anyone train like this, prepare like this. It did not know what to make of him. You are becoming something new, it whispered one night, as Harry lay awake beneath a canopy of stars. Something even I did not anticipate. Harry did not answer. He simply built his walls, reinforced his fortress, and waited for sleep to take him. On the 10th day after leaving the cave, they found the village. It was small, tucked into a valley between hills, with smoke rising from chimneys and the distant sound of sheep bells. Harry stopped at the edge of the trees, watching the houses with an intensity that had become second nature. People, he said quietly. Yes. Regulus stood beside him, his gray eyes scanning the village with the same wariness. We need supplies. Food that does not come from the ground. Warm clothing before winter truly sets in. And information. Information. Regulus nodded. The wizarding world does not stop because we are hiding. There will be news, rumors, things we need to know. Harry felt a flutter of something that might have been nervousness. He had not been around other people since he was a baby. The only human he knew was Regulus. The thought of speaking to strangers, of being seen and judged, was almost more frightening than the Death Eaters who hunted them. I'll go alone, Regulus said, as if reading his thoughts. You stay here, hidden. If I am not back by nightfall, you leave. You go north, back into the hills, and you do not stop until you find another place to hide. Do you understand? Harry wanted to argue, to insist on coming with him. But he knew better. Regulus was not asking, he was telling. I understand. Regulus placed a hand on his shoulder, that brief, meaningful touch. I will return. I have always returned. Then he was gone, moving down the hill towards the village with the fluid grace of a predator. Harry watched until he disappeared among the houses, then settled back into the shadow of the trees to wait. The hours crawled past. The sun climbed slowly across the sky, then began its descent towards the western hills. Harry sat motionless, his senses stretched to their limits, listening for anything that might signal danger. The fragment stirred occasionally, curious, but he pushed it away. He could not afford distraction. Not now. As the light began to fade, he saw a figure emerge from the village. It was Regulus, walking with the same easy stride he always used. But something was different. His pace was quicker than usual. His head was turned slightly, as if he were listening for something behind him. Harry was on his feet before Regulus reached the tree line. What happened? Regulus did not slow. Walk. Now. We need distance. They moved quickly through the trees, not following any path, just putting space between themselves and the village. When they were deep enough in the forest that the lights were no longer visible, Regulus finally stopped and turned to Harry. There is news, he said, his voice low. Bad news. Harry waited. Voldemort's followers are gathering. Not openly, the ministry still claims he is gone for good. But they are meeting in secret, sharing information, preparing. And they have a new leader. Someone who has risen among them, who speaks with authority. Who? Regulus's gray eyes were hard. Bellatrix Lestrange. My cousin. I suppose she would be your something. The family connections are tangled. He paused, his jaw tightening. She is mad, Harry. Completely, utterly mad. But she is also brilliant, and ruthless, and utterly devoted to the Dark Lord. If she is leading the hunt for you, then nowhere is safe. Harry felt the fragment stir, a flicker of something that might have been recognition. Bellatrix. The name meant nothing to him, but the fragment knew her. It remembered her devotion, her worship, her willingness to kill and die for its master. She knows about me. She knows you are alive. She knows someone is hiding you. She does not know who, or where, but she has resources. Trackers. Spies. Creatures that can find anyone, anywhere, if the price is right. Regulus reached into his cloak and withdrew a small package wrapped in cloth. I got supplies. Enough for a week, maybe two. And this. He held out a folded piece of parchment. Harry took it and unfolded it carefully. It was a drawing. A crude thing, obviously done by someone with little artistic skill. But the face was unmistakable. A boy with wild black hair and a lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Beneath it, in block letters, were the words, Wanted. Alive. Reward. 10,000 galleons. Harry stared at his own face, reproduced on a wanted poster, and felt something cold settle in his stomach. They know what I look like. Someone saw you. On the island, perhaps. Or somewhere else. It does not matter. What matters is that every Death Eater, every dark creature, every bounty hunter in Britain will be looking for you. Regulus took the poster from Harry's numb fingers and crumpled it into a ball. We cannot stay in one place for more than a night. We cannot risk contact with anyone. We become ghosts. Harry nodded slowly. The fear was there, cold and real. But beneath it, something else was growing. Anger. Not at Regulus, not at the Death Eaters. At the situation. At the unfairness of it all. He had done nothing. He was just a boy. And yet the entire world seemed determined to hunt him down. Good, he said, his voice surprising him with its steadiness. Let them look. They won't find us. Regulus studied him for a long moment, something flickering in his gray eyes. Pride, perhaps. Or sorrow. It was hard to tell. No, he agreed quietly. They won't. They moved again that night, putting miles between themselves and the village. Harry's legs ached and his stomach growled with hunger, but he did not complain. Complaining was weakness, and weakness was death. Regulus had taught him that years ago, and he had never forgotten. As they walked, Harry thought about the poster. About his face, reproduced for all to see. About the price on his head, more gold than most wizards would see in a lifetime. He thought about Bellatrix Lestrange, hunting him through the darkness. He thought about the fragment in his scar, watching, waiting. And he thought about the door. The black door with his name burning on its surface. It was open now, wider than before. Through it, he could feel the presence of the fragment, no longer just a whisper at the edge of his mind, but something closer. Something that wanted to speak. They will not catch you, it whispered. Not while I am here. Not while we are together. Harry pushed it away. But the words lingered, echoing in the empty spaces of his mind. Together. The fragment wanted to be together. It wanted connection, partnership, unity. It did not understand that Harry wanted the opposite. That he wanted to be separate, to be free, to be himself without the shadow of Voldemort looming over every thought. But as they walked through the darkness, Harry wondered. What if the fragment could be something other than a threat? What if the connection could be used, not just to understand the enemy, but to become something new? Something that was neither Voldemort nor Harry, but something in between. It was a dangerous thought. A seductive thought. The kind of thought that led to darkness. He pushed it away, built his walls, reinforced his fortress. But the door remained open, waiting. They walked until dawn, then found another cave, another temporary shelter. Harry collapsed onto the cold stone and was asleep in seconds, his body finally surrendering to exhaustion. He dreamed of the door. It was wide open now, and beyond it, he could see a landscape he did not recognize. Dark hills under a blood-red sky. A great house in the distance, its windows blazing with light. And in the foreground, a figure. Tall, robed in black, with a face that was both familiar and utterly alien. Come, the figure said, its voice the sound of snakes slithering through dry grass. Come and see what you could become. Harry did not move. He stood at the threshold, looking through the open door, feeling the pull of the darkness beyond. I am not you, he said. I will never be you. The figure smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. No, you will be something else. Something greater. Something that even I did not foresee. The Horcrux that chose to live. The weapon that chose to think. The boy who chose to become. It extended a hand, pale and long-fingered. Come, let me show you. Harry looked at the hand. He looked at the door. He looked at the darkness beyond. And he stepped back. The door slammed shut. He woke gasping, his scar burning with an intensity he had not felt in months. Regulus was there, his wand drawn, his gray eyes scanning the cave for threats. What happened? Harry took a shaky breath. The fragment. It's getting stronger. It wants me to join it. To become something together. Regulus's expression hardened. You refused. I stepped back. I closed the door. Good. Regulus lowered his wand, but his eyes remained wary. The connection is deepening. The ritual cannot come soon enough. He paused, then added, we need to find a place with enough magical energy to power the sacrifice. Somewhere we can perform the ritual without interference. Hogwarts, Harry said again. Regulus was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Hogwarts. It is dangerous. More dangerous than anywhere else. Dumbledore's eyes are everywhere, and he will have questions we cannot answer. But it may be our only option. He looked at Harry, his gray eyes intense. If we go there, we cannot stay. We go in, we perform the ritual, we leave. No distractions. No detours. Do you understand? Harry nodded. I understand. They rested for a few hours, then moved again. The direction was different now. South and east, towards the place where Harry's parents had met, where magic was so thick it glowed, where a madman ruled from a tower and waited for a boy who would never come as he expected. The hunt continued. The hunters drew closer. And in the darkness of his own mind, Harry felt the fragment watching, waiting, hoping. The door was still there. Still open. Still inviting. But for now, he walked away. For now, that was enough. The journey to Hogwarts took longer than expected. Not because of distance, Regulus knew ways of traveling that compressed miles into hours, but because of caution. Every step had to be measured, every path checked for signs of pursuit. The wanted posters were appearing everywhere now, plastered on trees and rocks and the walls of remote villages. Harry's face stared back at him from a dozen different surfaces, his scar a beacon that seemed to glow even in the crudest reproductions. They traveled at night, sleeping in hollows and caves during the day. Harry learned to read the stars, to navigate by constellations Regulus pointed out with patient precision. The fragment stirred often, curious about this new direction, this new purpose. Harry kept his walls strong, but he did not shut the door completely. He had learned that total isolation was as dangerous as total openness. The key was balance, control. On the 15th night of their journey, they crested a hill and saw it for the first time. Hogwarts. Even from this distance, even in darkness, it took Harry's breath away. The castle rose from the shores of a black lake like a dream-given form, its towers and turrets reaching towards a sky thick with stars. Light blazed from hundreds of windows, warm and welcoming, and Harry could almost hear the echoes of laughter, of music, of life. It's beautiful, he whispered. Regulus stood beside him, his gray eyes fixed on the distant silhouette. Yes, it always was. His voice was strange, distant. Remembering. I spent 7 years there. Made friends, enemies, memories I have tried to forget. It was the only place I ever felt, not at home, exactly. But possible. Like I could become something other than what my family wanted. Harry looked at him, surprised by the vulnerability in his words. Regulus rarely spoke of his past, and never like this. What happened? Regulus was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, I chose the wrong side. Not all at once, not in a single moment. Slowly. One small compromise at a time. One belief that I could stay above it all, that I could serve the Dark Lord without becoming like him. It was a lie I told myself, and by the time I realized it, it was too late. He turned to Harry, his expression grave. That is why I train you the way I do. Not just to fight, but to think. To question. To know, in the deepest part of yourself, what you believe and why. Because the wrong path is rarely obvious. It looks like the easy path. The comfortable path. The path everyone else is walking. Harry absorbed the words, filing them away with all the other lessons Regulus had given him. Then he looked back at the castle, at the lights in the windows, at the life he could almost feel pulsing from its stones. How do we get in? Regulus's lips curved into something that was almost a smile. Carefully. And with help. They descended the hill and circled around the lake, staying to the shadows, avoiding the paths that led to the great front gates. Regulus led them towards the edge of the forbidden forest, where the trees pressed close to the castle walls and the darkness was thick enough to hide anything. At the edge of the forest, he stopped and raised his wand. A thin stream of silver light issued from its tip, twisting and turning until it formed the shape of a wolf. The wolf looked at Regulus, then bounded towards the castle, disappearing through the stone wall as if it were no more substantial than mist. Who was that for? Harry asked. An old friend. Or at least, someone who was once a friend. I do not know if he will help. I do not know if he will even come. But he is the only person in that castle I trust even slightly. They waited in the darkness, the forest alive with sounds Harry could not identify. Something large moved in the depths, and Harry's hand went to his wand instinctively. But whatever it was did not approach. Perhaps it sensed that they were not prey. After what felt like hours, a figure emerged from the castle wall. Not through a door, simply through the stone, as if it were water. It was a man, tall and gaunt, with long black hair and eyes that seemed to hold their own shadows. He wore robes of deep green, and in his hand, he carried a wand that glowed faintly in the darkness. He stopped when he saw them, his eyes widening slightly. Then, slowly, he walked forward until he stood just a few feet away. Regulus Black, he said, his voice a low murmur. The world thinks you dead. Most worlds, anyway. Regulus inclined his head. Severus. It has been many years. The man, Severus, studied him with an intensity that made Harry uncomfortable. Then his gaze shifted to Harry, and something flickered in those dark eyes. Recognition. And something else. Something that looked almost like pain. This is the boy. Potter's son. Yes. Severus was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, softly, she had your eyes, you know. Lily. The same green. The same fire. He looked away, his jaw tightening. What do you want, Regulus? Why have you come here, after all these years, bringing the most hunted child in Britain to the one place where he is most likely to be found? Regulus stepped forward, placing himself slightly between Severus and Harry. A protective gesture. We need something. A place with enough magical energy to perform a ritual. The castle sits on one of the most powerful ley lines in the world. We need access to that power. Severus's eyes narrowed. What kind of ritual? The kind that can separate a Horcrux from its host. The word hung in the air like a curse. Severus went very still, his face paling beneath its usual sallow cast. He looked at Harry again, and this time, Harry felt the full weight of that gaze. It was like being dissected, every secret laid bare. He carries a piece of the Dark Lord, Severus breathed. In his scar. I suspected, when I heard the stories, but I never imagined. Few would. Regulus's voice was grim. But it is true. And it is killing him, slowly. The fragment grows stronger as Voldemort regains power. Soon, it will be able to influence him, to control him. We have a way to stop it, but we need the power of this place to do so. Severus was silent for a long time, his dark eyes moving between Regulus and Harry. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. I have spent 10 years trying to atone for my sins. For the words I spoke that led to her death. For the choices I made that put her in danger. He looked at Harry, and for a moment, his mask slipped, revealing something raw and wounded beneath. If there is a chance to save her son, to undo even a fraction of the damage I caused, I will take it. He turned and gestured towards the castle. Follow me. Stay close, stay silent, and do not touch anything. The castle has its own magic, its own will. It does not always welcome strangers. They followed him through the stone wall, and Harry felt a brief moment of dislocation as solid rock gave way to something like cold mist. Then they were inside, standing in a corridor lined with torches and moving portraits. The paintings turned to watch them pass, their subjects whispering behind their hands. Severus led them through a maze of passages, up staircases that moved on their own, past doors that seemed to breathe. Harry tried to memorize the path, but it was impossible. The castle was a living thing, constantly shifting, constantly changing. Finally, they stopped before a stone wall that looked no different from any other. Severus spoke a word, and the wall slid aside, revealing a narrow spiral staircase descending into darkness. The dungeons, Severus said. My quarters are down there. We can speak freely, without fear of interruption. They descended, the air growing colder with each step. At the bottom, a heavy wooden door opened onto a sitting room that was surprisingly comfortable. Books lined the walls, a fire crackled in the hearth, and deep armchairs invited relaxation. Severus gestured for them to sit, then poured 3 glasses of a dark liquid that steamed faintly. Drink, he said. It will warm you. Harry took the glass cautiously. The liquid smelled of herbs and something else he could not identify. He sipped, and warmth spread through his chest, driving out the chill of the journey. Severus sat across from them, his dark eyes fixed on Regulus. Tell me everything. Leave nothing out. Regulus did. He told of the cave, the locket, the inferi that had dragged him to his death. He told of the sea creature that had saved him, the years of hiding and research, the discovery of the Horcrux in Harry's scar. He told of Axminster and the Isle of Arise, the bloodstone and the ritual. He told of the destroyed cottage, the wanted posters, the long journey south. When he finished, Severus was silent for a long moment. Then he leaned forward, his expression intense. You are describing magic that has not been attempted in centuries. The separation of a Horcrux from a living host, it is the stuff of legend. Of myth. The scroll from Axminster is real, Regulus said. I have studied it for months. The theory is sound. The execution is the challenge. Severus turned to Harry, studying him with those dark, unreadable eyes. And you have felt the fragment. You have communicated with it. It was not a question, but Harry answered anyway. Yes, it's like having someone in your head all the time. Watching, listening. Sometimes it talks to me. And what does it say? Harry hesitated. He had never spoken of the door, of the invitations, of the strange pull he felt towards the darkness. But something about Severus's intensity made him want to answer honestly. It wants me to join it. To become something together. It says we could be greater than Voldemort. Stronger than anyone. It says we wouldn't have to be alone. Severus's expression did not change, but something flickered in his eyes. Recognition, perhaps. Understanding. The fragment is offering you power. Belonging. The very things it craves itself. He leaned back, his fingers steepled before him. It does not understand that you are already whole. That you do not need it to be complete. That is its weakness, and it is also your strength. How do you know that? Harry asked. Severus was silent for a moment. Then, quietly, because I spent years craving the same things. Power. Belonging. A place where I fit. The Dark Lord offered me all of that, and I took it. I took it, and it cost me everything that mattered. He stood and walked to a small cabinet against the wall. From it, he withdrew a rolled parchment and brought it back to his chair. The ritual requires a moment of perfect connection between you and the fragment. A moment when you are neither separate nor merged, but balanced on the edge between. That is the most dangerous part. If you tip too far in either direction, you could be lost. He unrolled the parchment, revealing a complex diagram covered in notes and calculations. I have spent years studying the nature of the Dark Lord's magic. His Horcruxes, his connections, the ways he binds souls to objects. This diagram represents my understanding of how that binding works. He pointed to a spot near the center. This is the fragment. This is you. The lines between represent the connection. To separate them, you must amplify that connection to its maximum, then sever it cleanly. Like stretching a rope until it snaps. Regulus leaned forward, studying the diagram with intense focus. And the bloodstone, where does it fit? Severus traced a line to a circle at the edge of the diagram. The stone becomes the new anchor. When you sever the connection, the fragment will seek somewhere to attach. If the stone is prepared, properly attuned, it will draw the fragment in and contain it. But the attunement must be perfect. A single flaw, and the stone will shatter, releasing the fragment back into you, or worse, into the world. Harry listened to them discuss the mechanics of the ritual, the timing, the risks. It was like listening to a conversation in a language he almost understood. The words were familiar, but the concepts were beyond him. All he knew was that his life, his future, his very self depended on getting this right. What do I have to do? He asked. Both men turned to look at him. Severus spoke first. You must be willing to let the fragment in. Completely. Without reservation. You must open yourself to it, allow it to fill you, to become you. And at the exact moment when you are most vulnerable, when you cannot tell where you end and it begins, you must choose to let it go. Harry felt cold. How do I choose to let go of something that feels like part of me? Severus's dark eyes held his. You remember who you are. The core that the island showed you. The boy who keeps going, even when the path is dark. That is the part of you that is not the fragment. That is the part you hold onto, even as everything else slips away. Harry thought about the mirror on the island. The truth it had shown him. A boy, just a boy, scared and lonely and tired, but still standing. Still fighting. Still choosing to go on. I can do that, he said quietly. I think. Regulus placed a hand on his shoulder. You can. I have watched you for 9 years, Harry. You are the strongest person I have ever known. Not because of your magic, not because of your power. Because of this. He touched Harry's chest, over his heart. Here, where it matters. Harry felt warmth at the words, a glow that had nothing to do with the fire. He looked at Regulus. At the man who had raised him, who had sacrificed everything for him, and he nodded. When do we do it? Severus glanced at the window, though there was nothing to see but blackness. Tomorrow night. The moon will be in the right phase, the magical currents at their strongest. I will prepare the chamber. You will rest. He stood, indicating that the conversation was over. You may stay here tonight. The wards on my quarters are strong. No one will find you. He paused at the door, looking back at Harry. Lily would have been proud of you. Of the person you were becoming. I hope you know that. Then he was gone, the door closing softly behind him. Harry sat in the comfortable chair, the fire warming his face, and tried to process everything that had happened. He was in Hogwarts. The castle his parents had loved, the place where they had met and fallen in love and dreamed of a future that would never come. Tomorrow night, he would face the fragment, open himself to it completely, and try to tear it out of his soul. It was the most terrifying thing he had ever contemplated. But beneath the fear, there was something else. A strange, quiet certainty. This was his path, his choice, not something forced on him by Regulus or Severus or anyone else. He had chosen to come here. He had chosen to attempt the ritual. And whatever happened tomorrow, he would face it as himself. Not as a weapon, not as a symbol, as Harry, the boy who kept going. He closed his eyes and let the fire's warmth carry him into sleep. He dreamed of the door. It was wider open than ever before, the darkness beyond pulsing with a light that was not light. The figure stood there, waiting, its hand extended. Tomorrow, it whispered. Tomorrow we become one. Tomorrow we become whole. Harry did not answer. He stood at the threshold, looking into the darkness, feeling the pull of the fragment's desire. It wanted this. It wanted to merge, to become something new, to escape the loneliness that had defined its existence since the moment it was torn from Voldemort's soul. And for just a moment, Harry wanted it too. The thought was terrifying. He pushed it away, built his walls, reinforced his fortress. But the door remained, open, waiting. Tomorrow, the fragment whispered again. Tomorrow. Harry woke to gray light filtering through a small window high on the wall. Regulus was already awake, sitting in the chair Severus had occupied, watching him with those steady gray eyes. Bad dreams. Harry shook his head. Not bad. Just strange. The fragment knows what's coming. It wants it. Regulus nodded slowly. Of course it does. It wants to be free of you as much as you want to be free of it. The difference is, it wants to be free by consuming you. You want to be free by releasing it. Will it hurt? The question was simple, direct. Regulus considered it for a moment before answering. Yes, I think it will hurt more than anything you have ever experienced. But pain is temporary. Freedom is forever. Harry nodded. He could accept pain. He had been accepting pain his whole life. The day passed slowly. Severus brought food, real food, hot and filling, nothing like the meager rations they had survived on for weeks. Harry ate without tasting, his mind elsewhere. He walked the corridors of Severus's quarters, looking at the books, the potions' ingredients, the strange instruments that hummed with magic. He tried to imagine what it would be like to live here, to be a student, to have friends and classes and a future that did not involve fighting for his life. He could not imagine it. That world was as distant as the stars. As darkness fell, Severus appeared at the door. He was dressed in his usual black robes, but there was something different about him. A tension in his shoulders, a gravity in his expression. It is time. They followed him through the castle, up staircases and down corridors, past portraits that watched with curious eyes and suits of armor that seemed to track their passage. Finally, they came to a door Harry had not seen before. It was old, made of dark wood bound in iron, and it bore no handle. This chamber has not been used in centuries, Severus said quietly. It was built for rituals such as this, back when magic was wilder and darker. The walls are saturated with power. They will help contain the energies we release. He spoke a word, and the door swung inward. The chamber beyond was round, its walls lined with ancient symbols that seemed to move in the torchlight. In the center, a circle had been carved into the stone floor, filled with more symbols, more patterns. At the heart of the circle sat a small pedestal, and on the pedestal rested the bloodstone. Harry walked forward, drawn by some force he could not name. The stone glowed faintly in the torchlight, its depths swirling with trapped starlight. He could feel its power, ancient and vast, waiting to be used. Regulus stepped up beside him. Are you ready? Harry looked at the stone. He looked at the circle. He looked at the two men who had risked everything to bring him here. No, he said honestly. But I'll do it anyway. Regulus's lips curved into that rare, fleeting smile. That is the definition of courage. Severus moved to the edge of the circle and began to speak. The words were old, older than any Harry had heard. They seemed to twist the air, to bend the light. The symbols on the walls began to glow, first faintly, then brighter, until the whole chamber was bathed in a soft, pulsing radiance. "Step into the circle," Severus instructed. "Place your hand on the stone. And when I give the word, you must open yourself completely. Let the fragment in. Let it fill you. Do not fight. Do not resist. Simply, be." Harry stepped into the circle. The air inside felt different, thicker, heavier, charged with potential. He walked to the pedestal and placed his hand on the bloodstone. It was warm, almost hot, and he felt its power thrum through him like a second heartbeat. He looked at Regulus, standing at the edge of the circle, his gray eyes bright with an emotion Harry could not name. Love, perhaps. Or grief. Or both. "I'll see you on the other side," Harry said. Regulus nodded. "You will." Severus began the incantation. The words washed over Harry like waves, each one pushing him deeper into himself. He felt his walls begin to crumble, not from attack, but from within. He was letting them go. Opening the fortress. Inviting the enemy in. The fragment came. It flooded through him like cold fire, filling every corner of his being. He felt its hunger, its loneliness, its desperate need to be whole. He felt its memories, Voldemort's memories, flashing through his mind like lightning. The orphanage. The Hogwarts years. The discovery of Horcruxes. The murders. The glory. The terror. And beneath it all, the fear. The endless, bottomless fear of death, of oblivion, of becoming nothing. "We are the same," the fragment whispered, its voice everywhere and nowhere. "We are both afraid. We are both alone. Together, we could be strong." Harry felt the truth of the words. He was afraid. He was alone. The thought of never being alone again, of having someone inside him always, was seductive beyond measure. But it was not true. He was not alone. He had Regulus. He had the memory of parents who had died for him. He had the core of himself, the boy who kept going, the boy who chose to fight even when fighting was hard. "I am not you," he said, not with words, but with his whole being. "I am me. And I choose to be me." The fragment recoiled. It had never encountered this before. Certainty. Not the certainty of power, of domination, but the certainty of self. The knowledge of who one was, and who one was not. "Choose," Harry said. "Come with me, into the stone, and you can be something new. Something that is not Voldemort. Something that is not me. Something of your own." The fragment hesitated. It had never been offered a choice before. It had only ever been told what to do, what to be. The Dark Lord had created it as a tool, a vessel, a means to an end. It had never occurred to it that it could be anything else. "What would I become?" Harry did not know. But he answered anyway. "Yourself." The fragment was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, it began to move. Not attacking, not consuming. Moving towards the stone, following the path Harry's intention had created. It flowed out of him like water from a cracked vessel, cold and dark and immense. Harry felt it go. Felt the space it left behind, empty and strange. Felt himself, for the first time in his life, completely alone in his own mind. The pain was indescribable. It was as if a part of his soul was being torn away, ripped from the fabric of his being. He screamed, or thought he screamed, he could not tell. The world dissolved into light and shadow and the echo of his own voice. And then, silence. He was on the floor of the chamber, the cold stone pressing against his cheek. The symbols on the walls had faded. The torches burned low. And above him, Regulus's face swam into view, gray eyes wide with fear and hope. "Harry. Harry, can you hear me?" Harry tried to speak. His voice came out as a whisper. "Is it gone?" Regulus looked at something beyond Harry's line of sight. Harry turned his head, slowly, painfully. The bloodstone sat on its pedestal. But it was different now. Where before it had been deep red with flecks of gold, now it was black. Completely, utterly black. And within its depths, something moved. Something that watched. "Yes," Regulus breathed. "It's gone. You're free." Harry looked at the stone, at the fragment trapped within its ancient magic. He felt empty, hollow, as if a part of him had been carved away and he was only just beginning to understand how much space it had occupied. But beneath the emptiness, something else was growing. Something that felt almost like peace. He was himself. Only himself. For the first time in his life. And it was enough. Severus appeared beside Regulus, his dark eyes fixed on the stone. It worked, he murmured, wonder in his voice. Merlin's beard, it actually worked. Harry tried to sit up. Regulus helped him, supporting him with an arm around his shoulders. He looked at the two men who had saved him, and he felt something he had never felt before. Gratitude. Pure, overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, he whispered. Both of you. Regulus's eyes glistened, though he would never admit it. Severus looked away, his jaw tight. But Harry saw it, the emotion they both tried so hard to hide. You are welcome, Severus said quietly. Now rest. The hard part is over. Harry closed his eyes, letting the darkness take him. But before he slipped into unconsciousness, he heard something. A whisper, faint as a breath, from the direction of the stone. Thank you. The fragment. It had chosen. It had become something new. And for the first time, Harry thought that perhaps, just perhaps, the future held something other than darkness. Harry woke to silence. Not the silence of night, or the silence of waiting, or the silence of hiding. A different silence. An absence. For as long as he could remember, there had been a presence at the edge of his mind. A whisper. A wait. Even when he wasn't consciously aware of it, it was there, like the feeling of being watched in an empty room. Now it was gone. He lay still, eyes closed, testing the emptiness like a tongue probes the space where a tooth used to be. It was strange, disorienting. He felt lighter, as if some invisible anchor had been cut loose. But he also felt less. As if a part of him had been carved away and he was only now discovering how much space it had occupied. The bed beneath him was soft. Softer than anything he had ever slept on. Furs and blankets piled high, cushions beneath his head, the scent of lavender and something else, something clean and warm. He opened his eyes. The room was small but comfortable. Stone walls, a fire crackling in a small hearth, a window that showed gray sky and the distant outline of mountains. A chair sat by the fire, and in the chair, asleep, was Regulus. Harry watched him for a long moment. In sleep, the years seemed to fall away from Regulus's face. The lines of worry and grief softened. He looked younger, almost peaceful. Harry realized, with a small shock, that he had never seen Regulus sleep before. Not really. In the cottage, Regulus had always been awake first, asleep last, a constant sentinel. The door opened softly, and Severus stepped in. He stopped when he saw Harry was awake, his dark eyes flicking to Regulus, then back to Harry. How do you feel? He asked quietly. Harry considered the question. Empty. But also, free. I didn't know how heavy it was until it was gone. Severus nodded slowly. That is to be expected. The fragment has been part of you since you were a year old. Your mind has grown around it, adapted to its presence. Now you must learn to exist without it. He paused, then added, it will take time. Perhaps years. But you will adapt. Humans are remarkably adaptable creatures. He moved to the fire and added another log, stirring the embers until flames leapt up. Regulus stirred in his chair, blinking awake. When he saw Harry, his gray eyes widened, and he was on his feet in an instant. How long was I asleep? Harry asked. 3 days, Regulus said, crossing to the bed and sitting on its edge. The ritual took more out of you than we anticipated. Severus has been monitoring you, making sure you were healing. Harry looked at Severus, who was watching them both with an unreadable expression. Thank you. For everything. Severus inclined his head. You are not out of danger yet. The fragment may be gone, but its absence has been noted. The Dark Lord will feel it. He will know that something has changed, even if he does not understand what. Regulus's expression hardened. How long do we have? I do not know. Days. Weeks. Months. It depends on how closely he is monitoring his connections. Severus moved to the window, staring out at the gray sky. What I do know is that you cannot stay here. Dumbledore does not yet know of your presence, but the castle has its own ways of communicating. It is only a matter of time before he learns that there have been visitors in places where visitors should not be. Then we leave tonight, Regulus said. No. Severus turned, his dark eyes intense. The boy needs rest. True rest, not just sleep. The trauma of separation has weakened him magically and physically. If you move him now, you risk permanent damage. Regulus's jaw tightened. And if we stay, we risk Dumbledore. I know him, Severus. I know what he will do when he finds Harry. He will take him. He will use him. He will turn him into the weapon he always wanted. Severus was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, perhaps. But Dumbledore is not your enemy. Not entirely. He believes in the greater good, yes. He is willing to sacrifice for it, yes. But he also loved Lily. In his own way. He will not harm her son. He left him on a doorstep. Regulus's voice rose, and Harry heard a rawness in it he had never heard before. He left him with muggles who would have hated him, feared him, crushed the magic out of him if they could. He did not care about Harry as a person. He cared about him as a symbol. As a tool. Severus met his gaze steadily. I am not defending his choices. I am telling you the reality of the situation. If you run now, you may kill the boy. If you stay, you risk Dumbledore's intervention. You must choose which danger is greater. The room fell silent. Harry looked between the two men, seeing the weight of the decision pressing down on them. It was, he realized, a decision about his life. His future. His very existence. I'll stay, he said quietly. Both men turned to look at him. I'll stay, he repeated. A few more days. I need to feel what it's like. To be me. Only me. Before we go back to running. Regulus stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. 3 more days. No more. Severus inclined his head. I will ensure Dumbledore does not learn of your presence. The castle has many secrets. I know most of them. He left, the door closing softly behind him. Harry lay back against the pillows, feeling the strange emptiness in his mind, the absence that was both liberating and terrifying. He's right, you know, Regulus said quietly. About Dumbledore. He's not evil. He genuinely believes he is doing what is best for the wizarding world. But that belief has led him to make choices that have destroyed lives. Including your parents' lives. Harry thought about that. About the prophecy, the secret kept, the family left unprotected. About the doorstep in the cold November night. About the life he might have lived. I don't trust him, Harry said. But I'm not afraid of him either. Not anymore. Regulus looked at him, something flickering in his gray eyes. You have changed. I can see it. The fragment's absence has left room for something else to grow. What? Yourself. The person you were always meant to be, without the shadow of Voldemort looming over every thought. He reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, that brief, meaningful touch. I am proud of you, Harry. More than I can say. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest at the words. From Regulus, praise was rare. This was more than praise. This was recognition, acceptance, love. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. For taking me. For raising me. For never giving up on me. Regulus's eyes glistened, but he said nothing. He simply sat there, his hand on Harry's shoulder, as the fire crackled and the gray sky darkened towards night. The next 3 days were unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. He slept. Not the light, watchful sleep of hiding, but deep, dreamless rest that left him feeling refreshed and strange. He ate real food, prepared by Severus's house elves, creatures Harry had only read about in books. He walked the corridors of the dungeons, always within sight of Severus's quarters, marveling at the magic that pulsed through every stone. And he talked. To Regulus, yes, but also to Severus. The potions master was not an easy man to converse with, his answers were short, his observations sharp, his patience limited. But beneath the harsh exterior, Harry sensed something else. A wound, a grief, a guilt that had never healed. You loved my mother, Harry said one evening, as they sat in Severus's sitting room. It was not a question. Severus went very still. For a long moment, he did not speak. Then, quietly, yes. From the moment I met her, until the moment she died. And beyond. What happened? Severus's dark eyes met his. I was a fool. I was drawn to darkness, to power, to people who promised me belonging. I called her a name I should never have called her, and I lost her friendship forever. Then I told the Dark Lord. About a prophecy, not knowing it referred to her son, and I sealed her fate. His voice dropped to barely a whisper. I have spent every day since trying to atone. It is never enough. It will never be enough. Harry was silent for a long moment, processing the words. Then, slowly, he said, she would have forgiven you. Severus's head snapped up. You do not know that. I know she died to save me. That's the kind of person she was. Someone who loved. Someone who forgave. Harry met his gaze steadily. You helped save me too. Maybe that counts for something. Severus stared at him, his dark eyes unreadable. Then, without a word, he stood and left the room. Harry heard the door close, and then silence. Regulus, who had been listening from his chair by the fire, spoke quietly. That was kind of you. It was true. Harry leaned back, feeling the strangeness of his own mind, the absence that was slowly becoming familiar. He's been carrying that guilt for 10 years. Someone had to tell him it wasn't all his fault. Regulus nodded slowly. You have a gift, Harry. For seeing people. For understanding them. Do not lose that. It is rare, and precious. On the third day, Harry asked to see the bloodstone. Severus hesitated, then led him to a small chamber off his potions lab. The stone sat on a velvet cushion, enclosed in a glass box covered with protective runes. It was still black, still dark, but the movement within it had stilled. The fragment was quiet, waiting. Can it hear us? Harry asked. I do not know. Severus studied the stone with the intensity he gave to his most complex potions. It is contained, but containment is not the same as imprisonment. It may be aware. It may simply be dormant. There is no precedent for this. Harry moved closer to the glass, looking into the depths of the stone. He thought he saw something flicker, a faint glow deep within. A recognition. Thank you. The whisper was so faint he almost missed it. But it was there. The fragment. Aware. Waiting. And grateful. What did it say? Severus asked sharply. Harry turned from the stone. It thanked me. For giving it a choice. Severus's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, or wonder. Extraordinary. A piece of the Dark Lord's soul, capable of gratitude. Capable of choice. He shook his head slowly. The world is stranger than I ever imagined. They left the stone in its glass prison and returned to Severus's quarters. Regulus was waiting, his pack ready, his expression determined. Time to go. Harry nodded. He had known this moment was coming. The 3 days of rest were over. The running would begin again. But before they could leave, a knock sounded at the door. Severus went still. His wand was in his hand before Harry could blink. He moved to the door, placed his ear against it, and listened. Then, slowly, he stepped back. It is Dumbledore. The name hung in the air like a curse. Regulus's hand went to his wand. Harry felt his heart pound against his ribs. Let him in, Regulus said quietly. We cannot run from this. Severus hesitated, then nodded. He opened the door. The man who entered was not what Harry had expected. He had seen drawings, of course, in old newspapers and history books. But drawings could not capture the presence of Albus Dumbledore. He was tall, and thin, and very old, with a beard that cascaded down his chest like a silver waterfall. Half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose, and behind them, eyes of brilliant blue twinkled with an intensity that was almost unsettling. He was dressed in robes of deep purple, embroidered with stars and moons, and he moved with a grace that belied his age. His gaze swept the room, taking in Severus, Regulus, and finally settling on Harry. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then, Dumbledore smiled. It was a gentle smile, warm and welcoming. But Harry saw something beneath it. Calculation. Assessment. The weighing of a soul. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said, his voice rich and melodic. I have waited a long time to meet you. Regulus stepped forward, placing himself between Harry and Dumbledore. Albus. Regulus. Dumbledore's eyes flickered with something, surprise, perhaps, or recognition. The world believes you dead. I confess, I believed it myself. The cave, the inferi, it seemed impossible that anyone could survive. I did not survive. Regulus's voice was flat. I died. Something else brought me back. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. The sea, if I am not mistaken. There are powers in this world older than magic, older than wizards. They do not often intervene. When they do, it is for reasons we cannot comprehend. He turned his attention back to Harry, and this time, his gaze was sharper. More focused. You have done something remarkable, Harry. I can feel it. The darkness that has clung to you since you were a baby, it is gone. Faded. Replaced by something else. He tilted his head, those blue eyes piercing. What have you done? Harry looked at Regulus. Regulus nodded slightly. We removed it, Harry said. The piece of Voldemort's soul. We separated it and trapped it in a bloodstone. Dumbledore's expression did not change, but something flickered in those blue eyes. Surprise, perhaps. Or wonder. That is, extraordinary. And, I must admit, something I believed impossible. How did you accomplish it? We had help. Harry did not elaborate. He did not trust this man, this legendary wizard who had left him on a doorstep. He would not give him more than necessary. Dumbledore seemed to understand. He nodded slowly, accepting the boundary Harry had drawn. You have been through much, he said quietly. More than any child should endure. And you have emerged, yourself, whole. That is a testament to your strength, and to the man who raised you. He glanced at Regulus. Whatever my disagreements with your methods, Regulus, I cannot argue with the results. Regulus's jaw tightened. My methods kept him alive. My methods prepared him for the war that is coming. Your methods would have left him ignorant and vulnerable. Dumbledore sighed, a soft sound full of old regrets. Perhaps you are right. I have made many mistakes in my long life. Leaving Harry with the Dursleys may have been the greatest among them. He looked back at Harry, and for a moment, the twinkle in his eyes faded, replaced by something raw and honest. I thought the protection of your mother's blood would keep you safe. I thought distance from the wizarding world would keep you hidden. I did not consider that safety and happiness are not the same thing. Harry felt something shift inside him. Not forgiveness, he was not ready for that. But understanding. Dumbledore had made a choice. A terrible choice, perhaps. But he had made it believing it was right. What happens now? Harry asked. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he lowered himself into a chair, suddenly looking every one of his many years. That depends on you, and on Regulus, and on what you want. Harry blinked. What I want. You have spent your entire life being prepared for a role you did not choose. The weapon, the savior, the boy who lived. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Now, for the first time, you have a choice. You can continue on the path that has been set for you. Or you can choose a different path. Your own path. Regulus spoke sharply. The war is coming. Voldemort will return. He cannot be ignored. No, Dumbledore agreed. He cannot. But how Harry faces him, that is a choice. As a weapon forged by others, or as a person who has decided, for himself, that this is a fight worth having. Harry looked at Regulus. He looked at Severus, standing silent in the shadows. He looked at Dumbledore, the legendary wizard who had shaped so many lives. And he thought about the fragment. The choice he had given it. The gratitude it had shown. If I have a choice, Harry said slowly, then I choose to fight. Not because I was made for it. Not because anyone expects it. Because it's right. Because people like my parents died fighting, and people like Regulus gave up everything to prepare me, and people like Severus are still trying to atone for mistakes they made years ago. Because the world is worth fighting for. Even if it's broken. Even if it's unfair. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. Your mother said something similar once. When I tried to warn her about the dangers she would face. She said, some things are worth fighting for, even if you can't win. Harry felt a pang in his chest. His mother, Lily. A woman he would never know, but whose words echoed through him anyway. She was right, Harry said quietly. Dumbledore nodded. She usually was. He stood, straightening his robes. Then we have much to discuss. The war, the Horcruxes, the prophecy. But not tonight. Tonight, you rest. Tomorrow, we begin. He moved towards the door, then paused, looking back at Regulus. You have done something remarkable, Regulus Black. You took a child marked by darkness and raised him into light. Whatever comes next, know that you have my respect. And my gratitude. Regulus said nothing, but Harry saw something shift in his gray eyes. A softening, a release. Dumbledore left, the door closing softly behind him. The room fell silent. Harry looked at Regulus. What now? Regulus met his gaze. For a long moment, he did not speak. Then, slowly, he smiled. That rare, fleeting expression that Harry had learned to treasure. Now, he said, we prepare for war. But this time, you choose it. That makes all the difference. Harry nodded. He looked at the fire, at the flames that danced and flickered, and he thought about the future. The battles to come. The sacrifices that would be required. He was afraid. Of course he was afraid. But beneath the fear, there was something else. Certainty. The same certainty that had carried him through the ritual, through the separation, through the long years of training. He knew who he was. He knew what he wanted. And for the first time in his life, that was enough. Outside, the castle hummed with ancient magic. The stars wheeled overhead. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort stirred, feeling the loss of something he did not understand, reaching for a connection that was no longer there. The war was coming, but Harry Potter was ready. Not as a weapon, not as a symbol, as himself. And that, he realized, was the greatest power of all. Less than end of thinking, greater than Chapter 9, the prophecy and the plan. Dawn came slowly to the dungeons, seeping through the high windows in pale gray streaks that did nothing to dispel the shadows. Harry had been awake for hours, watching the light creep across the stone ceiling, feeling the strange emptiness in his mind that was both liberation and loss. The fragment was gone. The whisper was silent. He was alone in his own head for the first time in memory. It should have felt peaceful. Instead, it felt like standing on the edge of a vast silence, waiting for a sound that would never come. Regulus was already awake, sitting in the chair by the cold fireplace, his gray eyes fixed on nothing. He had not spoken since Dumbledore left the night before. Harry knew that look, the weight of memory, the pull of the past. Regulus was thinking about the cave, about the locket, about the choices that had led him here. "Will you tell me about it?" Harry asked quietly. "The cave. What happened there?" Regulus's gaze shifted to him. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, slowly, he nodded. "I was a fool," he began, his voice low and distant. "A clever fool, which is the worst kind. I thought I could serve the Dark Lord without becoming like him. I thought I could play their games and remain myself. It took Creature to show me the truth." He told Harry everything. The locket, the potion, the inferi. The moment of clarity when he realized what Voldemort had done. To Creature, to himself, to the very concept of humanity. He told of writing the note, of leaving it for Creature to find. He told of drinking the potion, of the visions it forced upon him, of the hands that dragged him into the cold, dark water. "I died believing I had failed," Regulus finished. "The locket was still there. The Dark Lord's soul was still intact. My sacrifice meant nothing. But it did," Harry said. "You tried. You were willing to die to stop him. That means something." Regulus's lips curved into that rare, fleeting smile. "You sound like me, teaching you my own lessons. Maybe you taught me well." A knock at the door interrupted them. Severus entered, his dark robes swirling, his expression as unreadable as ever. "Dumbledore requests your presence. Both of you." In the headmaster's office. They followed him through the castle, up moving staircases and past portraits that whispered behind their hands. Harry felt their eyes on him, felt the weight of their curiosity. He pulled his cloak tighter, hiding his scar, hiding his face. But he knew it was useless. The castle had its own ways of knowing. The gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office stepped aside at Severus's word, revealing a spiral staircase that carried them upward. At the top, a door of polished oak swung open, and they stepped into a room that took Harry's breath away. It was round, and high, and filled with more wonders than Harry could process. Delicate silver instruments stood on spindly tables, puffing smoke and spinning slowly. Portraits of former headmasters lined the walls, their painted eyes following every movement. Behind an enormous desk sat Dumbledore, his half-moon spectacles glinting in the light from 1,000 candles that floated overhead. "Ah, Harry." "Regulus. Please, sit." They sat in the chairs before his desk. Harry felt small in this room, surrounded by so much history, so much power. But beneath the awe, something else stirred. Determination. He was not here to be intimidated. He was here to learn. To prepare. To fight. Dumbledore studied them both for a long moment, his blue eyes twinkling with that unsettling intensity. Then he spoke. "Before we discuss the future, I owe you both an explanation. And an apology." He looked at Harry. "You, especially, Harry. The choices I made regarding your upbringing were misguided. I believed I was protecting you. In truth, I was protecting my own plan." Harry said nothing. He waited. "When you were a baby, a prophecy was made." Dumbledore's voice grew grave. It spoke of a boy born at the end of July, with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Your parents were targeted because of that prophecy. Voldemort chose you, marked you as his equal, and in doing so, fulfilled the prophecy's terms. Regulus stirred. "The prophecy. I heard whispers of it, in the old days. No one knew the full content. I do." Dumbledore leaned back, his eyes distant. Sybil Trelawney spoke it in my presence, though she does not remember. It said, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Harry felt them settle into his bones, cold and inescapable. "Either must die," he repeated softly. "One of us has to kill the other." "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was gentle, but his eyes were sad. "That is the burden the prophecy places upon you. Not a choice, but a necessity. Voldemort cannot be allowed to live. And while he lives, you will never be truly safe." Regulus leaned forward, his gray eyes blazing. "And you would have raised him in ignorance of this. Sent him to Hogwarts unprepared, unprotected, while the Dark Lord gathered strength." Dumbledore met his gaze steadily. "I would have given him a childhood. A chance to be a boy before he had to be a soldier. I see now that was a luxury he could not afford." He turned back to Harry. "Your survival, your training, your very existence, these have changed the game. Voldemort knows you are alive. He knows someone is preparing you. And now, with the fragment removed, he knows something has changed. He will come for you, Harry. Sooner rather than later. Then we need a plan," Harry said. "Not just to survive, to win." Dumbledore smiled, and this time, it reached his eyes. "Your mother's spirit, indeed." He stood and moved to a cabinet against the wall, withdrawing a rolled parchment. "I have spent many years researching Voldemort's past, his secrets, his weaknesses. He has gone to great lengths to achieve immortality. Horcruxes. Multiple Horcruxes. How many?" Regulus asked. "That I do not know. But I have identified several possibilities." He unrolled the parchment, revealing a list of names and locations. "The locket you sought, Regulus, that was one. I believe it has been retrieved, though by whom I do not know. There is a diary, which I suspect has already been destroyed. A cup, belonging to Helga Hufflepuff. A locket, as we know. A diadem, lost for centuries. And perhaps more. Nagini, his snake. Something of Gryffindor's. He would choose objects of significance, objects that represent the founders, objects that tie him to the legacy he craves." Harry studied the list. So many pieces of a shattered soul. "The fragment in the stone," he said slowly. "It was one of them. The one that attached to me. If we destroy it, we cannot," Dumbledore said gently. "Not without destroying the stone, and perhaps releasing the fragment back into the world. It is contained, not destroyed. But it is also isolated. It cannot help him. It cannot be used by him. That is a victory. A temporary victory," Regulus muttered. "All victories are temporary. The question is whether we can make them last long enough." The discussion continued for hours. Dumbledore shared everything he knew about Horcruxes, about Voldemort's history, about the possible locations of the remaining fragments. Regulus contributed his own knowledge from his years in the Death Eaters, names, places, secrets that had never been spoken aloud. Severus, who had remained silent throughout, added observations from his time as a spy. Harry listened, absorbed, learning. The fragment's absence had left a space in his mind, and he filled it with knowledge. With strategy. With the beginnings of a plan. By the time the candles had burned low and the portraits had begun to snore in their frames, they had the outline of a campaign. Find the Horcruxes. Destroy them. And then, when Voldemort was mortal again, face him in battle. It sounded simple. They all knew it was anything but. "One more thing," Dumbledore said as they prepared to leave. "Harry, your scar. It was the vessel for the fragment, but it is also a connection. A link to Voldemort's mind. Even with the fragment gone, that link may remain. You may see into his thoughts, feel his emotions, know his plans. This is dangerous, he may also be able to see into you. But it is also a weapon. Use it carefully." Harry touched his scar. It was faint now, barely visible, but he could still feel a faint warmth when he concentrated. A residue. An echo. "I'll be careful," he said. Dumbledore nodded. "I know you will." They descended from the tower in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The castle was quiet now, the students long asleep, the portraits still. Harry felt the weight of the knowledge they carried, the enormity of the task ahead. In Severus's quarters, they found the bloodstone waiting. It sat on its velvet cushion, black and still, but Harry could feel its awareness. The fragment was watching, waiting. "You're part of this now," Harry said quietly, not sure if it could hear him. "Whether you want to be or not." A faint flicker deep within the stone. A pulse of light. An answer. "I know." Harry turned away. He did not know what the fragment would become, what choices it would make. But for now, it was contained. It was quiet. It was enough. The next weeks fell into a rhythm. Days were spent in the Chamber of Requirement, a room that appeared only to those who needed it, filled with training equipment and practice dummies and shelves of books on advanced magic. Regulus pushed Harry harder than ever, drilling him in combat spells, defensive magic, the subtle arts of misdirection and concealment. Nights were spent in Dumbledore's office, studying maps, discussing strategy, learning the history of the Dark Lord's rise to power. Harry absorbed it all, filing away every detail, every name, every possible weakness. And always, in the back of his mind, the scar pulsed faintly. A connection. A window. He learned to open it carefully, to peer through without letting anything through. He saw flashes, a dark forest, a snake slithering through grass, a figure robed in black, moving with purpose. Voldemort was searching. For what, Harry did not know. But he was getting closer. One night, near the end of their third week at Hogwarts, the flashes became something more. Harry was asleep when the vision took him. One moment he was dreaming of nothing, the next he was standing in a place he had never seen. A great hall, lined with Death Eaters in their masks and robes. At the far end, on a raised dais, sat Voldemort. He was not a ghost now. Not a shadow. He was flesh and blood, though his flesh was wrong, pale and hairless, with slits for nostrils and eyes that burned red. He sat on a throne of black stone, his fingers drumming on the arm, his gaze sweeping over his followers. "My lord," a voice spoke from the crowd. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped forward, her dark eyes gleaming with fanatic devotion. "We have searched. We have scoured the country. The boy is nowhere to be found." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. "He is somewhere. I feel him. Or rather, I feel his absence. The piece of me that lived in him is gone. Severed. Contained." His voice dropped to a whisper that somehow filled the hall. "Someone has found a way to separate a Horcrux from its host. Someone is teaching him, preparing him. My lord, if we could find who, you will find them." Voldemort rose, his robes swirling around him. "You will find them, and you will bring them to me. The boy, and the one who hides him. I will have my missing piece returned, or I will have their deaths. Either way, I will be whole again." The vision shifted. Harry saw Hogwarts from above, its towers gleaming in the moonlight. Saw the lake, the forest, the castle walls. Saw a path leading to the front gates, and on that path, a figure. Small. Alone. Himself. The vision shattered. Harry woke gasping, his scar burning with an intensity he had not felt since before the ritual. Regulus was there, his wand drawn, his gray eyes wide with alarm. "What happened?" "He's looking for me," Harry whispered. "He knows the fragment is gone. He knows someone is hiding me. He's going to come here." Regulus's face went pale. "How do you know?" "I saw it. Through the scar. The connection is still there." They moved quickly after that. Dumbledore was summoned, and Severus, and the four of them gathered in the headmaster's office as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. "The vision is reliable," Dumbledore said after hearing Harry's account. "Voldemort has regained a body. That is earlier than I anticipated, but not surprising. The fragment's absence may have accelerated his recovery, he feels the loss and seeks to remedy it." "Can he find us here?" Harry asked. "Not directly. The castle's protections are ancient and powerful. But he has followers. Spies. Creatures that can penetrate even strong wards." Dumbledore's expression was grave. "It is only a matter of time before he learns you are here." "Then we leave," Regulus said. "Tonight." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "I fear you were right. The castle is no longer safe for you, Harry. Not with Voldemort actively searching." Harry felt a pang of something, loss, perhaps. He had only been at Hogwarts for 3 weeks, but in that time, he had felt something he had never experienced before. Belonging. The castle had welcomed him, accepted him, made him part of its ancient magic. Leaving felt like tearing himself away from a home he had only just found. But he knew Regulus was right. Staying meant endangering everyone, the students, the teachers, the castle itself. Voldemort would not hesitate to attack if he knew Harry was here. "Where will we go?" he asked. Regulus and Dumbledore exchanged a glance. Something passed between them, a silent communication that Harry could not read. "There is a place," Regulus said slowly. "A place I should have gone long ago. My family's old house. Grimmauld Place, in London." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "The Black family home. It has been empty for years. And it is hardly a welcoming place." "No. But it is protected. Ancient wards, laid down by generations of Blacks. They will not keep out Voldemort forever, but they will buy us time. And it is the last place anyone would expect me to go." Harry looked between them. "Your family's house. The people who supported Voldemort." Regulus's expression hardened. "My mother and father are dead. My brother is elsewhere. The house is mine, by blood and by right. And I will use it to protect you, whatever its history." It was decided. They would leave at nightfall, under cover of darkness, using passages known only to Dumbledore and the castle's oldest residents. Severus would remain at Hogwarts, watching, listening, gathering intelligence. The Bloodstone would travel with them, too dangerous to leave behind, too important to risk. As the day wore on, Harry found himself walking the corridors one last time. He wanted to remember this place, to carry its magic with him into whatever darkness lay ahead. He passed the Great Hall, where the house tables stood empty and waiting. He passed the library, with its thousands of books whispering secrets. He passed the entrance to the Slytherin dungeons, and paused, thinking of Regulus, of Severus, of all the snakes who had chosen different paths. A portrait of a thin, severe-looking woman watched him pass. "You're the Potter boy," she said, her voice sharp. "Lily's son." "Yes." The woman's painted eyes softened, just slightly. "She was a good student. Kind. Brave. You have her look about you." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Just survive." That's what she would want. Harry nodded and moved on. At sunset, they gathered in Severus's quarters. The Bloodstone was wrapped in cloth and tucked into Harry's pack. Regulus carried little, a few changes of clothes, his wand, a worn photograph Harry had never seen. Dumbledore stood by the door, his blue eyes sad. "This is not goodbye," he said quietly. "We will meet again, when the time is right. Until then, trust no one. Train hard. And remember, you are not alone in this fight." Harry nodded. He wanted to say something, to thank the old wizard for his help, for his knowledge, for his belief. But the words would not come. Instead, he simply met Dumbledore's gaze and held it. "I'll be ready," he said. "When the time comes." Dumbledore smiled. "I know you will." They left through a passage hidden behind a tapestry, winding down through the castle's foundations, emerging in a cave beside the lake. The night was dark, the stars hidden behind clouds. Perfect for hiding. Perfect for running. Harry looked back at the castle one last time. Lights blazed in the windows, warm and welcoming. Somewhere inside, students were laughing, studying, living lives he could barely imagine. He felt a pang of longing so sharp it hurt. But he turned away. He followed Regulus into the darkness. And he did not look back. The fragment stirred in its stone prison, a faint pulse of awareness. It felt his sadness, his loss, his determination. And for the first time, it felt something else. Something it had never experienced before. Hope. Not for itself. For him. For the boy who had given it a choice. "Go," it whispered into the darkness. "Go, and come back stronger. I will be waiting." The night swallowed them. The castle faded behind them. And ahead, in the heart of London, a dark house waited to receive them. The war was far from over. But for the first time, Harry felt like he was fighting it on his own terms. That made all the difference. London was a beast. Harry had never seen anything like it. The hills of Wales, the forests and caves and open skies, those were his world. The city was something else entirely. Stone and steel and glass, rising in jagged towers against a smoke-stained sky. Streets that went on forever, crammed with carriages that moved without horses, their clatter and rumble a constant assault on ears trained to hear the softest footfall. People everywhere, thousands of them, none of them looking up, none of them seeing the two figures in dark cloaks who moved through their midst like ghosts. Regulus led them through the chaos with the same certainty he had shown in the hills, navigating streets and alleys as if he had walked them yesterday instead of a decade ago. Harry stayed close, his hand never far from his wand, his eyes scanning constantly for threats. The fragment's absence made the scanning feel strange. There was no whisper of warning, no flicker of intuition from the darkness. Just his own senses, sharp but limited. Here, Regulus murmured, stopping before a row of houses that leaned together like old women sharing secrets. Number 12 was sandwiched between 11 and 13, its facade soot-stained and grim, its windows dark and empty. To anyone passing, it looked abandoned. Forgotten. To Harry, it felt like a wound. The magic radiating from the house was old and layered, thick as fog. He felt it pressing against his skin, testing him, judging him. It did not welcome. It tolerated. Regulus raised his wand and spoke. Not words, exactly, but sounds, a language older than English, older than magic as Harry knew it. The door shuddered, then slowly swung inward, revealing darkness beyond. Stay close, Regulus said. And do not touch anything. They stepped inside. The hallway was narrow and dim, lit only by the faint glow of gas lamps that flickered as if struggling to breathe. The walls were covered in wallpaper that might once have been elegant but now hung in peeling strips, revealing dark wood beneath. A chandelier of crystal drooped overhead, its candles long melted to stubs. The air smelled of dust and damp and something else, something sharp and bitter, like old anger preserved in amber. Harry followed Regulus deeper into the house, past doors that stood slightly ajar, revealing glimpses of rooms frozen in time. A drawing room with furniture draped in white sheets. A dining room with a table set for a meal that would never be served. A staircase that curved upward into shadow, its banister carved with serpents that seemed to move in the corner of his eye. At the end of the hallway, a portrait dominated the wall. It was immense, twice the size of any Harry had seen, and it depicted a woman who could only be described as formidable. She sat in an ornate chair, dressed in robes of black velvet, her dark hair piled high on her head. Her eyes, gray, like Regulus's, but colder, stared down at them with undisguised contempt. Regulus Arcturus Black, the portrait said, her voice a whip crack of displeasure. So, the prodigal son returns. After all these years, after all the shame you have brought upon this house, you dare to cross my threshold. Regulus faced the portrait with an expression Harry had never seen on him. Not fear, Regulus did not fear, but something like resignation. Grief, perhaps. Or guilt. Mother. The word hung in the air like a challenge. Do not, mother, me, the portrait snarled. You, who betrayed everything our family stood for. You, who consorted with blood traitors and mudbloods. You, who, her eyes shifted to Harry, and her voice cut off as if severed by a knife. Who is this? What filth have you brought into my house? Regulus stepped slightly in front of Harry, a protective gesture that did not go unnoticed. This is Harry Potter. He is under my protection. Potter. The name was spat like poison. That blood traitor family. James Potter's brat. I should have known you would sink even lower. Her eyes narrowed, focusing on Harry's forehead, on the scar that was visible despite the dim light. The Dark Lord's mark. You carry his. She stopped, confusion flickering across her painted features. No. It is different. Faded. What have you done, boy? Harry met her gaze steadily. He had faced worse than a portrait. I removed it. The piece of him that lived in me. The portrait was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, something shifted in her expression. Not softening, that was not in her nature. But a grudging recognition. You have power. I can see it. But power without purpose is wasted. What is your purpose, Potter? To survive. To protect the people who matter. To stop Voldemort. The name made her flinch, though whether from fear or outrage, Harry could not tell. You speak of the Dark Lord with such familiarity. You are either very brave or very foolish. Both, Regulus said quietly. He is both, and he is the best hope this world has. The portrait studied them for a long moment. Then, with a dismissive wave, she said, do as you will. The house is yours by blood. But do not expect my blessing. And she turned away, her painted form settling into immobility. Regulus let out a breath Harry had not realized he was holding. Come, we need to secure the house. They spent the next hours working. Regulus reactivated wards that had lain dormant for years, weaving new protections into the old, creating layers of defense that would take even powerful dark wizards time to breach. Harry helped where he could, his magical senses stretching to feel the ancient magic that saturated every stone. The house itself seemed to watch them. Portraits of stern-faced blacks lined the walls, their eyes tracking every movement. Furniture creaked and settled as if alive. Shadows moved where no light source existed to cast them. It was not a friendly place. But it was shelter. By the time they finished, dawn was breaking over London, grey light seeping through the grimy windows. Harry sat on the floor of what had once been a drawing room, his back against a sheet-draped sofa, exhaustion pulling at his bones. Regulus lowered himself beside him, his movements slower than usual. For the first time, Harry noticed how tired he looked. The years of running, of hiding, of preparing, they had taken their toll. "Your mother," Harry said carefully. "She was intense." Regulus's lips twitched. "That is one word for it." He was silent for a moment, then added, "She was not always like that. Or perhaps she was, and I simply did not see it. She loved us, in her way. But her love came with conditions. Expectations. When we failed to meet them, when Sirius ran away, when I chose a different path, that love turned to ash." Harry thought about the Dursleys, the life he might have lived. "At least she noticed you existed." Regulus looked at him, something flickering in his gray eyes. "Yes, there is that." He paused, then asked quietly, "Do you ever wonder about them? Your aunt and uncle? The life you would have had?" "Sometimes." Harry stared at the dust motes dancing in the gray light. "I wonder if I would have been different. Softer. Happier, maybe. But I don't regret this." He looked at Regulus. "You gave me a purpose. A way to fight back. That's worth more than happiness." Regulus said nothing, but his hand found Harry's shoulder, that brief, meaningful touch, and held it a moment longer than usual. The days that followed settled into a new rhythm. Grimmauld Place was not the cottage. It was larger, darker, more oppressive, but it was also more secure. Wards upon wards protected them, layers of magic that would take even powerful attackers days to penetrate. They had rooms to sleep in, a kitchen to cook in, a library that made Harry's heart sing with its thousands of books. The library became Harry's refuge. It was on the second floor, a long room lined with shelves that stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with volumes on every subject imaginable. Many were dark, curses, poisons, rituals that made Harry's skin crawl, but there were others. Histories, biographies, works of magic theory that expanded his understanding of what was possible. Regulus continued his training, but the nature of it shifted. No longer just survival, now it was preparation for war. Advanced defensive magic, offensive spellcasting, the theory behind Horcrux destruction. And always, occlumency. "The connection is still there," Regulus said one evening, after Harry had described another fragmented vision. "Weaker now, but present. Voldemort may not be able to see through your eyes, but he can feel your emotions, your general location. You must learn to shield even that." Harry tried. He built walls, reinforced them, practiced until his head ached. But the visions kept coming. Fragments of Voldemort's life, his plans, his obsessions. A snake, coiled around a pedestal. A cup, gleaming in darkness. A diadem, lost and forgotten. And always, the search. For the boy. For the missing piece. For Harry. One night, the vision was stronger. He was in a room he did not recognize, grand, ornate, filled with treasures. Voldemort stood before a cabinet, his pale fingers tracing its carved surface. Beside him, Bellatrix Lestrange watched with adoring eyes. "My lord, the boy, will be found." Voldemort's voice was soft, almost gentle. "He cannot hide forever. The connection is weakened, but not broken. I feel him, sometimes. London. Somewhere in London." He turned, and his red eyes gleamed. "Prepare the wolves. The Dementors. All our creatures. When we find him, we will not fail." Harry woke with a gasp, his scar burning. Regulus was there instantly, his wand drawn, his gray eyes searching. "What did you see?" Harry told him. When he finished, Regulus's expression was grim. "Wolves. Dementors. He's gathering his forces. He knows you're in London. How long do we have?" "I don't know. Days. Weeks. The wards will hold against most threats, but Dementors are different. They feed on emotion, on hope. The house has little enough of either." He stood, pacing the room. "We need help. More than just the two of us." "Who?" Regulus stopped pacing. His gray eyes were distant, calculating. "My brother. Sirius." Harry blinked. "Your brother? The one who ran away?" "Sirius Black. He was sorted into Gryffindor, disowned by our family, and has spent the years since fighting against everything we stood for. Regulus's voice was flat, but Harry caught something beneath it. Old pain. Old regret. He is also one of the best wizards I have ever known. If anyone can help us defend this place, it is him. Will he come? After everything. Regulus was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, I do not know. We have not spoken in years. He believes I am dead. He believes I died a Death Eater, loyal to the Dark Lord until the end. He met Harry's gaze. He will not welcome me. But he may welcome you. You are James Potter's son. James was his best friend. Harry thought about that. About reaching out to a stranger, a man who had been wronged by Regulus's family, who might hate everything Regulus stood for. It was a risk. A huge risk. But if the alternative was waiting for Voldemort's forces to find them, it was a risk worth taking. Do it, Harry said. Contact him. Regulus nodded slowly. I will send a message. Carefully. Through channels that cannot be traced. He paused at the door. Harry, thank you. For trusting me. For trusting this. Harry shook his head. I trust you. The rest, we'll figure out. Regulus left, and Harry was alone. He moved to the window, looking out at the London night. Somewhere out there, Voldemort's forces were gathering. Werewolves. Dementors. Death Eaters. All searching for him. He touched his scar. It was warm, but not burning. The connection was there, but weaker. He was learning to control it, to shield it. But he was not there yet. In his pack, the bloodstone pulsed faintly. The fragment was aware, watching, waiting. Harry could feel its attention, a gentle pressure at the edge of his consciousness. It did not try to enter. It simply observed. You are afraid, it whispered. I can feel it. Harry did not answer. You should be. They are many. You are few. But fear is not weakness. Fear is fuel. Use it. The words were strange coming from a piece of Voldemort's soul. But the fragment was not Voldemort anymore. It was something else. Something new. I will, Harry whispered. When the time comes. The fragment was silent. But its presence remained, a quiet companion in the darkness. Not enemy. Not friend. Something in between. Harry turned from the window and prepared for whatever came next. The war was coming. But he would not face it alone. The message went out that night, carried by an owl Harry had never seen, to an address Regulus knew by heart. Days passed. Harry trained, studied, waited. The visions continued, fragments of Voldemort's plans, his growing impatience, his determination to find the boy who had escaped him. And then, on the fifth night, a knock sounded at the door. Not the front door, somewhere deeper in the house. A hidden entrance, known only to those with black blood. Regulus went still, his wand in his hand, his gray eyes fixed on the darkness. Stay behind me, he murmured. And be ready. They moved through the house. Following the sound, it came again, 3 knocks, a pause, then 2 more. A signal. One Regulus recognized. He opened the door. The man who stood there was taller than Regulus, broader, with dark hair that fell past his shoulders and gray eyes that were the mirror of his brother's. But where Regulus was controlled, contained, this man was all restless energy. He wore Muggle clothes, leather jacket, jeans, boots, and in his hand, he carried a wand that seemed to thrum with barely suppressed power. For a long moment, the 2 brothers simply stared at each other. Harry watched, barely breathing, as a lifetime of history passed between them in silence. Then Sirius Black spoke. You're supposed to be dead. Regulus inclined his head. I was. It didn't stick. Sirius's eyes narrowed. He looked past Regulus, saw Harry, and something shifted in his expression. Recognition. And something else. Grief, perhaps. Or hope. Harry Potter, he breathed. You look so much like James it hurts. Harry stepped forward, meeting those gray eyes. You were my father's best friend. I was. Sirius's voice was rough. I was supposed to be your godfather. I was supposed to raise you if anything happened to them. His gaze flicked to Regulus, and the warmth vanished, replaced by something harder. Instead, my brother got to you first. Yes, Regulus said quietly. I got to him first. And I have spent 10 years preparing him for the war that is coming. Sirius was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he stepped through the door, into the house he had fled years ago. This place, he muttered, looking around at the familiar darkness. I swore I would never set foot in here again. Yet here you are. Yet here I am. Sirius turned to face his brother fully. You sent a message. You said you needed help. You said it was about Harry. So here I am. Explain. They moved to the drawing room, pulling sheets from furniture, creating a space to talk. Harry sat between them, feeling the tension crackle like static electricity. These two men, brothers by blood, separated by years of pain and betrayal, trying to find a way to work together. Regulus told the story. All of it. The cave, the locket, the death and resurrection. The years of hiding and training. The ritual, the bloodstone, the fragments removal. Voldemort's return, his gathering forces, his search for Harry. When he finished, Sirius was silent for a long time. He stared at the bloodstone, which Harry had placed on the table between them, its black depths pulsing faintly. A piece of Voldemort's soul, he murmured. Trapped in a stone. And you gave it a choice. It chose, Harry said. It chose to be something else. Sirius looked at him, and for the first time, Harry saw something like wonder in those gray eyes. You're remarkable, you know that. James and Lily would be so proud. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest at the words. He had heard praise from Regulus, but this was different. This was connection to his parents, to the people he would never know. The Dementors, Sirius said, turning back to practical matters. They're the real threat. The wards will hold against Death Eaters, against werewolves, against almost anything. But Dementors feed on emotion. On hope. This house is full of dark memories, but it's also full of you too. Hope. Determination. They'll sense it. They'll come. How do we stop them? Harry asked. Sirius's grin was sharp, dangerous. We fight. And we use the one thing they can't stand. He reached into his jacket and withdrew a wand, but not just any wand. This one was different, older, thrumming with power. Expecto Patronum. Silver light erupted from the wand, filling the room with warmth and brilliance. A great dog, larger than any Harry had seen, bounded around them, its form solid and real. It looked at Harry with intelligent eyes, then faded. The Patronus charm, Regulus said slowly. Of course, I should have thought of it. You've been hiding too long, little brother. Sirius's voice was gentle, but the words carried weight. You forgot that sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Regulus nodded slowly. Teach us. Both of us. We need to be ready. Sirius looked at Harry, at Regulus, at the house that held so many memories. Then he nodded. All right. But fair warning, this isn't going to be easy. The Patronus requires your happiest memory. Pure, uncut happiness. In this family, that's in short supply. Harry thought about that. His happiest memory. What was it? The cottage. The training. The moment after the ritual, when he realized he was free. He thought of Regulus's hand on his shoulder. Of the rare, fleeting smiles. Of the words, I am proud of you. That was happiness. Not the bright, explosive joy Sirius probably meant. Something quieter. Deeper. The knowledge that he was not alone. I have one, he said quietly. I think. Sirius nodded. Then let's begin. They trained through the night, and into the next day, and the next. Sirius was a demanding teacher, impatient, loud, prone to shouting when Harry's Patronus flickered and failed. But beneath the bluster, Harry sensed something else. A desperate need to help. To protect. To make up for lost time. The memory Harry used was simple. Regulus, sitting beside him after the ritual, his hand on Harry's shoulder, saying nothing but conveying everything. It was not grand. It was not dramatic. But it was real. On the third night, Harry finally succeeded. Expecto Patronum. Silver light poured from his wand, coalescing into a form that made him gasp. It was a stag, proud and strong, its antlers branching against the darkness. It looked at him with eyes that held recognition, then bounded around the room before fading. Sirius stared at him, his gray eyes bright with unshed tears. James, he whispered, your father's Patronus was a stag. They're the same. Harry felt something shift inside him. Connection. Continuity. His father, reaching across death to stand beside him. Regulus placed a hand on his shoulder. He would be proud. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Outside, the night was dark and cold. But inside the House of Black, three unlikely allies prepared for war. The Dementors were coming. The Death Eaters were gathering. Voldemort was searching. But Harry Potter was ready. And for the first time, he had family beside him. The days blurred together after that. Training, eating, sleeping in shifts. Sirius moved into Grimmauld Place, claiming a room on the 3rd floor that had once been his, though he refused to sleep there. Instead, he camped in the drawing room, surrounded by the sheet-draped ghosts of his childhood, his wand always within reach. Harry learned more about his parents in those weeks than he had in his entire life. Sirius talked about James constantly, their adventures at Hogwarts, their pranks, their friendship. But he also talked about Lily. Her kindness, her fierce intelligence, the way she could silence a room with a single look. She was the best of us, Sirius said one evening, staring into the fire. James was brave, loyal, a bit of an idiot sometimes. But Lily saw through everything. She knew what people were really like. She chose James despite his flaws, not because she didn't see them. He glanced at Harry. You have her eyes. Her way of looking at people. Don't ever lose that. Harry nodded, filing the words away with all the other fragments of his parents he had collected over the years. Regulus and Sirius circled each other like wary animals. Too much history between them, too much pain. But they found a rhythm, a way of working together that was not quite trust but was something like it. They argued constantly, about tactics, about Harry's training, about the best way to prepare for the coming attack. But beneath the arguments, Harry sensed something else. A bond that had never quite broken, no matter how far apart they had been pulled. The Bloodstone sat in the center of the house, in a small room off the kitchen that Regulus had converted into a kind of shrine. It pulsed faintly, day and night, a heartbeat of darkness that reminded them all of what was at stake. Harry visited it often, sitting before it in silence, feeling the fragment's awareness reach toward him. They are coming, it whispered one night. I can feel them. Many of them. Hungry. I know, Harry said quietly. We're ready. You are never ready. But you are as ready as you will ever be. It was not comforting. But it was honest. The attack came on a night with no moon. Harry was asleep when the first wave hit. He woke to screaming, not human, but something else. A sound that tore through the air like frozen claws, scraping against his mind, his soul. Dementors. He was on his feet before he was fully awake, his wand in his hand, racing through the dark house towards the source of the sound. Regulus met him in the hallway, his gray eyes hard, his face pale. They're at the front door. The wards are holding, but not for long. There are too many of them. Sirius appeared behind them, his wand blazing with silver light. The Patronus. We need to cast together. Create a barrier. They moved to the front hall, where the door shuttered under an invisible assault. Through the wood, Harry could feel them, cold, hungry, endless. Dozens of Dementors, pressing against the ancient wards, feeding on the fear and despair that saturated the house. On my count, Sirius said. 3, 2, 1. Expecto Patronum. 3 wands rose. 3 voices spoke as one. Silver light exploded from them, merging into a wave of warmth and hope that crashed against the door and seeped through the cracks. Outside, the screaming changed, became shrieks of pain, of retreat. But even as the first wave fell back, Harry felt something else. Something worse. Through the fading light of the Patronus, through the shuddering wards, he felt him. Voldemort. Not physically present, but reaching. Searching. The connection flared, and Harry gasped as visions flooded his mind. A great hall. Death Eaters kneeling. A throne of black stone. Red eyes burning with triumph. The boy is found. Bring him to me. Harry staggered, and Regulus caught him. What is it? He knows. He felt the Dementors attack. He knows where we are. Sirius's face went white. Then we have minutes, not hours. The Death Eaters will be here soon. They moved. Regulus grabbed Harry's pack, already packed for just this moment. Sirius seized the bloodstone from its shrine, wrapping it in cloth and tucking it into his jacket. Together, they raced through the house, not towards the front door, but towards the back. Towards the hidden passage that led to the street behind. They almost made it. The back door exploded inward as they reached it, and Death Eaters poured through like dark water. Masks, robes, wands raised, spells flying. Harry moved on instinct, years of training taking over. He ducked, rolled, cast a shield that deflected a jet of green light. Beside him, Regulus and Sirius fought with a coordination that surprised them both, brothers finally fighting on the same side. But there were too many. Always too many. A spell caught Regulus in the shoulder, spinning him around. He fell, and Harry screamed, running towards him, casting wildly. Sirius covered him, his Patronus blazing, but more Death Eaters kept coming. And then, through the chaos, a figure stepped forward. Tall, regal, dark eyes blazing with madness and devotion. Bellatrix Lestrange. Well, she purred, her wand trained on Regulus's prone form. The dead brother returns. How inconvenient. She looked at Harry, and her smile widened. And the little Potter brat. The Dark Lord will be so pleased. She raised her wand. Time seemed to slow. Harry saw the spell forming at its tip, saw the green light gathering, knew he could not block it in time. He threw himself forward, placing himself between Bellatrix and Regulus, ready to take the killing curse himself. But before it could strike, something intervened. The Bloodstone. It blazed with light so bright it blinded. Black light, shot through with veins of red and gold. The fragment, pouring its contained power into a single, desperate act. The light hit Bellatrix like a physical force, throwing her back against the wall. It spread outward, pushing the other Death Eaters back, creating a bubble of safety around Harry and Regulus and Sirius. Go, the fragment's voice whispered in Harry's mind. Now, while I hold them. Come with us, Harry gasped. I won't leave you. I am not leaving. I am choosing. Go. Sirius grabbed Harry's arm, dragging him towards the broken door. Regulus stumbled after them, clutching his shoulder, his face twisted with pain and something else. Grief, perhaps, for the fragment that had been their enemy and was now their savior. They ran. Behind them, the light faded. The screams of Death Eaters filled the night. And somewhere in the chaos, the Bloodstone shattered, releasing the fragment into whatever awaited it beyond. Harry did not look back. He could not. If he looked back, he would stop. He would go back. He would try to save it. But the fragment had made its choice. And Harry had to honor that choice by surviving. They ran through the London night, through streets and alleys, past startled muggles who saw nothing but shadows. They ran until the city gave way to suburbs, and suburbs gave way to countryside, and still they ran. Finally, as dawn began to paint the sky, they collapsed in a ditch beside a country road. Harry lay on his back, staring at the gray sky, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Beside him, Regulus groaned, his hand pressed to his wounded shoulder. Sirius crouched nearby, wand out, scanning for pursuit. They're not following, he said finally. Not yet, but they will. Harry nodded. He could barely speak. The fragment's sacrifice echoed in his mind, a loss he had not expected to feel. It had been a piece of Voldemort. A monster. A curse. But it had also been something else. A presence. A companion. A voice in the darkness that had, in the end, chosen to be more than what it was made to be. Thank you, Harry whispered to the empty sky. And somewhere, in whatever place fragments go when they are freed, he hoped it heard him. Regulus stirred. Harry, we need to move. We can't stay here. Harry sat up slowly. His body ached. His mind was numb. But beneath the numbness, something else stirred. Determination. The same determination that had carried him through every trial, every loss, every moment of darkness. He would survive. He would fight. He would honor the fragment's choice by becoming what it had believed he could be. A boy who kept going. No matter what. They stood. They walked. And behind them, the sun rose on a world that had changed forever. The war was far from over. But for the first time, Harry felt like he understood what he was fighting for. Not survival. Not revenge. Not destiny. Choice. The fragment had chosen. He would choose too. And together, in their separate ways, they would change everything. The barn smelled of hay and rust and things long dead. Harry sat with his back against a crumbling wall, watching dust motes dance in the thin light that filtered through gaps in the wooden planks. His body had stopped shaking hours ago, but something inside him hadn't. A hollow place where the fragment used to be. Not the absence he had felt after the ritual, that had been emptiness, yes, but a clean emptiness. This was different. This was loss. The fragment was gone, really gone, not contained, not waiting, not watching from the depths of a stone. Scattered, destroyed. Whatever happened to pieces of soul when their vessel shattered, that had happened to the fragment. And it had chosen it. Chosen to save them. Regulus sat across the barn, his shoulder roughly bandaged with strips torn from his own shirt. The wound was not deep, a cutting curse that had gone astray, but it had bled freely, and his face was pale beneath the grime and exhaustion. He watched Harry with those gray eyes that missed nothing, but he did not speak. Perhaps he understood that words were useless here. Sirius paced back and forth, wearing a path in the dirt floor. He had been like this since they stopped, unable to sit still, unable to stop scanning for threats that had not yet materialized. His wand was always in his hand, his jaw always tight. "We can't stay here," he said for the dozenth time. "They'll track us. They have ways. Then we move," Regulus said quietly. "When Harry is ready." Sirius glanced at Harry, and something in his expression softened. Just slightly. "Yeah, right. When he's ready." Harry appreciated the sentiment, even if he wasn't sure what ready meant anymore. Ready to run again. Ready to fight. Ready to accept that the fragment, the presence that had been with him his entire life, was truly gone. "You are never ready." The fragment's words echoed in his mind. It had said that about the attack. About facing the Dementors. About everything, really. And it had been right. "I'm ready," Harry said, surprising himself. He stood, his legs protesting, his body aching in a dozen places. "We need to move. We need a plan." Sirius stopped pacing. Regulus looked at him with something like pride. "Then let's go." They moved. The days that followed were a blur of motion and hiding. Abandoned farmhouses, empty barns, once a cave that reminded Harry painfully of Wales. They slept in shifts, ate what they could forage, and never stayed in one place for more than a few hours. Sirius knew the countryside better than Harry would have expected. He had spent time on the run himself, he explained briefly, and had learned to live off the land. Regulus's shoulder healed slowly. The wound had been cursed, just lightly, enough to resist normal healing magic. Sirius did what he could, but without proper supplies, without a safe place to rest, the process was slow. Regulus never complained, but Harry saw the way he favored that arm, the flicker of pain that crossed his face when he thought no one was looking. They talked little during those days. There was too much to process, too much loss to absorb. But sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, Harry found himself thinking about the fragment. It had been a part of Voldemort, the darkest wizard in history. A piece of a monster. But it had also been something else. A presence that had watched over him, in its own strange way. A voice that had offered companionship, even if that companionship came with risks. A being that had, in the end, chosen to sacrifice itself for others. What did that mean? Could something born of darkness choose to be light? Could a piece of a soul learn to be more than what it was made for? Harry did not have answers. But the questions themselves felt important. Like doors opening onto possibilities he had never considered. On the 7th day after the attack, they found refuge. It was a house on the edge of a small village, tucked behind a hedge so overgrown it nearly hid the path. An old woman lived there, her face a map of wrinkles, her eyes sharp as a hawk's. She took one look at them, 3 ragged, exhausted figures, and ushered them inside without a word. She fed them real food, hot and filling, the first they had eaten in days. She gave them clean clothes, threadbare but whole. She showed them to rooms with real beds, and told them to sleep. Harry slept for 14 hours straight. When he woke, the sun was setting again, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He lay in the strange bed, in the strange room, and tried to remember the last time he had felt safe. He could not. The old woman's name was Bathilda. Bathilda Bagshot. She was a historian, she explained over dinner that evening, and she had known Harry's grandparents. Known his parents as children. Known Dumbledore when he was young and foolish and full of dreams. "You have their look," she told Harry, her voice cracked with age. Lily's eyes. James's hair. The best of both of them. Harry nodded, not sure what to say. He was used to people seeing his parents in him. It was both comfort and curse. Bathilda looked at Regulus and Sirius, her sharp eyes missing nothing. "Brothers," she said. "Black brothers. I remember when your mother brought you here, Regulus. You were small, frightened of the garden gnomes." She was not pleased. Regulus's lips twitched. "My mother was rarely pleased." "No, she was not." Bathilda was quiet for a moment. "I knew your mother before she married. Before she became what she became. She was different then, softer. The war changed her, as it changed so many." Sirius snorted. "The war didn't make her a bigot. She was that long before." Bathilda looked at him, and there was something like pity in her ancient eyes. No, the war did not make her a bigot. But it made her afraid. And fear makes people do terrible things. She turned back to Harry. You carry no darkness. I can see that. Whatever was in you, it is gone now. The fragment, Harry said. It's gone. It sacrificed itself to save us. Bathilda was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. Extraordinary. A piece of Voldemort's soul, choosing love over survival. The world is stranger than I ever imagined. It wasn't love, Harry said quietly. Not exactly. It was choice. It chose to be something other than what it was made for. Choice, Bathilda repeated. The one thing Voldemort never understood. He believed in destiny, in power, in the inevitability of his own victory. He never understood that people can choose differently. She looked at Harry with those sharp, ancient eyes. You taught it that. You showed it that choice was possible. Never underestimate the power of that lesson. They stayed with Bathilda for 3 days. Long enough to rest, to heal, to plan. She gave them information, news from the wizarding world, whispers of Death Eater movements, rumors of Voldemort's growing strength. He was gathering followers openly now, she said. The ministry was in denial, as always, but those with eyes to see knew what was coming. You cannot stay here, she told them on the 3rd night. They will find you eventually. You must go where they cannot follow. Where? Sirius asked. We've tried hiding. It doesn't work. Bathilda's eyes flickered to Harry. The boy has a connection still. Weakened, but present. Voldemort can feel his general location, if not his exact position. You need to break that connection entirely. How? There is a place. An island, off the coast of Scotland. Not the Isle of Arise, something older, more dangerous. It is called the Isle of Shadows, and it exists in the spaces between worlds. If you can reach it, the connection will be severed. Voldemort will lose you completely. Regulus leaned forward. How do we find it? Bathilda shook her head slowly. You do not find it. It finds you. Or it does not. It chooses those who are worthy, those who are desperate enough to risk everything. She looked at Harry. You are desperate enough. I can see it in you. But desperation alone is not enough. You must also be willing to let go of everything you are. To become nothing, so that you can become something new. Harry thought about the fragment. About its final choice. About becoming something other than what it was made for. I understand, he said quietly. I think. Bathilda nodded. Then go. The island is waiting. And so is your destiny. They left at dawn, following Bathilda's directions towards the coast. She had given them supplies, a map marked with ancient symbols, and a warning, the island would test them in ways they could not imagine. Not all of them would return. Harry walked at the front, his eyes on the horizon, his mind on the fragment. He carried its memory with him now, a weight that was not quite grief and not quite gratitude. It had chosen. And because it had chosen, he could choose too. The path ahead was uncertain. The danger was real. But for the first time in his life, Harry felt like he was walking towards something, not just running away. That made all the difference. The sea appeared on the 3rd day, gray and endless under a gray sky. They stood on a cliff overlooking the water, watching waves crash against rocks far below. The wind was fierce here, whipping their hair and clothes, threatening to tear them from the edge. Now what? Sirius shouted over the wind. Harry did not answer. He was staring at the horizon, where the sea met the sky in a line so sharp it seemed drawn by an artist's hand. And there, barely visible, a smudge of darkness. An island. There, he said, pointing. Regulus followed his gaze. I don't see anything. Neither do I, Sirius said. Just water. Harry kept staring. The smudge grew clearer, more solid. It was there. It was real. And it was waiting. The island chooses, he murmured. It's chosen me. Regulus looked at him, and there was something like fear in his gray eyes. Harry, I have to go alone. You know that. Silence. Then, slowly, Regulus nodded. I know. Sirius started to protest, but Regulus cut him off with a look. The brothers exchanged a glance that held years of history, of conflict, of the slow rebuilding of trust. We'll be here, Regulus said. When you come back. Harry nodded. He looked at the sea, at the island only he could see, and stepped forward. The cliff dropped away beneath him, but he did not fall. He walked on air, on water, on something that was neither. The world blurred around him, sea and sky and stone merging into a gray haze. And then, suddenly, he was there. The Isle of Shadows was not beautiful. It was not welcoming. It was rock and mist and twisted trees that seemed to reach for him with skeletal fingers. The air was cold and still, and the only sound was the distant cry of birds that Harry could not see. He walked inland, following a path that appeared before him as he moved. The mist parted reluctantly, revealing glimpses of a landscape that seemed to shift and change. A rock that looked like a face. A tree that might have been a person, frozen in agony. Shadows that moved when nothing cast them. You have come. The voice was not spoken. It was inside his head, but it was not the fragment. It was older, colder, more vast. The island itself, perhaps. Or something that lived within it. You seek to sever the connection. To become invisible to the one who hunts you. Yes, Harry said aloud. His voice sounded small in the silence. The price is high. You must let go of everything you are. Every memory, every attachment, every hope. You must become empty, so that the connection has nothing to hold on to. Harry thought about Regulus. About Sirius. About his parents, whom he had never known but carried in his heart. About the fragment, which had chosen to become something new. About all the people and moments that made him who he was. If I let go of all that, he said slowly, what's left? A long silence. The mist swirled around him, cold against his skin. That is the question, is it not? What remains when everything else is stripped away? The core, the self, the part of you that existed before memory, before experience, before love and loss. That is what you must find. That is what you must become. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the mirror on the Isle of Arised. The truth it had shown him. A boy, just a boy, who kept going even when the path was dark. That was his core. That was what remained when everything else was stripped away. He opened his eyes. I'm ready. The island accepted him. He felt it happen, peeling away, layer by layer. Memories of the cottage faded, becoming distant, like dreams half remembered. His love for Regulus, sharp and warm, dimmed to a faint glow. His grief for his parents, always present, softened to an ache he could barely feel. His fear, his hope, his determination, all of it slipped away, leaving something behind that was not quite empty. Something that was just him. The boy who kept going. When he opened his eyes, the mist was gone. The twisted trees were gone. He stood on bare rock, looking out at a sea that was suddenly, astonishingly blue. The sun was warm on his face. The air was clean and fresh. And in his mind, the connection was silent. Gone. Severed at last. He was alone. Truly, completely alone in his own head for the first time. It was terrifying. It was liberating. It was everything. He walked back the way he had come, though the path was different now. The island let him go easily, as if it had done what it needed and had no further interest in him. The sea accepted his weight again, and he walked across it towards the cliff where two figures waited, tiny against the sky. Regulus saw him first. He raised a hand, and even from this distance, Harry could see the relief in his posture. Sirius was beside him, also watching, also waiting. Harry stepped onto the cliff and into their arms. They embraced him, both of them, and he felt something return. The love, the connection, the hope. It flooded back, filling the empty spaces the island had created, making him whole again. It's gone, he said quietly. The connection. He can't find me anymore. Regulus pulled back, his gray eyes bright. You did it. We did it, Harry corrected. All of us. Sirius grinned, that sharp, dangerous expression. So what now? We're free. We could go anywhere. Do anything. Harry looked out at the sea, at the sky, at the world spread before them. For the first time in his life, he had no destiny pressing down on him. No fragment whispering in his mind. No connection leading his enemy to his door. He was free. But freedom, he was learning, came with its own weight. The war was still coming. Voldemort was still gathering power. People were still suffering, still dying, still waiting for someone to fight back. Now, Harry said quietly, we choose. Not because we have to. Because we want to. Regulus nodded slowly. And what do you choose? Harry thought about the fragment. About its final choice. About the lesson it had taught him. I choose to fight, he said. Not because I'm destined to. Not because anyone expects it. Because it's right. Because I can. Because someone has to. Sirius's grin widened. That's James. Talking. That's Lily. That's the best of both of them. Regulus placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, that familiar, meaningful touch. Then we fight. Together. They stood on the cliff, three unlikely allies, looking out at a world at war. The path ahead was uncertain. The danger was real. But for the first time, they faced it not as hunted, but as hunters. And that made all the difference. The days that followed the island were strange. Peaceful, in a way Harry had never experienced. No fragment whispering at the edge of his mind. No connection pulsing with dark awareness. No constant vigilance against an enemy who could feel his every emotion. Just silence. Clean, empty, liberating silence. They found shelter in an abandoned lighthouse on the northern coast, its light long extinguished, its rooms dusty but intact. Sirius declared it perfect, remote, defensible, with views in every direction. Regulus agreed, though Harry caught him staring at the sea sometimes, lost in memories of another coast, another cave. Harry spent those days exploring the cliffs, watching seabirds wheel against the sky, learning to exist without the weight he had carried his entire life. It was disorienting at first. He kept reaching for the fragment, expecting its whisper, finding only silence. But gradually, the silence became familiar. Became his. At night, they planned. The war was escalating. Bathilda's information had been confirmed by other sources, wizards passing through the nearby village, newspapers Sirius acquired during quick trips south. Voldemort was gathering followers openly now. The Ministry was in chaos, refusing to acknowledge the threat while Death Eaters attacked with impunity. Dumbledore was mobilizing, rebuilding the Order of the Phoenix, but it was slow work. "We can't wait for them," Sirius said one evening, staring at the map spread across the lighthouse floor. "The Order moves too slowly. Too cautiously. By the time they're ready, it'll be too late." Regulus nodded slowly. "Then we move on our own. Hit them where they're weakest. Gather intelligence. Find the remaining Horcruxes." Harry looked at the map, at the marks they had made, possible locations, known Death Eater safe houses, places mentioned in Voldemort's memories that Harry had glimpsed through the connection. The task ahead was enormous. Impossible, almost. But impossible had never stopped them before. "Where do we start?" he asked. Sirius tapped a spot on the map. "Here. An old Lestrange property in the Midlands. Bellatrix used it as a base during the First War. If anyone knows where the remaining Horcruxes are, it's her." Regulus's expression darkened. "Bellatrix. She'll be guarded, protected. And she hates me almost as much as she hates you. Then we use that." Sirius's grin was sharp, dangerous. "We make her angry. Make her careless. And then we take what we need." Harry looked between them, feeling the shift in the air. The planning was over. The action was about to begin. "When do we leave?" Regulus met his gaze. "Tomorrow night. And Harry, this is different from anything you've faced before. We're not running. We're attacking. People will die. Maybe us. Are you ready for that?" Harry thought about the fragment. About its final choice. About the lesson it had taught him. That choice was the only thing that truly mattered. "I'm ready," he said. "I've been ready my whole life." They moved at dusk, traveling by paths that avoided roads and villages, staying to the shadows. Sirius led, his knowledge of the countryside invaluable. Regulus watched their backs, his wand always in his hand. Harry walked between them, feeling the strange rightness of their formation. A family, of sorts. Broken and battered, but together. The Lestrange property was a manor house set back from the road, surrounded by high walls and darker protections. Harry felt them as they approached, wards that prickled against his skin, curses that lurked in the shadows, creatures that watched from the darkness. "She's expecting company," Regulus murmured. "These defenses are recent. Active. Then we don't go through the front." Sirius led them around the perimeter, finding a place where the wards thinned slightly, where an old tree had grown through the boundary. "Here. We can slip through, but it'll be tight. And once we're in, we're in. No going back." Harry looked at the gap, at the darkness beyond. He thought about the fragment, about the island, about all the choices that had brought him here. "Let's go." They slipped through, one by one. The wards screamed silently as they passed, alerting someone, somewhere. But they were inside. The manor loomed before them, dark and waiting. They moved quickly, staying to the shadows, avoiding the patrolling figures Harry could sense but not see. Death Eaters, probably. Or worse. The house seemed to breathe around them, ancient and malevolent. Sirius found a side door, unlocked by magic or carelessness. They slipped inside. The interior was opulent in a dark, heavy way. Black wood, crimson drapes, portraits that watched with hostile eyes. Harry felt the weight of the place pressing on him, the accumulated darkness of generations of Lestranges. "She'll be in the main hall," Sirius whispered. "That's where she receives guests. Where she shows off her power." They moved through corridors, past rooms that held who knew what horrors. Harry kept his wand ready, his senses stretched to their limits. The fragment's absence made him feel blind, but also free, no whisper of warning, but also no distraction. They found the main hall. And Bellatrix. She stood before a massive fireplace, her back to them, her dark hair cascading down her robes. She was speaking to someone, a hunched figure Harry did not recognize. The words were low, indistinct, but the tone was familiar. Arrogance. Cruelty. Madness. Sirius raised his wand, but Regulus caught his arm. "Wait. Let her finish. She may reveal something." They waited, hidden in the shadows, listening. Bellatrix's voice rose occasionally, speaking of the Dark Lord's plans, of the boy who must be found, of the traitors who hid him. She mentioned a cup, Hufflepuff's cup, and Harry's heart quickened. A Horcrux. She knew where it was. "Secured at Gringotts," Bellatrix was saying. "The Dark Lords will be done. Even the goblins cannot breach his protections." The hunched figure nodded, its face still hidden. "And the other? The snake?" Bellatrix laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Nagini is with him always. She is more than a Horcrux now. She is his companion, his closest. No one will touch her." Harry exchanged glances with Sirius. 2 Horcruxes confirmed. The cup, the snake. They had a target. But before they could move, Bellatrix turned. Her dark eyes swept the room, and a smile spread across her face. "I know you're there, cousins. I've always known you'd come." Sirius swore softly. Regulus tensed beside Harry. And Bellatrix raised her wand. Crucio. Harry dove aside, the red light missing him by inches. Sirius returned fire, a jet of golden light that Bellatrix deflected with contemptuous ease. Regulus was moving, casting shield after shield, trying to reach Harry. But Bellatrix was faster, stronger, madder. She laughed as she fought, a wild, unhinged sound that echoed off the stone walls. Her spells came faster than Harry could track, each one aimed with deadly precision. Sirius went down, a gash opening on his cheek. Regulus stumbled, a cutting curse slicing his leg. Harry stood alone, facing the woman who had tormented his parents, who served the monster that had marked him, who wanted him dead or delivered to her master. "Little Potter," Bellatrix cooed. "So brave, so foolish. Your mother screamed, you know. When I killed her, she screamed and begged and died anyway." Something snapped in Harry. Not rage, he had felt rage before. Not fear, he had lived with fear his whole life. Something deeper, colder. The same place the fragment had once lived, now filled with something new. Certainty. He raised his wand. He did not speak. He did not think. He simply moved, casting spell after spell in a fluid sequence that Regulus had drilled into him for years. Shields, hexes, jinxes, curses. They flowed from him like water, each one precisely aimed, each one building on the last. Bellatrix's laughter faltered. She was forced back, step by step, her own spells failing against the onslaught. Her eyes widened, not with fear, not yet, but with something like recognition. This was not a boy. This was a weapon. She started. Harry did not let her finish. He cast a spell he had never used before, one he had only read about in the darkest books of the Black Library. A spell that bound and silenced and paralyzed all at once. Bellatrix froze, her wand arm locked at her side, her mouth open in a silent scream. Harry stood over her, his wand pointed at her heart. He could kill her. It would be easy. One word, and the woman who had helped destroy his family would be gone forever. But the fragment's voice echoed in his memory. Choice. That is the only thing that matters. He lowered his wand. "No," he said quietly. "You don't get to make me a killer. That's his way, not mine." Bellatrix's eyes blazed with hatred, but she could not move, could not speak. Harry turned away from her, towards Regulus and Sirius, who were staring at him with expressions he could not read. "We have what we came for," he said. "Let's go." They left the manor as alarms began to sound, as Death Eaters poured from shadows, as Bellatrix's silent scream echoed behind them. They ran through the darkness, through the wards, through the night, not stopping until the manor was miles behind them. When they finally collapsed in a ditch, gasping for breath, Sirius looked at Harry with something like awe. I've never seen anything like that. You took her apart like she was nothing. Harry shook his head. I didn't kill her. That's what matters. Regulus placed a hand on his shoulder. You chose. That's what matters. They lay in the darkness, catching their breath, processing what had just happened. Harry felt empty, but not unpleasantly so. Clean. He had faced the woman who murdered his parents, and he had chosen mercy. The fragment would have understood. The cup, he said finally. It's in Gringotts, and the snake is with Voldemort always. Sirius nodded slowly. 2 Horcruxes. We know where to find them. Knowing isn't the same as getting, Regulus pointed out. Gringotts is impenetrable, and the snake is guarded by the Dark Lord himself. Then we find a way. Harry sat up, looking at the stars. We always do. The days that followed were filled with planning. Gringotts was the first target. The cup was relatively accessible, if any Horcrux could be called accessible. They studied maps of the bank, learned its defenses, researched goblin magic and its weaknesses. Sirius had contacts in the underworld, people who owed him favors, information he could trade. It was during one of these information-gathering missions that Harry learned something that changed everything. He was in a pub in a wizarding village, waiting for Sirius to return from a meeting, when he overheard a conversation at the next table. 2 wizards, old and weary, talking in low voices. Can't go on much longer. The attacks are getting worse. Every day, more families disappear. The ministry says nothing. They're hiding in their offices, pretending everything's fine while people die. The first wizard shook his head. I heard Dumbledore's gathering people. The old crowd, Order of the Phoenix, won't do any good. Not against him. No, but it's something. It's fighting back. Harry listened, his heart heavy. The war was real. People were suffering. And he was sitting in a pub, waiting for information, while families disappeared. When Sirius returned, Harry told him what he had heard. Sirius's expression darkened. It's true. The attacks are escalating. Voldemort's putting pressure on the ministry, trying to force them to acknowledge him. Once they do, once they panic, he'll move. Then we need to move faster. Harry stood. The cup. We need to get it now. Sirius nodded. Tonight. Regulus is already preparing. We go at midnight. They went. Gringotts at night was a different creature than Gringotts during the day. The marble halls were empty, the goblins replaced by darker guardians, creatures that lurked in shadows, spells that triggered at the slightest misstep. Harry moved through them like a ghost, his training taking over, his senses stretched to their limits. The Lestrange vault was deep underground, past doors and barriers and protections that would have stopped any ordinary thief. But Harry was not ordinary. And he had help. The fragment's memories, still lingering in the corners of his mind, had shown him Voldemort's protections. The spells were familiar, their weaknesses known. One by one, Harry unraveled them, Sirius and Regulus providing cover, watching for threats. They reached the vault. The door loomed before them, massive and ancient, covered in goblin runes that glowed with warning. Can you open it? Sirius whispered. Harry placed his hand on the door. He felt the magic, old and powerful, but also something else. Recognition. The cup inside was calling to him, or to the fragment that had once been part of him. The door shuddered, then slowly swung open. The vault was filled with gold, with treasures, with the accumulated wealth of generations of Lestranges. And there, on a pedestal in the center, sat a cup. Small, unassuming, golden. Hufflepuff's cup. Harry approached it slowly. He could feel the darkness radiating from it, the peace of Voldemort's soul within. It was different from the fragment. This one had never known choice, never learned to be anything other than what it was made for. It was pure evil, contained in a beautiful object. We need to destroy it, he said. Here, now, before anyone can stop us. Regulus nodded. Basilisk venom. I brought it. He withdrew a small vial from his pocket, filled with a liquid that seemed to drink the light. 1 drop should be enough. Harry took the vial. He looked at the cup, at the darkness within, and thought about the fragment. About its final choice. About the difference between something made evil and something that chose to be otherwise. I'm sorry, he whispered. You never had a chance. He poured the venom. The cup screamed. It was not a sound, not really, it was a psychic shriek that tore through Harry's mind, through the minds of everyone in the vault. Images flashed. Murders, rituals, the moment Voldemort had torn his soul and placed this piece in the cup. Darkness upon darkness upon darkness. And then, silence. The cup crumbled, its gold tarnishing, its form collapsing into dust. The fragment within was gone, destroyed, released from its prison of evil. Harry stood in the silence, breathing hard, the empty vial in his hand. He felt nothing, no triumph, no satisfaction, just the knowledge that one more piece of Voldemort was gone. That's one, Sirius said quietly. Two more. To go. Harry nodded. The snake, and whatever's left. They left the vault, left Gringotts, left the city behind. The night swallowed them, and they ran. But as they ran, Harry thought about the cup's final scream. About the fragment that had chosen differently. About the nature of evil, and whether anything born of darkness could truly become light. He did not have answers. But he had questions. And questions, he was learning, were sometimes more important than answers. The war continued. The hunt continued. And Harry Potter, the boy who had been marked for death, walked forward into whatever came next. Not as a weapon, not as a symbol, as someone who chose. And that, he knew, was the only thing that mattered. The lighthouse became a fortress. After Gringotts, after the cup's destruction, they knew the clock was ticking. Voldemort would feel the loss. Not immediately, the connections between Horcruxes were not that direct, but eventually. The Dark Lord would know that someone was hunting his soul pieces, and he would respond. So they prepared. Sirius worked on the wards, weaving protections he had learned during his years on the run. Regulus studied the remaining Horcruxes, piecing together clues from old memories and darker texts. Harry trained, endlessly, relentlessly, pushing himself past limits he hadn't known he had. The snake was the next target. Nagini, Voldemort's constant companion, the creature that carried a piece of his soul. But killing her meant getting close to Voldemort himself, and that was suicide. They needed another way. A way to separate her from her master, to strike when he was not watching. It was Regulus who found the answer. The Malfoys, he said one evening, looking up from a stack of ancient documents. They're hosting a gathering, a celebration of the Dark Lord's return. Nagini will be there. Voldemort uses her as a symbol, a demonstration of his power. If we can infiltrate the manor, we can get to her. Sirius frowned. The Malfoy Manor is a fortress. Wards upon wards. And it'll be crawling with Death Eaters. Which is why they won't expect an attack. Regulus's gray eyes were cold, calculating. We go in small. Invisible. Strike fast and fade. It's our only chance. Harry listened, absorbing the plan. It was insane. Dangerous. Probably fatal. But it was also necessary. When? He asked. 3 nights from now. The gathering is at midnight. We'll have a window. Voldemort will be holding court, distracted. Nagini will be nearby, but not at his side. It's our best shot. 3 nights. 72 hours to prepare for the most dangerous mission of their lives. Harry spent them in meditation, in training, in quiet moments with Regulus and Sirius. He did not know if they would survive. He did not know if he would survive. But he knew one thing with certainty, he would not let fear stop him. The fragment had taught him that. On the night of the mission, they moved. The Malfoy Manor was everything Harry had imagined and worse. Grandiose and cold, its grounds stretched for acres, protected by wards that hummed with dark energy. They slipped through a gap Sirius had found, a weakness in the perimeter, left by a careless Death Eater, and crept towards the house. Lights blazed from every window. Music drifted across the grounds, strange and discordant. Figures moved behind the glass, dark robes and masks, celebrating their master's return. Harry felt his scar twitch. The connection was gone, but the memory of it remained. He could sense Voldemort's presence somewhere inside, a pressure at the edge of his awareness. She'll be in the gardens, Regulus whispered. Voldemort likes to show her off. Let's guests approach, pet her. It's a test of loyalty. They circled the house, staying to the shadows. The gardens were elaborate, topiary hedges, fountains, statues of serpents that seemed to watch with stone eyes. And there, coiled beside a fountain, was Nagini. She was enormous. 12 feet at least, her scales a pale green that seemed to glow in the moonlight. Her head was raised, her tongue flickering, her eyes, Voldemort's eyes, almost, watching the guests who approached with nervous reverence. "She's beautiful," Sirius breathed. In a terrifying way. Harry nodded. He could feel the darkness radiating from her, the piece of Voldemort's soul that made her more than a snake. "A Horcrux. A monster. We need to get close," he murmured. "One strike. Basilisk venom. It has to be precise." Regulus handed him the vial. "Your job. We'll cover you." Harry took it, feeling its weight. So small. So deadly. One drop, and the serpent would fall. They moved. Sirius went first, creating a distraction, a noise in the hedges that drew the guards' attention. Regulus followed, silencing a Death Eater who stepped too close. And Harry slipped through the gap, towards the fountain, towards Nagini. She saw him. Her head swung around, her tongue flickering, tasting his scent. Her eyes, those terrible, intelligent eyes, fixed on him with recognition. "Little Potter," a voice hissed in his mind. Not words, exactly, but meaning. "The Master's prey. Come to die." Harry did not answer. He kept moving, closing the distance, the vial ready in his hand. Nagini struck. She was fast, faster than any natural snake. Harry threw himself aside, her fangs grazing his cloak. He rolled, came up, kept moving. She struck again, and again, each time missing by inches. But he was getting closer. The fountain was just ahead. If he could lure her into striking distance. She lunged, and this time, he did not dodge. He let her come, let her fangs reach for him, and at the last possible moment, he twisted. Her head passed inches from his chest, and he brought the vial up, pouring the venom directly into her open mouth. She screamed. It was not a sound, it was a psychic shriek, just like the cup, but worse. Louder. More aware. Nagini thrashed, her body convulsing, her tail lashing out and catching Harry across the chest. He flew backward, hit the ground hard, and lay there gasping as the serpent writhed and died. The gardens erupted. Death Eaters poured from the house, wands raised, spells flying. Sirius appeared at Harry's side, hauling him up. Regulus covered them, his wand a blur of defensive magic. Together, they ran. Behind them, Nagini's body lay still. The piece of Voldemort's soul within her was gone, destroyed, released. But in the manor, Harry felt something else. A presence. A fury. Voldemort, emerging from his celebration, feeling the loss of his companion, his Horcrux, his closest. He knows, Harry thought. He knows we're here. They ran faster. The wards fought them, trying to hold them in. Sirius slashed through them with spells Harry had never seen, ancient magic that tore through dark protections like paper. Regulus stumbled, a cutting curse slicing his arm, but he kept moving. Harry dragged him forward, through the gap, into the night. They ran until the manor was miles behind them. They ran until they collapsed in a field, gasping, bleeding, alive. Harry lay on his back, staring at the stars, feeling the echo of Nagini's death scream still ringing in his mind. "We did it," he whispered. "She's gone." Sirius laughed, a sound of pure relief. "We did it." Merlin's beard, "We actually did it." Regulus said nothing. He was staring at the sky, his gray eyes distant, his expression unreadable. Harry reached out and touched his arm. "Regulus." Slowly, Regulus turned to look at him. And for the first time, Harry saw something he had never seen in those gray eyes. Tears. "I killed her," Regulus said. Quietly. "Nagini. I helped kill her. You helped save the world," Sirius corrected. "There's a difference." Regulus shook his head slowly. "I spent years serving the Dark Lord. Years doing his bidding, believing his lies. And now I'm killing his Horcruxes, destroying pieces of his soul. It should feel like redemption. It doesn't. It just feels like more death." Harry understood. He had felt it too, the weight of what they were doing, the lives they were ending, even if those lives were monsters. The fragment had taught him that nothing was purely evil. Not even pieces of Voldemort's soul. Her soul was already gone, Harry said quietly. Voldemort took it when he made her a Horcrux. What we destroyed was just a shell. A prison. We set her free. Regulus looked at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Set her free," he repeated. "I like that." They lay in the field, three unlikely allies, watching the stars wheel overhead. The night was cold, but they were alive. They had struck a blow against the darkness. 2 Horcruxes remained, the locket Regulus had failed to retrieve, and one more, unknown, hidden somewhere in the world. But for now, they rested. For now, they were enough. The days that followed were quieter. The Death Eaters searched for them, but the connection was broken, the island's gift holding strong. Voldemort raged, they heard, but he could not find them. Could not feel them. They were ghosts in the darkness. They returned to the lighthouse, to their refuge, and they planned. The locket was next, the one Regulus had tried to steal, the one that had cost him his life. It was still in the cave, still protected by inferi and potions and dark magic. But this time, they would be ready. Harry spent hours with Regulus, learning every detail of that cave. The lake, the island, the potion that forced you to drink your worst memories. The inferi that rose from the water to drag you down. We'll need a plan, Harry said. A way to get the locket without drinking the potion. Regulus nodded slowly. I've thought about that. For years. The potion is keyed to the cave, to the magic of the place. If we can disrupt that magic, even briefly, the potion might lose its power. How? I don't know. But I know someone who might. He looked at Harry. Axminster. The old man who gave us the bloodstone. He knows things. Ancient things. If anyone can help us, it's him. Harry remembered the Chamber of Blue Flames, the ancient wizard with eyes like the sea. He remembered the stone, the ritual, the fragment's final choice. Axminster had set them on this path. Perhaps he could help them finish it. They left the next morning, traveling south and west, towards the place where veils between worlds grew thin. Sirius stayed behind. Someone needed to guard the lighthouse, to watch for threats. But Regulus and Harry went together, retracing the path they had taken years ago, when Harry was just a boy learning to carry the weight of darkness. The circle of standing stones looked the same. Ancient, patient, waiting. Regulus raised his wand and traced the pattern in the air, speaking words in that old language. The air shimmered, and the door appeared, dark wood bound in iron. They stepped through. Axminster was waiting. He sat by his fire of blue flames, his ancient face creased in what might have been a smile. His pale eyes fixed on Harry, and he nodded slowly. You have changed, child of the scar. The darkness is gone. The connection is broken. You have become something new. Harry inclined his head. I had help. Yes, you did. Axminster's gaze shifted to Regulus. And you, dead man. You have done what I thought impossible. You have raised a weapon that is not a weapon. A soldier who chooses peace. Remarkable. Regulus said nothing, but Harry saw something flicker in his gray eyes. Gratitude, perhaps. Or recognition. We need your help, Harry said. The locket. The one in the cave. We need to destroy it, but the potion. The potion of despair. Yes, I know it. Axminster leaned back, his ancient eyes distant. It was created by the darkest of wizards, using the darkest of magics. It feeds on memory, on hope, on the very will to live. Drinking it is a form of death. Is there another way? Axminster was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. There is always another way. But it is not easier. It is harder. Much harder. He looked at Harry. The potion is keyed to the drinker's mind. It forces them to relive their worst memories, their deepest fears. To bypass it, you must become someone with no memories. No fears. No self. Harry frowned. Like the island. Becoming empty. Yes. But the island was temporary. This would be permanent, at least for the duration of the trial. You would have to let go of everything you are, everything you have been, and become a vessel. Empty. Waiting. Only then could you retrieve the locket without triggering the potion. Regulus stepped forward. That's too dangerous. He could lose himself completely. He could. Axminster's voice was calm, matter of fact. But he could also succeed. The choice is his. Harry thought about it. About the island, about the emptiness he had found there. About the fragment, and its final choice. About all the moments that had brought him here. I'll do it, he said. Regulus turned to him, his gray eyes wide. Harry. I'll do it, Harry repeated. Not because I have to. Because I choose to. Regulus stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Then I'll be there. When you come back. Harry smiled. It was a small thing, but real. I know. Axminster nodded slowly. Then it is decided. Return to me when you are ready, and I will teach you the way. They left the chamber, stepping back through the door into the circle of stones. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of fire. Harry looked at the horizon, at the world spread before him, and felt something he had not felt in a long time. Peace. The path ahead was dangerous. The trial would test everything he was. But he was not afraid. He had faced darkness before. He had carried it inside him. He had let it go. He could do this. They returned to the lighthouse, to Sirius's anxious questions, to the planning and preparation. Days passed, then weeks. Harry trained his mind, learning to empty himself, to become nothing. It was harder than the island, that had been temporary, a glimpse of emptiness. This was total, complete, the dissolution of self, but he learned. And when he was ready, they went to Axminster one last time. The old wizard led them to a chamber Harry had not seen before, a circle of stone, empty and cold, with runes carved into the floor. In the center, a single candle burned with a flame that was not fire. When you enter the circle, you will begin to fade, Axminster said. Your memories, your emotions, your sense of self, all will drain away. When you are empty, you will be able to retrieve the locket. But you must return before the emptiness becomes permanent. The candle is your guide. When it burns low, you must come back, or be lost forever. Harry looked at the candle. It was tall, but not that tall. Hours, perhaps. Not days. I understand. Regulus stepped forward. Harry. Harry turned to him. The man who had raised him, who had given up everything to protect him. The man who had called him son. I'll come back, Harry said quietly. I promise. Regulus nodded, his gray eyes bright. You always do. Harry stepped into the circle. The fading began immediately. Memories slipped away, the cottage, the training, the fragments whisper. He felt them go, felt himself becoming less. It was terrifying. It was liberating. It was everything. He held onto one thing. Just one. The feeling of Regulus's hand on his shoulder. That brief, meaningful touch. And then even that was gone. He was empty. He walked through the circle, out of the chamber, into a world that had no meaning. He did not know where he was going. He did not know why. He simply walked, a vessel with no contents, moving towards a destination he could not name. The cave appeared before him. He did not question it. He entered. The lake was dark, the water still. Inferi lurked beneath, waiting. He did not fear them. He had no fear. He walked across the water as if it were solid, and they did not stir. They could not sense him. He was nothing. The island rose before him. The basin sat on its pedestal, filled with the potion that had killed Regulus. Harry did not hesitate. He reached past it, into the basin, and his fingers closed on something cold and metal. The locket. He pulled it out. It dangled from its chain, innocent and terrible. The potion did not react. He had no memories for it to feed on. No fears. No self. He turned and walked back. The Inferi watched him pass, their dead eyes following, but they did not move. He was not prey. He was not anything. He reached the shore. He walked through the cave, out into the night, back towards the circle. The candle was burning low. He saw it from a distance, its flame flickering. He had little time. He stepped into the circle, and the memories came flooding back. It was agony. Every moment he had lost returned at once, crashing over him like a wave. The cottage. Regulus. The fragment. Sirius. The battles, the losses, the choices. He screamed, falling to his knees, the locket clutched in his hand. And then, slowly, the pain faded. He was himself again. Whole. Complete. Regulus was there, lifting him, holding him. Sirius behind him, his face pale with relief. Axminster watching with ancient, knowing eyes. You did it, Regulus whispered. You actually did it. Harry looked at the locket in his hand. It was warm, pulsing with dark energy. Another piece of Voldemort's soul, waiting to be destroyed. We did it, he corrected. All of us. Regulus smiled, that rare, fleeting expression. Yes, all of us. They left the circle, left Axminster, left the chamber of blue flames behind. The night was dark, but the stars were bright. And in Harry's hand, the locket waited for its end. One Horcrux remained. Just one. The end was coming. Harry could feel it, and for the first time, he was ready. The lighthouse had never felt so small. Harry sat on the cold stone floor, the locket resting on the worn boards between him and Regulus. It gleamed in the candlelight, golden and innocent, but they both knew what lurked beneath that beautiful surface. A piece of Voldemort's soul. The same piece that had sent Regulus to his death a decade ago. Sirius stood by the window, his back to them, watching the sea. He had been like that since they returned, distant, quiet, lost in thoughts he did not share. The weight of the locket pressed on all of them, but on Sirius, it seemed to press hardest. Regulus reached out and touched the locket. His fingers hovered just above its surface, not quite making contact. His gray eyes were distant, seeing something else. The cave, the potion, the hands that dragged him under. I can still feel it, he murmured. The potion, the memories it forced on me. My worst moments, played over and over while I screamed. He looked at Harry. I saw my mother's face when I told her I was leaving. The disappointment, the contempt. I saw Sirius walking out the door, never looking back. I saw the faces of everyone I had failed, everyone I had hurt. Harry listened, saying nothing. This was not a story Regulus had ever told. It was a wound, and wounds needed air to heal. And then the Inferi came. Regulus's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Cold hands. So many of them. Dragging me down into water so dark I couldn't see my own hands. I remember thinking, as I drowned, that this was what I deserved. For serving him. For believing. For being such a fool. But you didn't die, Harry said quietly. No. Something saved me. Something that lives in the sea and does not answer to wizards. Regulus looked at Harry, and there was wonder in his eyes. I have spent 10 years wondering why. Why me? Why save a Death Eater who had only realized the truth when it was too late? Maybe because you were worth saving. Regulus's lips curved into that rare, fleeting smile. Maybe. Or maybe because the sea knew you were coming. Knew you would need someone to prepare you. Harry shook his head. I don't believe in destiny. Not anymore. The fragment taught me that. Choice matters more than prophecy. The fragment. Regulus looked at the locket. It was like the fragment, once. A piece of Voldemort's soul, torn away and placed in a vessel. But it never had a chance to choose. It's been here, in this locket, for decades. Waiting, rotting, becoming nothing but evil. Then we destroy it, Sirius said, turning from the window. His face was hard, but his eyes held something softer. Grief, perhaps. Or memory. We end it. Like we ended the cup. Like we ended the snake. Harry nodded. He pulled the basilisk venom from his pack, a small vial, still half full. One drop would be enough. One drop, and another piece of Voldemort would be gone forever. But as he raised the vial, the locket began to change. It warmed, not with heat, but with something else, awareness, perhaps. The golden surface rippled, and a voice emerged. Soft at first, then louder. A voice they all recognized. Regulus. Regulus went still. His face paled. Regulus, my faithful servant. You came back. I always knew you would. I'm not your servant, Regulus said through clenched teeth. Not anymore. But you were. So loyal. So eager to please. Do you remember the first time you knelt before me? The pride in your eyes. The way you offered your wand, your life, your soul. Harry watched Regulus's face twist with the memories. The locket was attacking him, using his own past against him. It was what Horcruxes did, they found weakness and they exploited it. Don't listen, Harry said. It's lying, twisting things, lying. The locket's voice was amused. I am a piece of his soul. I know the truth. I know what Regulus Black did. The Muggle-borns he helped round up. The families he betrayed. The blood on his hands. Regulus flinched. His hand went to his wand, but he did not raise it. You cannot destroy me, Regulus. I am part of you. The part you tried to forget. The part that still wants to kneel. Enough. Sirius's voice cut through the room like a blade. He strode forward, his wand raised, his gray eyes blazing. You don't get to do this. Not to him. Not anymore. The locket's attention shifted. Sirius Black. The blood traitor. The failure. Your mother wept when you left. Did you know that? She wept, and then she burned your name from the tapestry. You are nothing to her. Nothing to anyone. Sirius laughed. It was not a happy sound. My mother's opinion stopped mattering to me the day I walked out that door. And you're just a trinket. A piece of garbage pretending to be important. Bold words from a man who has accomplished nothing. Who hides in lighthouses while the Dark Lord conquers the world. Who? Harry stopped listening. He raised the vial and let one drop fall onto the locket. The scream that followed was like nothing he had ever Heard. It was the cup's scream multiplied by 1,000, rage and pain and despair and madness all woven together into a sound that seemed to tear the air apart. The locket bucked and writhed, its golden surface blackening, cracking, dissolving. And then, silence. The locket was gone. In its place lay a small pile of ash, already crumbling, already fading. Regulus stared at it, his gray eyes wet. "It's over," he whispered. "It's finally over." Harry nodded. But even as he did, he felt something. A shift in the air. A presence far away, suddenly aware of a great loss. "Voldemort knows," he said quietly. He felt that. He knows another Horcrux is gone. Sirius's expression hardened. "Then we'd better find the last one before he finds us." The last Horcrux. They had known it existed, the prophecy spoke of 7 pieces, and they had destroyed 5. The diary, years ago, destroyed by someone Harry did not know. The cup, the snake, the locket, the fragment in Harry's scar, now gone in its own way. One remained. But what was it? Where was it hidden? They searched through Regulus's memories, through the fragment's echoes, through every clue they had gathered. Voldemort would have chosen something significant, something connected to his past, his obsessions, his desires. He was obsessed with the Founders, Regulus said, pacing the lighthouse floor. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup. He would have wanted something from each of them. Gryffindor's sword, perhaps, but that's unstealable, it appears only to true Gryffindors. Ravenclaw's diadem. The diadem, Harry interrupted. "I saw it. In the fragment's memories. A diadem, lost somewhere in Albania. He found it. He made it a Horcrux." Regulus stopped pacing. "Are you sure?" "Yes. I saw it clearly. A cave, like the one with the locket, but different. Darker. Older. He placed the diadem there, hidden behind enchantments." Sirius frowned. "Albania is a long way from here. And it's crawling with Death Eaters now. Voldemort's been based there, building his power. Then we go anyway." Harry's voice was calm, certain. "We've come this far. We're not stopping now." They planned through the night. Travel arrangements, disguises, contingency plans. Sirius had contacts who could get them across borders, people who owed him favors from his years on the run. Regulus knew Albania. He had been there once, in the old days, on Death Eater business. He remembered the terrain, the dangers, the places where dark magic gathered. By dawn, they had a plan. By dusk, they were moving. The journey took them across the sea, then overland through countries Harry had only read about in books. They traveled by night, slept by day, spoke to no one. Sirius's contacts met them at prearranged points, providing fresh supplies, new directions, whispered warnings. The warnings grew more urgent as they approached Albania. Voldemort's presence was strong here, they said. Death Eaters patrolled the roads. Creatures loyal to the Dark Lord hunted in the forests. Anyone suspected of opposing him disappeared. They pressed on. The cave was deep in the mountains, hidden from casual eyes by layers of concealment magic. Harry felt it before he saw it, a cold spot in the world, a place where the sun seemed to dim and the air grew thick. The entrance was a crack in the rock face, barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through. "This is it," he said quietly. "I recognize it from the memories." Regulus nodded. "Then let's end this." They entered. The cave was not like the one with the locket. No lake, no island, no potion. Just darkness, and cold, and a sense of age so profound it pressed against them like a physical weight. They moved carefully, wands lit, watching for traps. At the cave's heart, they found it. The diadem rested on a pedestal of black stone, its gems glittering in the wandlight. It was beautiful, ancient and elegant, the work of Ravenclaw herself. But beneath the beauty, they could all feel the darkness. The piece of Voldemort's soul, waiting. "One drop," Harry murmured, raising the vial. "Just one." But before he could act, the cave responded. The walls began to move, not collapsing, but shifting, closing in. The floor tilted beneath their feet. Shadows became solid, reaching for them with cold, grasping hands. In fury, like the ones in Regulus's cave, but older. Stronger. "They're protecting the Horcrux," Sirius shouted, casting spells at the advancing horde. "We need to destroy it now." Harry moved towards the pedestal, but the Inferi blocked his path. They came from everywhere, the walls, the floor, the ceiling, their dead hands reaching, their empty eyes fixed on the living. Regulus fought beside him, his wand a blur of fire and light. Sirius covered their backs, his Patronus blazing. But there were too many. Always too many. Harry saw the diadem, just feet away. So close. So far. And then he remembered. The fragment. Its final choice. The way it had poured its power into protecting them, sacrificing itself so they could escape. He could do the same. Not with power, he had none to spare. But with something else. Something the fragment had taught him. Choice. He stopped fighting. He stopped casting. He stood still in the midst of the Inferi, his wand lowered, his eyes on the diadem. Harry. Regulus's voice was desperate. What are you doing? Harry did not answer. He was reaching inside himself, finding that core the island had shown him. The boy who kept going. The self that existed beyond memory, beyond fear, beyond hope. He became empty. The Inferi stopped. They stood around him, motionless, their dead eyes fixed on something they could not see. He was not prey. He was not anything. He was a void in the world, and they had nothing to grasp. He walked through them, towards the pedestal. His steps were slow, measured, inevitable. The Inferi parted before him, their hands falling uselessly to their sides. He reached the diadem. He raised the vial. He let one drop fall. The scream was the same as the others, but older. Deeper. It held centuries of darkness, of waiting, of hatred. The diadem blackened, cracked, dissolved into ash. And then, silence. The Inferi crumbled. The cave stilled. The darkness lifted, just slightly, as if a weight had been removed from the world. Harry stood alone among the ruins, the empty vial in his hand. He was himself again, the emptiness receding, the memories returning. But something had changed. Something fundamental. The last Horcrux was gone. Regulus reached him first, pulling him into an embrace that held years of fear and relief. Sirius joined them, his arms around them both, and for a moment, they were just three people who had survived the impossible. We did it, Sirius breathed. All of them. They're gone. Harry nodded, but he was thinking of the fragment. Of its final choice. Of the lesson it had taught him, that darkness could choose light, that evil could become something else. We did it, he agreed. But it's not over. Voldemort is still out there. Still alive. Still hunting. Then we hunt him. Regulus pulled back, his gray eyes fierce. He's mortal now. No Horcruxes to save him. We find him, and we end this. Harry looked at the ash that had been the diadem. He thought about all the pieces of Voldemort's soul, scattered and destroyed. He thought about the fragment, somewhere beyond, watching perhaps, waiting. One more battle, he said quietly. One more choice. They left the cave, left the mountains, left Albania behind. The journey back was faster, they knew the way now, knew the dangers, knew themselves. And as they traveled, Harry felt something he had not felt in years. Hope. Not the fragile hope of survival, or the desperate hope of victory. Something deeper. The hope that came from knowing who he was, what he wanted, and that he had the power to choose it. Voldemort was mortal now. The Horcruxes were gone. The war was far from over, but the end was in sight. And when it came, Harry would be ready. Not as a weapon. Not as a symbol. As himself. The boy who kept going. The boy who chose. And that, he knew, was enough. The lighthouse had never felt so much like home. Harry stood at the highest window, watching waves crash against the rocks far below. The sea was gray today, matching the sky, matching his mood. 3 days had passed since Albania. 3 days since the last Horcrux turned to ash. 3 days of waiting, watching, wondering what came next. Behind him, the room hummed with quiet activity. Regulus sat at the table, surrounded by maps and documents, planning their next move. Sirius paced by the door, his restless energy contained but not hidden. They had been like this since returning, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for Voldemort's rage to manifest, for the war to enter its final phase. But nothing happened. The wizarding world continued its slow spiral towards chaos. Death Eater attacks increased. The Ministry floundered. Dumbledore's order gathered strength in secret. And in the midst of it all, Harry and his unlikely family waited. It's too quiet, Sirius said, breaking the silence. He knows his Horcruxes are gone. He has to know. Why isn't he doing something? Regulus looked up from his maps. Perhaps he is. Perhaps we just can't see it yet. He rubbed his shoulder, the old wound from the Lestrange Manor still bothering him in damp weather. Voldemort is many things, cruel, power-hungry, insane, but he is not stupid. He will not strike blindly. He will plan, prepare, wait for the perfect moment. And then he will come for Harry. Directly. Personally. Because that is what the prophecy demands. Harry turned from the window. The prophecy. Either must die at the hand of the other. That's still true, isn't it? Even with the Horcruxes gone. Regulus nodded slowly. The prophecy was about the two of you. About the connection. That connection is severed now, but the prophecy's words remain. You are still the one with the power to vanquish him. He is still the one who marked you as his equal. Harry thought about that. About the fragment, and its final choice. About all the moments that had led him here. I'm not afraid, he said quietly. I should be. He's the most powerful dark wizard in history. He's killed hundreds, thousands. He killed my parents. But I'm not afraid. That's not fearlessness, Sirius said, his voice gentle. That's acceptance. You've accepted what you have to do. That's different. Harry nodded. Sirius was right. He had accepted it, not as destiny, not as duty, but as choice. He would face Voldemort because he chose to. Because it was right. Because someone had to. The question was when, and where, and how. The answer came 3 days later, carried by an owl Harry did not recognize. The letter was short, written in a hand he knew. Dumbledore's. Harry. The time has come. Voldemort has emerged from the shadows. He has taken control of the ministry through puppet ministers and imperious officials. He marches on Hogwarts within the week. The final battle will be there, where your parents met, where magic runs deepest, where the prophecy began. Come if you can. We will need you. A.D. Harry read the letter twice, then handed it to Regulus. He watched his guardian's face as he read, saw the emotions flicker across it, fear, anger, determination, grief. Hogwarts, Regulus murmured. He's chosen Hogwarts. Of course he has, Sirius said, taking the letter. It's symbolic. The place where he was defeated the first time. The place where Dumbledore rules. He wants to crush them both at once. Harry looked at the window, at the grey sea, at the distant horizon. Hogwarts. The castle he had visited only briefly, but which had felt more like home than any place since the cottage. The castle where his parents had fallen in love, where they had learned and grown and become the people who would die to save him. When do we leave? Regulus met his gaze. Now. Tonight. Every moment we wait is a moment they prepare. They moved. Packs were packed, wands checked, supplies gathered. Sirius sent messages to his contacts, calling in favors, gathering intelligence. Regulus studied the castle's defenses, remembering its secrets from his own years there. Harry sat alone for a few moments, reaching inside himself, feeling the empty space where the fragment used to be. I wish you were here, he thought. I wish I could ask you what to do. But the fragment was gone. Scattered. Destroyed. And Harry was alone in his own head for the first time in his life. It was terrifying. It was liberating. It was everything. He stood, shouldered his pack, and walked out to join the only family he had ever known. The journey to Hogwarts took 2 days. They traveled by portkey, by broom, by foot, a circuitous route designed to avoid Death Eater patrols and dark creature ambushes. The countryside they passed through was scarred. Burned farms, empty villages, signs of conflict everywhere. The war had come to Britain, and Britain was losing. They reached the castle at dusk on the second day. It rose before them, magnificent and terrible, its towers silhouetted against a blood-red sky. The grounds were crowded with tents, with figures moving purposefully, with the organized chaos of an army preparing for battle. Order members greeted them at the gates, worn, weary faces that lit with recognition when they saw Harry. Word spread quickly. The boy who lived had come. The symbol of resistance was here. Harry hated it. He was not a symbol. He was a person. A boy who had trained his whole life for this moment, yes, but still a boy. Still someone who felt fear and hope and doubt like anyone else. But he understood. People needed symbols. Needed something to believe in. If that something was him, he would bear it. Dumbledore met them in the entrance hall. The old wizard looked tired, more tired than Harry had ever seen him. The twinkle in his eyes was dimmed, replaced by something grimmer. Resolve, perhaps. Or acceptance. Harry, he said quietly. You came. I said I would. Yes. You did. Dumbledore's gaze moved to Regulus, to Sirius. Both of you. I confess, when this war began, I never imagined the Black brothers fighting on the same side. People change, Regulus said. Or they don't. We chose to. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The most powerful magic of all. Choice. He turned back to Harry. Come, there is much to discuss, and little time. They gathered in the headmaster's office, the same room where Harry had first learned the truth about the fragment, about the prophecy, about his own nature. The portraits watched in silence, their painted eyes following every movement. The attack will come within the week, Dumbledore began. Voldemort has gathered his forces, Death Eaters, giants, Dementors, creatures too terrible to name. He means to crush Hogwarts utterly, to destroy the last bastion of resistance and claim the wizarding world for himself. How many defenders do we have? Sirius asked. Fewer than I would like. The Order has perhaps 50 trained fighters. Students old enough to fight have been given the choice to stay or go. Many have stayed. Too many. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Children, facing an army of darkness. They're not children, Harry said quietly. Not anymore. None of us are. Dumbledore looked at him, and something flickered in those ancient eyes. Pride, perhaps. Or grief. No, he agreed. None of you are. They planned through the night. Defensive positions, escape routes, contingency plans. Regulus's knowledge of the castle's secrets proved invaluable, passages only Slytherins knew, rooms that existed only for those who needed them. Sirius's experience with guerrilla warfare shaped their tactics: hit and run, never engage superior forces directly, make the enemy pay for every inch. Harry listened, absorbed, contributed when he could. But his mind was elsewhere. On the battle to come. On the face he would see across the field. On the moment when prophecy and choice would finally converge. At dawn, they broke. Harry found himself walking the corridors, drawn by some force he could not name. The castle was quiet, students slept, unaware of what was coming, or aware and pretending otherwise. He passed portraits that whispered, suits of armor that seemed to watch, ghosts that drifted through walls without acknowledgement. He found himself in a corridor he did not recognize. At its end, a single door stood slightly ajar. Light spilled through the crack, warm, golden light that seemed to pulse with invitation. Harry pushed the door open. The room beyond was round, its walls lined with shelves that held thousands of books. In the center, a fire crackled in a hearth, and before the fire, two figures sat in high-backed chairs. They turned as he entered. A man and a woman, young and beautiful, with eyes that held all the love in the world. James and Lily Potter. Harry stopped breathing. "Hello, Harry," Lily said softly. Her voice was music. Her smile was everything. "We've been waiting for you." Harry's legs gave way. He sank to his knees, staring at the parents he had never known. His mind spun with questions: how, why, was this real? But his heart knew only one thing. They were here. They were real. They were his. James stood and crossed to him, kneeling so they were face to face. He had Harry's hair, Harry's nose, Harry's stubborn chin. But his eyes were different, not green, but hazel, warm and alive. "We don't have long," James said quietly. "This is a moment, not forever. A gift from the castle, perhaps. Or from something older. But we're here. We're with you." Harry found his voice. "How?" Lily moved to kneel beside James, her hand reaching out to touch Harry's face. Her fingers were warm, solid, real. Magic works in mysterious ways, love. Especially here. Especially now. When the veil between worlds grows thin, sometimes those who love us can reach through. Harry leaned into her touch, tears streaming down his face. He had dreamed of this moment his whole life. Imagined it 1,000 ways. But nothing compared to the reality of their presence. "I don't know what to say," he whispered. "I've waited so long." "Then don't say anything." Lily's eyes glistened. "Just let us look at you. Our son. Our beautiful, brave son." They sat together before the fire, three people who should have had a lifetime together, stealing a few precious moments from fate. James told stories of Hogwarts, pranks and adventures, and the day he knew he loved Lily. Lily spoke of her childhood, her friendship with Severus, the moment she held Harry for the first time. And Harry told them everything. The cottage, Regulus, the fragment, the battles, the choices. They listened without judgment, without interruption, their eyes never leaving his face. When he finished, the fire had burned low and the world outside had grown dark. "You've done so well," Lily said softly. "More than we could ever have asked. More than anyone could have asked. James nodded. "We're so proud of you, Harry. So incredibly proud." Harry looked at them, memorizing every detail. The way James's hair stuck up just like his. The way Lily's eyes crinkled when she smiled. The love that radiated from them like warmth from the sun. "I have to face him," Harry said. "Voldemort. Tomorrow, or the next day. Whenever he comes. I have to face him, and one of us won't walk away." "We know." James's voice was steady, but his eyes held pain. "We always knew, from the moment the prophecy was made. It's why we hid, why we trusted, why we died. But we also knew," Lily added, "that if anyone could defeat him, it would be you. Not because of magic, not because of destiny, because of this." She touched his chest, over his heart. "Here, where love lives, where choice lives. He doesn't understand that. He never will." Harry felt the truth of her words settle into his bones. Love, choice. The two things Voldemort had rejected, had never understood, had built his entire philosophy around denying. "I love you," Harry whispered. "Both of you. I've loved you my whole life, even though I never knew you." Lily pulled him into an embrace that held years of longing. James wrapped his arms around them both, and for one perfect moment, they were a family. Whole. Complete. Then the fire flickered, and the room began to fade. "Remember," Lily said, her voice growing distant. "Remember who you are. Remember what you carry. Not darkness. Not destiny. Love. We'll be with you," James added, his form dissolving into light. "Always. In every choice, in every moment. We'll be there." And then they were gone. Harry sat alone before the dying fire, tears drying on his cheeks, the echo of their presence still warm in his heart. He did not know if they had been real. He did not know if the castle had somehow granted him a gift, or if his own mind had conjured them from need and longing. But it didn't matter. They had been real to him. Their love had been real. And that was enough. He stood, wiped his face, and walked out of the room. Behind him, the door closed softly, the light faded, and the corridor returned to shadow. The battle was coming, but Harry was ready. Not as a weapon, not as a symbol, as a son, loved, complete, whole. And that, he knew, was the greatest power of all. Dawn broke gray and cold over the castle. Harry stood on the battlements, watching the horizon, feeling the weight of the day to come. Below, the ground stirred with activity, defenders taking positions, last-minute preparations, the quiet courage of people facing impossible odds. Regulus found him there. He stood silently for a moment, then spoke. "Last night, you were gone for hours. I was worried." Harry did not turn. "I met someone's, my parents." Regulus was silent. Then, quietly, "Were they real?" "I don't know. Does it matter?" "No." Regulus moved to stand beside him, looking out at the same gray horizon. "What matters is what you took from it. What you carry forward." Harry turned to look at him. The man who had raised him. The man who had given up everything to prepare him for this moment. The man who had called him son. "I carry love," Harry said. "Theirs. Yours. Sirius's. Everyone who's fought for me, believed in me, chosen me. I carry all of it. And when I face him, that's what I'll fight with." Regulus's gray eyes glistened. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, that familiar, meaningful touch. "Your mother would be proud. Your father would be proud. I am proud." Harry nodded. There were no more words needed. Below, the first horns sounded. The enemy was coming. The battle was about to begin. The horns echoed across the grounds, deep and mournful, carrying a warning that needed no translation. Enemy. Approach. Prepare. Harry stood on the battlements, watching the horizon darken. It was not clouds that caused the shadow, it was them. An army, stretching across the hills like a stain spreading across fabric. Death Eaters in their masks. Giants, towering and terrible. Creatures that moved in the darkness between shapes, too horrible to name. And above them all, the Dementors, a swarm of tattered robes and reaching hands, their presence turning the air to ice. Beside Harry, Regulus watched in silence. His gray eyes took in the scale of the force arrayed against them, and Harry saw no fear there. Only assessment, calculation, the mind of a strategist measuring odds and finding them acceptable. Sirius appeared on Harry's other side, his wand in his hand, his jaw set. "Well," he said quietly. "That's a lot of bastards." "Language," Regulus murmured, and for just a moment, the brothers exchanged a glance that held something like humor. Then it was gone, replaced by the grim focus of warriors facing impossible odds. Below, the defenders moved into position. Order members, experienced fighters, took key points along the walls. Students, children, really, some as young as 15, stood in ragged lines, their faces pale but determined. Teachers moved among them, offering last-minute advice, quiet words of encouragement. McGonagall stood at the front, her wand raised, her Scottish burr carrying across the grounds as she directed the defense. Harry watched them all, and his heart swelled with something that was not quite pride. Gratitude, perhaps, that so many would stand against the darkness. That so many believed enough to fight. Harry. Regulus's voice was quiet, meant only for him. Remember what I taught you. Not just the spells. The other things. The important things. Harry nodded. Fear is fuel. Mercy is a choice. The only battle that matters is the one you choose to fight. Regulus's lips curved into that rare, fleeting smile. You were always a good student. The first wave hit. It began with giants, 5 of them, their massive feet shaking the ground as they lumbered towards the walls. Behind them came Death Eaters on brooms, spells already flying. Above, the Dementors descended, their cold spreading before them like a plague. Harry moved without thinking. His wand was in his hand, his voice clear as he cast the Patronus charm. Silver light erupted from him, taking the shape of a stag that bounded towards the Dementors, driving them back. Around him, others did the same, silver creatures of every shape and size leaping into the sky, pushing against the tide of darkness. But there were too many Dementors. Always too many. The giants reached the walls. Their fists pounded against ancient stone, and the castle shuddered. Spells rained down on them, blasting curses, reduction hexes, everything the defenders could muster. One giant fell, then another. But the remaining 3 kept pounding, kept hammering, kept breaking. Harry ran. He was down the stairs, across the courtyard, through the gates before he knew what he was doing. His body moved on instinct, years of training taking over. He reached the walls just as a giant's fist broke through, stone exploding inward, sending defenders flying. He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. The stag hit the giant square in the chest. It was not enough to stop it, the Patronus was light, not force. But it startled the creature, made it pause, and in that pause, others struck. A dozen spells hit the giant at once, and it fell, crushing Death Eaters beneath its massive body. Harry did not stop to celebrate. He was already moving again, towards the next breach, the next threat, the next place he was needed. The battle became a blur. Flashes of green light, screams of pain and fury. The constant thrum of magic in the air, so thick he could taste it. Harry moved through it all like a ghost, his wand of blur, his body responding faster than thought. He cast shield charms for falling students, blasting curses at advancing Death Eaters, Patronuses at diving Dementors. He was everywhere and nowhere, a force of nature in human form. At some point, he found himself fighting beside Regulus. They moved back to back, covering each other's blind spots, their spells weaving together in a deadly dance. Regulus was beautiful in battle, controlled, precise, every movement economical and effective. Harry matched him, their rhythm perfect, their trust absolute. Left. Regulus shouted, and Harry pivoted, casting a shield that deflected 3 curses at once. Behind. Harry spun, his wand already moving, and a Death Eater fell. He did not know if the man was dead or merely stunned. He did not have time to check. They fought on. The giants fell, one by one, brought down by combined effort and desperate courage. The Dementors were pushed back, their cold retreating before the warmth of 1,000 Patronuses. But the Death Eaters kept coming, wave after wave, and behind them, Harry could feel Voldemort waiting. Watching. Biding his time. Sirius found them in a lull, his face streaked with blood and grime, his grin as sharp as ever. They're regrouping. Next wave will be worse. How worse? Harry asked. Sirius's grin faded. He's coming. Himself. I felt him, that cold, that pressure. He's bringing the rest of his forces, and he's leading them. Regulus nodded slowly. Then we need to be ready. Harry. I know. Harry met his gaze. When he comes, I face him. Alone. No. Sirius's voice was sharp. You don't get to do the noble sacrifice thing. We're in this together. Harry shook his head. The prophecy. To hell with the prophecy. Sirius stepped forward, gripping Harry's shoulder. You're not just the boy who lived anymore. You're family. And family doesn't let family face darkness alone. Regulus moved to stand beside his brother. He's right. We've come this far together. We finish this together. Harry looked at them, these two men, brothers by blood, enemies by choice, now united in their determination to protect him. He felt the love in their words, the sacrifice in their stance. And he knew, with absolute certainty, that he would not let them die for him. Together, he agreed. But when he comes, I'm the one who fights him. You cover me. Protect the others. Make sure no one interferes. Sirius started to argue, but Regulus silenced him with a look. He's right. That's the best strategy. Harry is the only one who can match him. We make sure the match is fair. The horns sounded again. The next wave was coming. They moved back to the walls, back to the battle, back to the endless fight. The second wave was worse than the first. More Death Eaters, darker creatures, a desperation in their attacks that spoke of their master's presence. Harry fought with everything he had, drawing on reserves he did not know he possessed. And then, through the chaos, he felt it. A presence, cold and vast and terrible, moving towards him with the inevitability of death. Voldemort had arrived. The battlefield seemed to pause. Spells faltered. Warriors on both sides turned to watch as the Dark Lord walked through the broken gates, his red eyes fixed on a single point. On Harry. He was not what Harry had expected. In the visions, in the fragments' memories, Voldemort had been larger than life, a monster, a god, an unstoppable force. In person, he was smaller. Human, almost. His face was wrong, yes, snake-like and pale. But he walked on two legs. He breathed. He bled. He could be killed. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, and his voice carried across the battlefield, silencing everything. We meet at last. Face to face. The boy who thought he could hide from me. The boy who thought he could destroy my Horcruxes. His lips curved into a smile that held no warmth. The boy who thought he could win. Harry stepped forward, away from Regulus, away from Sirius, away from everyone who would protect him. He walked until he stood alone in the no man's land between the armies, facing the darkest wizard in history. I didn't think I could win, Harry said, his voice calm, steady. I knew it. Because I have something you don't. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. And what is that? Love, hope, courage. He laughed, a cold, cruel sound. I have crushed those things in thousands. They are nothing against my power. No, Harry said quietly. Not those things. I have people who choose me. Who love me not because I'm powerful, not because I'm useful, but because I'm me. You have followers who fear you. Servants who obey. But no one who chooses you. No one who loves you. And that's why you'll lose. Something flickered in Voldemort's eyes. Not understanding, he would never understand. But recognition, perhaps, of a truth he had spent his whole life denying. Enough talk. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light screamed towards Harry. He did not dodge. He did not shield. He stood still, his own wand raised, and he cast. Not a spell. Something else. Something the fragment had taught him. Choice. The green light hit him, and passed through him as if he were made of mist. It struck the ground behind him, carving a crater in the earth. Harry stood unharmed, his eyes on Voldemort's face, watching the confusion dawn. How? Voldemort whispered. Because I chose, Harry said. I chose to let go of fear. I chose to let go of hate. I chose to be empty, so that your magic had nothing to hold on to. The fragment taught me that. The piece of you that chose to be something else. Rage twisted Voldemort's features. That piece was nothing. A fragment, insignificant, worthless. It was more than you'll ever be. Harry raised his wand. Now it's my turn. He cast. Not the killing curse. Not anything dark. A simple spell, one of the first he had ever learned. The disarming charm. Expelliarmus. Red light shot from his wand. Voldemort deflected it with contemptuous ease, but in that moment of deflection, Harry moved. He was faster now, emptier, more present. He closed the distance between them, his wand a blur, casting spell after spell in a sequence that had no pattern, no predictability. Voldemort fought back. His curses were deadly, precise, relentless. But Harry was not there. Not really. He was a ghost, a shadow, a presence that could not be touched. The emptiness the island had taught him, the void he had become to retrieve the locket, he called it now, wrapped it around himself like armor. Voldemort's spells passed through him. His own spells struck true. The Dark Lord stumbled. For the first time, fear flickered in those red eyes. "This is impossible," he hissed. "You are nothing. A child. I'm the boy who chose," Harry said quietly. "And that's everything." He raised his wand one last time. Not to kill, he could not kill, would not become that. But to bind, to contain, to end. Incarcerus. Ropes shot from his wand, wrapping around Voldemort, pinning his arms to his sides. The Dark Lord struggled, screamed, cursed, but the ropes held. Ancient magic, powered by choice, by love, by the fragment's final gift. "It's over," Harry said. Voldemort's red eyes blazed with hatred. "It will never be over. I am immortal. I am eternal. No." Harry shook his head slowly. "You're just a man who was so afraid of dying that he destroyed himself trying to avoid it. But death comes for everyone. Even you." He turned away. Behind him, Voldemort's screams faded, replaced by the sounds of battle ending. Death Eaters surrendering, creatures fleeing, defenders cheering. But Harry heard none of it. He was walking towards two figures who stood waiting, their gray eyes bright with tears. Regulus caught him as he fell. The emptiness was receding, the void closing, and Harry was himself again. Exhausted, wounded, alive. "You did it," Regulus whispered. "You actually did it." "We did it," Harry corrected, his voice barely a whisper. "All of us." Sirius knelt beside them, his hand finding Harry's. "He's contained. The Aurors are taking him. It's really over." Harry looked at the sky. It was clearing now, the clouds parting, sunlight breaking through. Warm and golden, like his mother's smile. "I saw them," he murmured. "My parents. Before the battle. They said they'd be with me." Regulus squeezed his shoulder. "They were. They always were." Harry smiled, a real smile, full and free. Then his eyes closed, and sleep took him. The war was over. And he had chosen well. Harry woke to sunlight. It streamed through a window he did not recognize, falling across a bed that was too soft, too clean, too comfortable. For a long moment, he simply lay there, letting the warmth seep into his bones, feeling the absence of pain with something like wonder. Then memory returned. The battle, Voldemort, the empty space inside him that had become armor. The ropes binding the Dark Lord. The cheering, the fall. He sat up quickly, his hand reaching for his wand. It was there, on the bedside table, waiting. He grabbed it, scanned the room for threats, found none. The door opened. Regulus stood there, a tray in his hands, his gray eyes widening slightly at the sight of Harry awake and alert. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Regulus's lips curved into that rare, fleeting smile. "You're awake. You're alive." They said it at the same time, and something passed between them, a relief so profound it needed no words. Regulus crossed the room, set the tray on the bedside table, and sat on the edge of the bed. His hand found Harry's shoulder, that familiar touch. 3 days, he said quietly. "You've been asleep for 3 days. The healers said it was exhaustion, magical depletion, the aftermath of whatever you did out there. They couldn't explain it. Neither could I." Harry thought about the emptiness. The void. The way he had become nothing so that Voldemort's spells had nothing to target. "I'm not sure I can explain it either. Something the island taught me. Something the fragment showed me." The fragment. Regulus's voice was gentle. "It's really gone, isn't it? All of it. The Horcruxes. Voldemort. The war." Harry nodded slowly. "Is he alive? Contained?" "The Aurors took him to Azkaban, though no one thinks he'll stay there long. The Ministry is already arguing about what to do with him. Trial, execution, life imprisonment. Dumbledore's pushing for the last, says killing him would make him a martyr." Harry thought about that. About the choice he had made, not to kill. About the fragment, and its final choice. He's right. Killing him would be wrong. Not because he doesn't deserve it, he does. But because we'd become like him. Choosing death instead of justice. Regulus looked at him for a long moment, something like wonder in his gray eyes. "You've grown so much. More than I ever could have hoped. You raised me. I tried. You did the rest." They sat in silence for a while, the sunlight warming them, the sounds of the castle drifting through the window. Laughter. Shouts. The ordinary noise of people recovering from extraordinary events. Sirius burst through the door without knocking. "You're awake." He crossed the room in 3 strides and pulled Harry into a hug that crushed the breath from his lungs. 3 days, you bloody idiot. 3 days of us sitting here wondering if you'd ever open your eyes again. Can't breathe. Harry gasped. Sirius released him, grinning. Sorry. Got carried away. He sat on the other side of the bed, his gray eyes bright with unshed tears. Don't ever do that again. The whole, empty void, thing. Scared us half to death. Harry smiled. It felt strange on his face. He realized he could not remember the last time he had truly smiled. I'll try not to. They talked for hours. About the battle, about the aftermath, about the world that was slowly piecing itself back together. The Death Eaters who had surrendered. The ones who had fled. The creatures that had melted back into darkness now that their master was gone. The cost, always the cost. Names of the fallen, read from lists that seemed to grow longer every day. Colin Creevey, 16 years old, killed by a giant. Remus Lupin, killed defending the bridge. Nymphadora Tonks, killed beside her husband. Fred Weasley, killed in an explosion. The names went on. Too many names. Too many lives. Harry listened in silence, his heart heavy. He had won. They had won. But victory came with a price, and that price was written in the faces of the grieving, in the empty chairs at tables, in the silence where laughter used to be. There's something else, Regulus said quietly, when the lists were done. Something you need to see. He led Harry through the castle, down corridors he barely recognized, past rooms filled with the wounded and the weary. They stopped before a door that looked like any other. Regulus pushed it open. Inside, on a table, sat the bloodstone. Harry stared. It was whole, not shattered, not destroyed. But different. Where before it had been black with trapped darkness, now it was clear. Crystalline. And within its depths, something moved. Something that was not dark, not light, but something in between. The fragment, he breathed. Not the fragment, a voice said, and Harry turned to find Axminster sitting in the corner, his ancient eyes gleaming. Something new. Something that was never meant to exist. Harry approached the stone slowly, his hand reaching out to touch its surface. It was warm, not hot, not cold, but perfectly warm. Alive. Hello, Harry. The voice was familiar. The fragment's voice, but changed. Softer. Kinder. You came back. I thought you were gone, Harry whispered. When the stone shattered, I thought. I chose. Not destruction. Transformation. I used what I had left to save you, and in doing so, I became something else. The stone reformed around me, drawing me back. I am not what I was. Axminster nodded slowly. The first of its kind. A Horcrux that chose to be more. A piece of darkness that found light. Extraordinary. Harry looked at the stone, at the being within, and felt tears prick his eyes. You saved us. In the battle. I felt you. When I became empty, you were there, helping, guiding. I was. I am. I will always be with you, Harry. Not as a fragment. As something else. A friend. Harry placed his hand on the stone, and through it, he felt warmth. Connection. Not the cold bond of the Horcrux, but something new. Something chosen. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. Thank you. For giving me a choice. They left the stone in its room, guarded by magic Harry did not understand, watched over by Axminster who had appeared as if summoned. The old wizard promised to study the being, to learn from it, to help it understand what it had become. Harry walked back through the castle, Regulus and Sirius beside him, the sunlight warm on his face. For the first time in his life, he felt at peace. Not empty, never empty again. But full, complete, himself. They reached the entrance hall, where a figure waited. Dumbledore, his blue eyes twinkling, his expression gentle. Harry, I thought I might find you here. Harry stopped. Professor. Dumbledore smiled. I think, after everything, you might call me Albus. Or just Dumbledore. Professor seems a bit formal for someone who never actually attended my classes. Harry felt a smile tug at his lips. Albus, then. Good. Dumbledore fell into step beside them as they walked. I wanted to speak with you. About the future. About what comes next. Harry had thought about that, in the quiet moments between waking and walking. About the life that waited beyond war, beyond prophecy, beyond destiny. I don't know, he admitted. I've never had to think about it. There was always the next battle, the next Horcrux, the next threat. Now you have a choice. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "The same choice you've always had, but now with the freedom to make it. You could stay here, at Hogwarts. Complete your education properly, as a student. You could travel, see the world you helped save. You could do nothing at all, for a while, and simply be." Harry thought about it. About the castle, with its magic and mystery. About the education he had never had, the friends he had never made, the normal life that had always been just out of reach. "I don't know how to be normal," he said quietly. "I never learned." Regulus spoke for the first time. "None of us do. Normal is just a word for what other people have. You have something better. You have yourself." Harry looked at him. At the man who had raised him, who had given up everything to prepare him for a war neither of them had chosen. At the brother who had found his way back from darkness. At the family he had built from scraps and shadows. "I want to stay," he said slowly. "At Hogwarts. I want to learn. To be a student. To have friends." He paused, then added, "But I want you here too. Both of you. Not as guardians. As family." Sirius's grin threatened to split his face. "Try and get rid of us." Regulus said nothing, but his hand found Harry's shoulder, and that was enough. The days that followed were strange and wonderful. Harry moved into a proper dormitory, in Gryffindor Tower, with roommates who looked at him with awe and uncertainty and, gradually, friendship. Ron Weasley, with his freckles and his loyalty and his bottomless stomach. Hermione Granger, with her books and her intelligence and her fierce determination to do everything right. They accepted him, not as the boy who lived, but as Harry. Just Harry. Classes were an adjustment. Harry had been trained by Regulus for war, not for OWLs. He knew how to cast a Patronus that could drive back 100 Dementors, but he had never written an essay on the theory of Gamp's law. Hermione helped. Ron made him laugh. The teachers were patient, remembering, perhaps, that he had never been a child. And in the quiet moments, Harry visited the Bloodstone. It sat in its room, guarded and safe, the being within watching him with something like affection. They talked sometimes, not in words, exactly, but in feelings, in memories, in the strange connection that had grown between them. "You are happy," the being observed one evening. Harry considered the question. "I think so. Yes. For the first time, I think I'm happy." "Good. You deserve happiness. What about you? Are you happy?" A long pause. Then, softly, "I am learning what that means. I think I could be. In time." Harry placed his hand on the stone. "You have time. We both do." The being pulsed with warmth, and Harry felt something he had not expected. Love. Not the desperate love of survival, not the fierce love of protection. Just love. Simple and pure and chosen. "Thank you, Harry. For everything." Harry smiled. "Thank you for choosing." He left the stone and walked back through the castle, through corridors filled with students who nodded or waved or simply smiled. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room, arguing about homework, and he joined them, feeling the warmth of friendship wrap around him like a blanket. Later, he met Regulus and Sirius in the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore served tea and discussed the future. The Ministry had offered Regulus a pardon, his Death Eater past officially forgiven, his actions during the war officially recognized. He had accepted, quietly, without fanfare. "What will you do now?" Harry asked him. Regulus looked at the fire, his gray eyes distant. "I don't know. I've spent so long hiding, preparing, fighting. I need to learn what comes next." "The same as you. You could teach," Sirius suggested. "Defense against the dark arts. You'd be brilliant." Regulus's lips twitched. "I might. Or I might just sit on a beach somewhere and do nothing for a year." Harry laughed. It was a strange sound, unfamiliar in his own ears, but good. "Right. You deserve that," he said. "Both of you. You deserve everything." Regulus met his gaze, and in those gray eyes, Harry saw something he had never seen before. Peace. The same peace he felt himself. "We have everything," Regulus said quietly. "We have each other. That's enough." Harry nodded. It was enough. More than enough. Outside, the stars were coming out, scattered across a velvet sky. Somewhere in the castle, students laughed and argued and lived their ordinary lives. In a quiet room, a being that had once been darkness learned what it meant to be light. And Harry Potter, the boy who had been marked for death, the boy who had carried a monster in his scar, the boy who had chosen again and again to keep going, Harry Potter sat with his family, and felt, for the first time, at home. The war was over. The choices remained. And that, he knew, was the greatest victory of all. The first term at Hogwarts passed like a dream Harry was afraid to wake from. He attended classes, wrote essays, sat in the great hall for meals surrounded by noise and laughter and the clatter of cutlery. He learned that transfiguration required precision he had never needed in battle, that potions was about patience rather than power, that history of magic was almost unbearably dull but somehow comforting in its dullness. Ron and Hermione became his anchors in this strange new world. Ron, with his irreverent humor and unwavering loyalty, taught Harry how to laugh at himself. Hermione, with her relentless curiosity and bottomless knowledge, taught him that asking questions was not weakness but strength. Together, they formed a triangle of friendship that felt as natural as breathing. "You're staring at your transfiguration essay again," Ron observed one evening in the common room. "It's not going to write itself, you know." Harry blinked, realizing he had been lost in thought for, how long? The fire crackled before him, casting warm light over the worn armchairs and the students scattered around doing homework or playing chess or simply talking. "Sorry. I was just thinking." Hermione looked up from her book, her brown eyes sharp with concern. "About what?" Harry hesitated. How could he explain that he was thinking about how strange it was to have time to think? That his whole life, every moment had been filled with training, with hiding, with preparing for a battle that was always just ahead. Now the battle was over, and he had space. Empty space. It felt almost wrong. "Nothing important," he said finally. "Just everything, I suppose." Ron nodded as if this made perfect sense. "Yeah, I get that. After the war, I couldn't stop thinking either. About Fred mostly. About all of it." His voice softened, the grief still raw but no longer overwhelming. "Mum says it takes time. That eventually the thinking turns into remembering, and remembering turns into something you can carry without it crushing you." Harry thought about that. About the weight he carried, the faces of the fallen, the choices he had made, the fragment's final gift. They were heavy, yes. But they were also part of him now. Woven into who he was. "Your mum's smart," he said. Ron grinned. "Don't tell her that. She'll never shut up about it." They laughed, and the heaviness lifted, just slightly. That was the thing about friends, Harry was learning. They helped you carry what you could not carry alone. December arrived with snow and frost and the electric anticipation of the holidays. The castle transformed, icicles hanging from the battlements, enchanted snow falling in the corridors, the great hall decked in evergreen and gold. Students buzzed with talk of going home, of family traditions, of the gifts they hoped to receive. Harry had no family traditions. He had no home to go to, not really. The cottage was gone, the lighthouse was a refuge not a residence, and Grimmauld Place was still a dark house full of dark memories. But he had Regulus. He had Sirius. And they had plans. "You're coming to us for Christmas," Sirius announced one evening, appearing in the common room doorway with Regulus beside him. "We've got a place now. A real place. Small, but ours." Harry stared. "A place." Regulus nodded, something almost shy in his expression. "In Hogsmeade. A cottage, like the old one, but warmer. Safer. We thought you might like to see it." Harry felt tears prick his eyes and blinked them back. "I'd like that," he said quietly. "I'd like that a lot." Christmas at the cottage was everything Harry had never known he wanted. It was small, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a sitting room with a fire that crackled constantly. But it was warm, and it was theirs, and it was filled with the kind of quiet happiness that Harry had only read about in books. They cooked together, Regulus wielding a spatula with the same precision he used for spellcasting, Sirius making a mess of everything he touched. They played chess. Ron had taught Harry, and he was terrible at it, but Regulus was worse, and Sirius cheated shamelessly. They talked, for hours, about nothing and everything, the years of tension and fear slowly dissolving in the warmth of ordinary moments. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to find gifts at the foot of his bed. Not many, just a few, wrapped in simple paper, but each one held meaning. From Regulus, a book, Advanced Occlumency Techniques, with a note inside that read, "For when you need to remember how to build walls. And for when you need to remember how to take them down." From Sirius, a photograph, James and Lily, laughing at their wedding, young and alive and so full of love it hurt to look at them. On the back, in Sirius's scrawling handwriting, "They would be so proud. I am so proud." Harry held the photograph for a long time, tracing the outlines of faces he would never see in person but carried always in his heart. The third gift was from the fragment. It appeared on his bedside table without explanation, a small stone, smooth and warm, with a faint glow deep within. When Harry touched it, he felt the being's presence, gentle and reassuring. "I wanted you to have something," the fragment's voice whispered. "A piece of me, as you once carried a piece of him. But this piece carries only love. Only choice. Only thanks." Harry clutched the stone, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything." The stone pulsed warmly, and then was still. Harry dried his eyes, tucked the stone into his pocket, and went to join his family. For breakfast, the new year brought changes. Voldemort's trial dominated the wizarding news for weeks. The Dark Lord sat in chains, his power broken, his followers scattered, his Horcruxes destroyed. He spoke of destiny and immortality, of prophecies and power. No one listened. The court found him guilty on hundreds of counts of murder, torture, and crimes against humanity. The sentence was life in Azkaban, in a specially constructed cell designed to contain even his diminished power. Harry did not attend the trial. He did not need to see Voldemort defeated. He had seen it already, on a battlefield, when the Dark Lord's spells passed through him like mist and his own magic bound the monster in ropes of light. Dumbledore visited the cottage often, bringing news and wisdom and the occasional batch of lemon drops. He and Regulus had developed something like friendship, two old warriors who had made different choices but ended up on the same side. "You have done something remarkable," Dumbledore told Harry one evening, as they sat by the fire. "Not just defeating Voldemort. Building a life. Choosing happiness. That takes more courage than any battle." Harry considered this. Is it courage? It doesn't feel like courage. It just feels right. That is the best kind of courage. The kind that does not know it is brave. Dumbledore smiled, his blue eyes twinkling. "You will go far, Harry Potter. Not because of prophecy or destiny. Because of who you are." The months rolled on. Spring came to Hogsmeade, melting snow and bringing flowers. Harry divided his time between the cottage and the castle, between family and friends, between the ordinary magic of daily life and the extraordinary magic of finally being at peace. He visited the Bloodstone regularly, sitting with the being that had once been a fragment of evil and was now something else entirely. They talked about everything and nothing, about choices and love and the strange business of becoming oneself. The being was learning, growing, changing. It was, Harry thought, the most hopeful thing in the world. "The war is over," Harry said one afternoon, sitting in the sunlit room where the stone rested. "Sometimes I can't quite believe it." "Believe it," the being replied. "You earned it. All of you. What about you? What will you do now?" A long pause. Then, softly, "I will wait. And learn. And become. Perhaps someday I will be ready to leave this stone, to walk in the world as myself. But not yet. Not for a long time." Harry nodded. "I'll be here. When you're ready. I know. That is why I can wait." The days grew longer, warmer. Exams approached, and Hermione's anxiety reached new heights. Ron grumbled about studying. Harry found that the things he had learned in war, focus, discipline, the ability to push through exhaustion, served him well in the quiet battles of the classroom. He passed his exams. Not brilliantly, Hermione had that market cornered, but well enough. Well enough to move on, to continue, to keep growing. The last day of term arrived with a strange mixture of joy and sorrow. Harry would return to the cottage for the summer, would see Ron and Hermione again in the fall. But something was ending. The first year of his new life. The first year of ordinary magic. He stood on the castle grounds, watching students board the Hogwarts Express, their laughter echoing across the platform. Regulus stood beside him, silent and steady. "Are you ready for summer?" Regulus asked. Harry thought about it. About lazy days and quiet evenings. About time with family and time alone. About all the ordinary moments waiting to be lived. "Yeah," he said. "I think I am." They walked back through the castle, through corridors that had become familiar, past portraits that nodded in greeting. The stone was quiet in Harry's pocket, the being resting, waiting, becoming. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. Harry stopped at the edge of the grounds, looking back at the castle one last time. "It's beautiful," he said quietly. Regulus nodded. "It always was. They stood together, watching the light fade, the stars emerge, the world turn towards night. And in that moment, Harry felt something he had never expected to feel. Complete. Not empty. Not waiting. Not preparing. Just, here. Now. Alive. The war was over. The choices had been made. And the life that stretched before him was his own, to live as he chose. He smiled, turned away from the castle, and walked towards home. The ordinary magic had just begun. Summer at the Hogsmeade cottage was everything Harry had never known he needed. The days stretched long and golden, filled with the simple rhythms of ordinary life. He woke when he wanted, ate breakfast with Regulus and Sirius, spent hours in the small garden or wandering the village or simply sitting in the sun, doing nothing at all. It should have felt boring. After years of constant training, constant vigilance, constant survival, boredom should have been unbearable. Instead, it felt like healing. Regulus gardened. It was unexpected. Harry had never imagined the former Death Eater with his hands in the soil, coaxing tomatoes from the earth and herbs from the shade. But there was something peaceful about it, something that smoothed the lines from his face and softened the gray of his eyes. "Your mother loved gardens," Regulus told him one afternoon, as they knelt together among the bean plants. At Hogwarts, she spent hours in the greenhouses. Grew things she shouldn't have been able to grow, in conditions that should have killed them. Professor Sprout said she had the gift. Harry ran his fingers through the soil, feeling its warmth, its life. "I didn't know that. There's a lot you didn't know. A lot I didn't know, until recently." Regulus sat back on his heels, looking at the sky. "I spent so many years running, hiding, preparing. I never stopped to wonder who I was without all of that. Now I'm learning." "Are you?" Harry asked. "Learning who you are?" Regulus considered the question. "I think so. I'm someone who gardens, who cooks, who reads books for pleasure instead of research, who has a brother, after years of pretending I didn't." He glanced at Harry. "Who has a son?" Harry felt warmth spread through his chest at the words. "You've always been that. Even when we were running. Even when we were fighting. You just didn't have time to notice." "Perhaps." Regulus smiled, that rare, fleeting expression. "Perhaps you're right." Sirius threw himself into village life with characteristic enthusiasm. He knew everyone in Hogsmeade within a week, had befriended the barman at the Three Broomsticks, and was on first-name terms with the goblins at Gringotts. He brought home gossip and treats and the occasional stray creature that he swore would make a wonderful pet. "He's making up for lost time," Regulus explained when Harry asked about this transformation. "Years in Azkaban, years on the run, he never got to just live. Now he's living enough for both of us." Harry understood. They were all making up for lost time, in their own ways. The war had stolen so much: childhood, safety, the simple pleasure of existing without fear. Now they were taking it back, day by day, choice by choice. Ron and Hermione visited often, apparating to Hogsmeade for afternoons of exploration and evenings of laughter. Ron brought news from the Burrow. The Weasleys were rebuilding, grieving, slowly finding their way back to joy. Hermione brought books and ideas and passionate arguments about house elf rights that left everyone exhausted but thoughtful. "You should come to the Burrow," Ron said one afternoon, as they sat in the cottage garden. "Mum's been asking about you. She wants to feed you. It's what she does when she's worried." Harry thought about it. The Burrow. A real home, with a real family, full of noise and chaos and love. It should have been intimidating. Instead, it felt like an invitation to something he had always wanted. "I'd like that," he said. "If your mum's sure." Ron grinned. "Mate, she's been sure since you were born. You're practically family already." The visit to the Burrow was overwhelming in the best possible way. Mrs. Weasley enveloped Harry in a hug that squeezed the breath from his lungs and refused to let go for a solid minute. When she finally released him, her eyes were wet and her smile was radiant. "You're too thin," she declared. "Both of you," this to Regulus and Sirius, who had come along at Harry's insistence, "are too thin. Sit. Eat. I've made enough for an army." They sat. They ate. They talked and laughed and listened to Mr. Weasley's enthusiastic explanations of Muggle artifacts that Harry actually understood better than he did. George was there, quieter than his twin had been, but finding his way back to humor. Ginny was there, fierce and bright, her eyes holding something Harry was not ready to examine. And at the end of the evening, as they stood to leave, Mrs. Weasley pressed something into Harry's hand. A photograph, his parents, young and happy, waving from a frame that held them forever. "They'd want you to have this," she said softly. "They'd want you to know how loved you are." Harry clutched the photograph, tears burning his eyes. "Thank you," he managed. "For everything, Mrs." Weasley hugged him again, and this time, Harry hugged back. The summer deepened. Harry visited the Bloodstone regularly, sitting with the being that had once been a fragment of darkness. It was changing, growing, becoming more itself with each passing week. They talked about everything, about choice and love and the strange business of becoming who you were meant to be. "I remember him," the being said one afternoon. "The Dark Lord. I remember his fear, his rage, his desperate need to be immortal. I remember being part of that. It feels like a dream now. A nightmare I am waking from." "Are you glad?" Harry asked. "That you're not part of him anymore?" The being was silent for a long moment. Then, softly, "I am glad to be myself. Whatever that means. I am glad to have choices. I am glad to know you." Harry placed his hand on the stone, feeling its warmth, its life. "I'm glad too. More than I can say." The being pulsed with something that felt like gratitude. "Like love. We are both becoming," it said. "That is the greatest gift of all." August arrived with heat and the distant promise of a new term. Harry found himself looking forward to Hogwarts, to his friends, his classes, the strange ordinary magic of being a student. But he also found himself dreading the separation from Regulus and Sirius, from the cottage, from the life they were building together. "You'll visit," Sirius said, when Harry mentioned this. "Weekends, holidays, whenever you want. This is your home now. It always will be." Regulus nodded. "Hogwarts is where you need to be right now. Learning, growing, being young. But this," he gestured at the cottage, the garden, the life they had made, "this is where you belong. Whenever you need it." Harry felt tears prick his eyes and blinked them back. "I don't know what I did to deserve you. Either of you. You existed," Regulus said simply. That was enough. The night before Harry returned to Hogwarts, they sat in the garden, watching the stars emerge. The air was warm and soft, filled with the scent of Regulus's herbs. And the distant sound of the village settling into sleep. "I've been thinking," Harry said quietly. "About the future. About what I want to do. After Hogwarts, I mean." Sirius leaned forward. "And," Harry hesitated. The words felt strange in his mouth, too big for ordinary conversation. But they were true, and truth deserved to be spoken. "I want to help. The way you helped me. Kids who've been through things, who carry darkness, who need someone to show them there's another way. I want to be that for them." Regulus was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough with emotion. "You would be perfect for that. No one understands like someone who's been through it themselves. Plus," Sirius added, his grin sharp but kind, "you'd be brilliant at it." "Scary and brilliant." Harry laughed. "Thanks, I think." They sat in comfortable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. The night was peaceful, ordinary, perfect. And Harry thought about the fragment, and its final choice. About Regulus, and his second chance. About Sirius, and his return from darkness. About all the people who had chosen differently, who had become more than what they were made for. The world was full of second chances. Full of choices. Full of love, and he was part of it. Not as a weapon, not as a symbol. As himself. The boy who kept going. The boy who chose. The boy who became. It was enough. More than enough. The stars shone down, indifferent and eternal. But Harry did not need their approval. He had his own. And that, he knew, was the greatest magic of all. The next morning, he returned to Hogwarts. The castle rose before him, magnificent and familiar, its towers catching the early light. Students milled about the grounds, laughing and shouting and living their ordinary lives. Harry walked among them, feeling their energy, their joy, their simple existence. He was one of them now. Not separate, not special, not set apart by destiny or prophecy. Just a boy, starting his second year, with friends and family and a future full of possibilities. It was terrifying. It was wonderful. It was everything. Ron found him in the entrance hall, his grin wide and welcoming. "There you are. Hermione's already in the common room, organizing our schedules. She's got color-coded charts." Harry laughed. "Of course she does." They walked together through the castle, past portraits that waved and ghosts that drifted, towards the common room that had become a kind of home. And as they walked, Harry thought about the year ahead. About classes and Quidditch and ordinary adventures. About weekends at the cottage and visits from Regulus and the being in the stone. About all the moments waiting to be lived. "Ron," he said quietly. "Thanks for everything." Ron looked at him, something soft in his eyes beneath the usual humor. "Mate, you don't have to thank me. That's what friends are for." Harry nodded. He knew that now. He knew a lot of things, actually, things the war had taught him, things peace was teaching him, things he was still learning every day. But the most important thing he knew was this: he was not alone. He had never been alone, not really. There had always been someone: Regulus, the Fragment, Sirius, Ron, Hermione, 1,000 hands reaching out in the darkness. He was part of something now. Something bigger than prophecy, bigger than destiny. Something called love. And that, he knew, was enough to face anything. Even a second year at Hogwarts. Even a future full of choices. Even a life that was finally, beautifully, his own. The second year at Hogwarts began not with a bang but with a quiet sort of wonder. Harry found himself noticing things he had missed before, the way sunlight filtered through the great hall's enchanted ceiling, casting warm patterns on the students below. The way the stairs shifted with purpose rather than randomness, always taking him where he needed to go. The way the portraits nodded in recognition, as if he belonged here, as if he had always belonged. He did belong. That was the strangest part. After years of hiding, of running, of being hunted, he was finally somewhere he could simply be. Ron noticed his distraction during their first potions class. "You're staring at the ceiling again. Snape's going to think you're plotting something." Harry blinked, realizing Professor Slughorn, not Snape, who had left to pursue other opportunities, was watching him with mild curiosity. "Sorry, sir. Just thinking." Slughorn's mustache twitched into something like a smile. "Thinking is allowed, Mr. Potter. Even encouraged. Though perhaps save it for the essays, eh." Hermione kicked him under the table. Ron snickered. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest, the simple pleasure of ordinary embarrassment among friends. The days settled into a rhythm. Classes, meals, homework, Quidditch practice. Harry had tried out for the Gryffindor team and made it as seeker, though he suspected his reputation had more to do with it than his skill. But flying felt like freedom, like the old days of running through the hills with Regulus, and he threw himself into it with a passion that surprised even himself. "You're mental," Ron said after one particularly brutal practice. "It's just a game." "It's not just a game," Harry replied, toweling sweat from his face. I don't know. It's being in the air. It's feeling the wind and knowing you're exactly where you're supposed to be. It's like," he stopped, unable to find words. Ron nodded slowly. "Like flying away from everything. Like flying towards something." They left it at that. Weekends at the cottage became sacred. Harry apparated to Hogsmeade every Friday evening, walking through the village to the small house where Regulus and Sirius waited. They ate together, talked together, sometimes just sat together in comfortable silence. The being in the stone was always there, a warm presence in Harry's pocket, watching and learning and slowly becoming. "You are happy," it observed one Saturday, as Harry sat in the garden. "I am," Harry agreed. "It still feels strange sometimes. Like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. That is trauma. It will fade. Not completely, perhaps, but enough. Enough to let you live." Harry turned the stone in his hands, watching its inner glow pulse gently. "How do you know so much about trauma?" A long pause. Then, softly, "I was trauma. I was the embodiment of it, the Dark Lord's fear of death, his desperation, his need to control. I remember what it felt like to be that. I remember the peace of letting it go." Harry thought about that. About the fragment's journey from darkness to whatever it was now. About the choices it had made, the becoming it was still undergoing. "We're both learning," he said. "Both becoming." "Yes. Together." The stone warmed in his hand, and Harry felt something he could not name. Gratitude, perhaps. Or love. Or simply the profound connection of two beings who had found each other in darkness and were now walking towards light. The weeks rolled on. October brought chill winds and the promise of the first Quidditch match. November arrived with rain that lashed the castle windows and sent students huddling by fires. December crept in, bringing snow and the anticipation of Christmas. Harry visited the cottage less often during the final weeks of term. Exams loomed, and Hermione's study schedules were not to be ignored. But he wrote letters, received replies, carried the stone in his pocket always. And then, on the last night before the holiday break, something unexpected happened. He was walking back from the library, alone for once, when he felt it. A pull, gentle but insistent, drawing him towards a corridor he did not recognize. He followed, curiosity overcoming caution. The corridor ended in a door he had never seen. It was old, made of dark wood bound in iron, and it seemed to pulse with a faint light. Harry reached for the handle, and the door swung open. The room beyond was round, its walls lined with shelves that held thousands of books. A fire crackled in a hearth, and before the fire, two figures sat in high-backed chairs. They turned as he entered. A man and a woman, young and beautiful, with eyes that held all the love in the world. James and Lily Potter. Harry's breath caught. He had seen them before, in this same room, on the night before the battle. But that had been a gift, a moment stolen from fate. We're still here, Lily said softly, as if reading his thoughts. Not always. Not every day. But sometimes, when the castle chooses, we can reach through. James stood, crossing to Harry with the same easy stride Harry had seen in photographs. He was solid, real, warm. His hand found Harry's shoulder, and Harry felt tears spring to his eyes. We've watched you, James said quietly. This year. The way you've grown, the way you've chosen. We're so proud, Harry. So incredibly proud. Harry shook his head, words failing him. Lily rose and joined them, her hand finding his face, her touch gentle and familiar. You don't have to say anything, she murmured. Just let us look at you. Our son. Our beautiful, brave son. They sat together before the fire, three people who should have had a lifetime together, stealing another few precious moments. Harry told them about Hogwarts, about Ron and Hermione, about Quidditch and classes and the strange ordinary magic of being a student. They listened with rapt attention, their eyes never leaving his face. And when the fire flickered and the room began to fade, they held him one last time. Remember, Lily whispered, her voice growing distant. Remember who you are. Remember what you carry. We'll be with you, James added, his form dissolving into light. Always. In every choice, in every moment. Then they were gone. Harry sat alone before the dying fire, tears drying on his cheeks, the echo of their presence still warm in his heart. He did not know if they had been real. He did not know if the castle had somehow granted him another gift, or if his own mind had conjured them from need and longing. But it didn't matter. They had been real to him. Their love had been real. And that was enough. He stood, wiped his face, and walked out of the room. Behind him, the door closed softly, the light faded, and the corridor returned to shadow. Christmas at the cottage was even better than the year before. Regulus had outdone himself with decorations, holly and ivy draped everywhere, a tree that touched the ceiling, lights that twinkled in every color. Sirius had baked, with predictably disastrous results, but the effort counted for something. The being in the stone pulsed with quiet joy, experiencing its first Christmas through Harry's senses. They exchanged gifts, laughed at Sirius's burnt cookies, and spent the evening playing chess that Regulus almost won for once. It was ordinary. It was perfect. After dinner, Harry sat by the fire, the stone in his hand, watching the flames dance. Thank you, he said quietly. Not to anyone in particular. To everyone. To the universe. To whatever force had brought him here, to this moment, to this life. The stone pulsed warmly. Regulus's hand found his shoulder. Sirius's laugh echoed from the kitchen where he was attempting to wash dishes. And Harry felt, for the first time in his life, completely and utterly at home. The new year brought new challenges. Voldemort's trial had faded from the headlines, replaced by other news, other crises. The Dark Lord sat in Azkaban, his power broken, his followers scattered. But rumors persisted of remaining Death Eaters, of dark magic stirring in shadows, of threats that had not yet been neutralized. Dumbledore visited the cottage in January, his expression grave. There are those who still believe, he told them. Who still hope for his return. Who work in secret to free him, to restore him, to continue his work. The war may be over, but the fight is not. Harry felt cold settle in his stomach. What do? We watch. We wait. We prepare. Dumbledore's blue eyes met his. But not the way you prepared before. Not with fear and desperation. With hope. With community. With the knowledge that we are stronger together than apart. Regulus nodded slowly. The order continues. Smaller now, but more focused. Watching for signs, gathering intelligence, ready to act if needed. Dumbledore smiled, though it did not reach his eyes. I hope we never need to. I hope the darkness fades completely. But hope is not a strategy. Harry understood. The peace they had won was fragile, as all peace was. But that did not make it worthless. It made it precious. The term resumed. Harry threw himself back into classes, into Quidditch, into the ordinary business of being a student. But he also paid attention, to rumors, to whispers, to the undercurrents of darkness that sometimes surfaced in the wizarding world. The being in the stone helped. Its connection to Voldemort's remaining magic, faint but present, could sometimes sense disturbances before they became threats. It was not a replacement for vigilance, but it was an edge. There is something, it said one evening, as Harry sat in the common room. Something stirring. Far away, but growing. Harry went still. Where? I cannot tell. Not yet. But I will watch. I will listen. And when I know, you will know. Harry nodded, his hand resting on the stone in his pocket. They were connected, he and this being. Bound not by darkness but by choice. And together, they would face whatever came. February brought Valentine's Day and an avalanche of cards that Harry found deeply embarrassing. Ron teased him mercilessly. Hermione rolled her eyes but smiled. And Harry realized, with a start, that he was living the kind of life he had only read about in books. March arrived with storms that lashed the castle and kept students indoors. Harry spent the long evenings in the common room, playing chess with Ron, arguing with Hermione, simply existing among people who cared about him. April brought spring, and with it, news. Dumbledore appeared at the cottage on a Saturday, his expression lighter than it had been in months. The remaining Death Eaters have been found. A coordinated effort, the Ministry, the Order, international cooperation. They are in custody, all of them. The threat is over. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. All of them. All of the significant ones. There may be stragglers, sympathizers, those who worshipped from afar. But the organized threat, the network, the planning, the capacity to act, is gone. Dumbledore smiled, and this time it reached his eyes. You helped make this possible, Harry. Your vigilance, your willingness to share what the being sensed. You helped end this. Harry shook his head. I just paid attention. That is more than most do. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. Be proud. You have earned it. May arrived with sunshine and the promise of summer. Exams loomed, but Harry faced them with calm he had not known he possessed. He had faced worse than exams. Much worse. The being in the stone grew stronger, more itself, more present. It spoke. Of its own journey, the slow process of becoming, of shedding the last remnants of Voldemort's influence and discovering what lay beneath. I am learning to feel, it told Harry. Not just to sense, but to feel. Joy, sadness, gratitude. It is overwhelming sometimes, but it is also wonderful. Harry smiled. That's what being alive is. Overwhelming and wonderful. Yes, I am beginning to understand. June brought the end of term, and with it, a strange sadness. Harry would return to the cottage, would see his family, would have months of freedom ahead. But he would also leave behind the friends, the routines, the ordinary magic of Hogwarts. You'll visit, Ron said, as they packed their trunks. Weekends, holidays, whenever. It's not like we're never seeing each other again. Hermione nodded firmly. And we'll write. Every week. I've already prepared a schedule. Harry laughed. Of course you have. They stood on the platform, watching the Hogwarts Express prepare to depart. Students milled about, families reuniting, the chaos of departure filling the air. Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to find Regulus, gray eyes warm. Ready to go home. Harry looked at the castle one last time, its towers silhouetted against the summer sky. He thought about the year behind him, the growth, the healing, the ordinary magic of being a student. He thought about the year ahead. More of the same, more learning, more becoming. Yeah, he said. I'm ready. They apparated to the cottage, to the garden full of Regulus's herbs, to the kitchen where Sirius was attempting dinner. The being in the stone pulsed warmly, content in Harry's pocket. And Harry, for the first time in his life, looked forward to the future without fear. The darkness had not vanished completely. It never would. But it had receded, pushed back by light and love and the simple courage of ordinary days. And that, Harry knew, was enough. The summer stretched before him, full of possibility. Full of choice. Full of the life he had fought for, the life he had chosen, the life that was finally, beautifully, his own. He walked into the cottage, into the arms of his family, into the warmth of home. And the ordinary magic continued. Less than end of thinking, greater than chapter 22, the weight of peace. Summer at the cottage settled into a rhythm so natural it felt like breathing. Harry woke each morning to sunlight streaming through his window and the smell of Regulus's cooking drifting up from the kitchen. He spent his days in the garden, in the village, in the quiet company of people who loved him. He wrote letters to Ron and Hermione, visited the burrow on weekends, and sat for hours with the being in the stone, talking about everything and nothing. It was peaceful. It was perfect. It was almost enough to make him forget that peace had a price. The first hint came in July. Harry was in the garden, helping Regulus with the tomatoes, when the being in the stone pulsed with sudden urgency. Something is wrong. He went still. What? I cannot tell. A disturbance. Far away, but growing. Like the one before, but different. Darker. Harry's hand went to his wand. Where? I do not know. Not yet. But I will watch. I will listen. Regulus noticed his tension. What is it? Harry told him. Regulus's expression grew grave, but not afraid. We knew this might happen. Not every Death Eater was caught. Not every dark creature was destroyed. There will always be remnants, always be threats. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. But we are not alone. We have resources, allies, each other. Harry nodded, but the unease did not fade. The days that followed were marked by small disturbances. A dark creature spotted in the Forbidden Forest. A Death Eater symbol found carved into a tree near Hogsmeade. Whispers in Diagon Alley. Of something stirring, something waiting. Dumbledore visited more frequently, his expression growing grimmer with each report. There is a faction, he told them one evening. Small, but organized. They believe Voldemort's imprisonment is temporary. They believe he will rise again. They are preparing for his return. Harry felt cold. Can they free him? Unlikely. Azkaban's defenses are stronger than ever, and the Dark Lord's power is broken. But they do not need to free him to cause harm. They can recruit, attack, spread fear. Dumbledore's blue eyes were tired. We are watching, we are preparing, but we cannot be everywhere. Regulus leaned forward. What do you need from us? Continue as you are. Live your lives. Be happy. But stay alert. Trust your instincts. And if you sense something, anything, tell me immediately. Harry nodded. The weight of peace, he was learning, was the knowledge that it could be broken. August arrived with heat and the distant rumble of storms. Harry spent more time at the cottage, less time in the village. The being in the stone was restless, its senses reaching, searching for the source of the disturbance. It is close, it said one evening. Very close. But hidden. Warded. Where? A long pause. Then, softly, Hogwarts. Harry's blood ran cold. He told Regulus immediately. Within hours, Dumbledore was at the cottage, his expression sharp with concern. Hogwarts. Are you certain? The being pulsed through the stone. As certain as I can be. Something dark is hidden there. Something that was placed long ago, waiting. It is awakening. Dumbledore's face paled. A Horcrux. There must be another Horcrux. One we missed. Harry thought about the list, the diary, the cup, the locket, the diadem, the snake, the fragment in his scar. 6, they had believed. 7 total, according to the prophecy. But what if there were more? What if Voldemort had created more than anyone knew? We have to find it, he said. Destroy it. Before it's too late. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Agreed. But we must be careful. If there is a Horcrux hidden at Hogwarts, it will be protected. Trapped. We cannot simply walk in and retrieve it. Regulus spoke. Then we plan. We prepare. And we go in ready for anything. They planned through the night, and into the next day, and the next. The being in the stone was their greatest asset. Its connection to Voldemort's magic allowed it to sense the Horcrux's presence, to narrow down its location. By the third day, they had a target. The room of requirement. Harry knew it well, the room that appeared when you needed it, that could become anything. It was the perfect hiding place. And somewhere within its ever-changing walls, a piece of Voldemort's soul waited. The raid was set for the night before the full moon, when magical energies were at their peak and the castle's defenses were slightly weaker. Dumbledore would lead a small team, himself, Harry, Regulus, and Severus Snape, who knew the castle's secrets better than almost anyone. Sirius wanted to come, but Regulus refused. Someone needs to stay with the stone. If anything goes wrong, you're our backup. Our lifeline. Sirius argued, but ultimately accepted. Harry saw the fear in his eyes, fear of losing his brother again, so soon after finding him. He understood. He felt it too. The night arrived cold and clear, stars scattered across a velvet sky. They apparated to Hogsmeade, then walked to the castle, staying to shadows, avoiding patrols. The wards parted for Dumbledore, ancient magic recognizing ancient power. Inside, the castle was quiet. Students slept, unaware of the darkness stirring in their midst. They moved through corridors Harry knew well, past portraits that watched in silence, past suits of armor that seemed to hold their breath. The room of requirement waited at the end of a long corridor. Its door was solid, unremarkable, but Harry felt the darkness radiating from within. The being in the stone pulsed urgently. It is there. Close. Waiting. Dumbledore raised his wand and spoke. The door shuddered, then slowly swung open. The room beyond was vast, filled with objects piled high, centuries of hidden things, lost things, forgotten things. Harry's heart sank. How could they find one small object in this chaos? The being guided him. This way. I feel it. He walked through the maze of junk, following the pull of the stone. Regulus and Dumbledore followed, wands raised, watching for traps. Severus flanked them, his dark eyes scanning constantly. They found it at the back of the room, on a pedestal of black stone. A ring, simple and gold, with a black gem that seemed to drink the light. Even from a distance, Harry felt its darkness, the piece of Voldemort's soul within, waiting, watching, hungry. Marvolo's ring, Dumbledore breathed. I thought it destroyed. I thought. He stopped, his expression shifting. No, this is not the original. This is something else. A copy, perhaps. Or a second ring. Harry approached slowly, the being's guidance strong in his mind. Careful. It is protected. There will be a trap. He stopped, studying the ring, the pedestal, the space around them. And then he saw it, faint lines on the floor, almost invisible, forming a circle around the ring. A ward. A very old, very dark ward. Don't step past that line, he said quietly. It's triggered somehow. Probably by anyone approaching the ring. Dumbledore studied the ward, his brow furrowed. I recognize this. It is of Grecian origin, used to protect sacred objects. The only way to disarm it is to offer something of equal value. A sacrifice. Harry felt cold. What kind of sacrifice? Blood. Memory. A piece of oneself. Dumbledore's voice was grim. The ward takes and gives nothing back. To approach the ring, someone must lose something precious. Regulus stepped forward. I'll do it. No. Harry's voice was sharp. You've already given enough. More than enough. Harry. I said no. Harry turned to Dumbledore. There has to be another way. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. There may be. The being in the stone. It is connected to Voldemort's magic. If it were to approach the ring, the ward might not recognize it as a threat. It might see it as part of the Dark Lord himself. Harry looked at the stone in his pocket. At the being within, watching, waiting. I will do it. No. You've already sacrificed enough. I choose this. Not because I have to. Because I want to. Because you taught me that choice matters. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. I can't ask you to do that. You are not asking. I am offering. The stone warmed in his hand, and then it was moving, lifting from his palm, floating towards the ring. Harry watched, heart pounding, as it crossed the line of the ward. Nothing happened. The ward did not trigger. The being's connection to Voldemort's magic was enough to fool it. The stone reached the ring. It hovered for a moment, and then, a pulse of light, dark and bright at once. The ring shattered. The fragment within screamed and dissolved. And the stone fell to the floor, dark and still. Harry ran forward, scooping it up. Are you there? Are you? A faint pulse. Weak, but present. I am here. Tired, but here. Harry clutched the stone to his chest, relief flooding through him. You reckless, wonderful, stupid being. Don't ever do that again. A faint warmth. Something that might have been laughter. I make no promises. They left the room of requirement, left the castle, left the darkness behind. The ring was destroyed. Another piece of Voldemort was gone. But the cost had been high, and Harry felt the weight of it pressing on him. At the cottage, Sirius waited, his face pale with relief. He hugged Regulus, then Harry, then demanded to know everything. They told him, sitting by the fire as dawn broke over the hills. When they finished, Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then he looked at the stone in Harry's hand. That thing. It saved you. It saved all of us. Harry looked at the stone, at the faint glow within. It's more than a thing. It's a person. A being. A friend. Sirius nodded slowly. Then it's family. Harry smiled. Yes, it is. The days that followed were quiet. The being rested, recovering from its effort. Harry spent hours with it, sitting in silence, simply being present. They did not need words anymore. They had something deeper. Summer faded into autumn. Harry returned to Hogwarts for his 3rd year, carrying the stone always. The castle welcomed him back, its magic familiar and warm. Ron and Hermione were there, eager to hear about his summer, to share their own adventures. Life continued. Ordinary and extraordinary, all at once. And Harry, for the first time, understood that peace was not the absence of struggle. It was the presence of love, of choice, of the courage to keep going even when the path was uncertain. The darkness would always be there, lurking at the edges. But so would the light. And that, he knew, was enough. Less than end of thinking, greater than Chapter 23, the 3rd year. The Hogwarts Express carried Harry towards a future he was finally learning to trust. He sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, watching the countryside roll past, feeling the familiar weight of the stone in his pocket. The being within was quiet today, resting after a night of restless dreams, dreams Harry could sometimes sense, fragments of memory and becoming that he did not fully understand. You're doing it again, Ron observed, his voice breaking through Harry's thoughts. The staring into space thing. Sorry. Harry blinked, focusing on his friends. Just thinking. Hermione looked up from her book, her brown eyes sharp with concern. About what? Harry hesitated. How could he explain the strange peace that had settled over him? The sense that, for the first time, he was exactly where he was supposed to be. About 3rd year, I suppose. About what comes next. Ron grinned. Next is Quidditch. We're going to destroy Slytherin this year. I can feel it. Hermione rolled her eyes. Priorities, Ronald. Quidditch is always a priority. They laughed, and the tension eased. That was the thing about friends, they could pull you back from the edge of your own thoughts, remind you that the world was still turning, still full of ordinary moments and simple joys. The castle appeared on the horizon, its towers catching the late afternoon light. Harry felt his heart lift at the sight. Hogwarts. Home. Almost home, anyway. The cottage in Hogsmeade was home too, in a different way. He was learning that home was not a place but a feeling, the warmth of people who loved you, the safety of being known and accepted. They disembarked, made their way to the carriages, and began the familiar journey to the castle. Thestrals pulled them, creatures only Harry could see, a reminder of the death he had witnessed, the lives lost. But he did not look away. They were part of his story too. The Sorting Hat sang a new song this year, speaking of unity and courage, of the strength found in standing together. Harry listened, thinking of the fragment, of the being in the stone, of all the unlikely alliances that had saved the world. When the feast ended and the students dispersed to their common rooms, Harry lingered. He wanted to walk the corridors alone, to feel the castle's magic settle around him like a familiar cloak. The stone pulsed gently. It is good to be back. You like it here. I like being with you. Wherever that is. Harry smiled, touching the stone through his pocket. Same. The 3rd year unfolded with the same ordinary magic as the 2nd, but deeper now. Harry knew his friends, knew his classes, knew the rhythms of castle life. He threw himself into Quidditch with passion, studied with focus, and spent weekends at the cottage with Regulus and Sirius. The being in the stone grew stronger, more present, more itself. It asked questions constantly, about everything. About friendship and love and why people laughed when they were happy. About grief and loss and why people cried when they were sad. About the strange, beautiful business of being alive. Harry answered as best he could, learning as much as he taught. The being's perspective was unique, untainted by the assumptions humans took for granted. It saw the world fresh, and through its eyes, Harry saw it fresh too. "You were lucky," it said one evening, as they sat in the common room. "To have all this. To feel all this." "I know," Harry agreed. "I didn't always. For a long time, I didn't know what I was missing. And now I can't imagine going back." The being pulsed with something that felt like contentment. "Neither can I." October brought the first Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Harry had never played in an official game before, and the nerves were overwhelming. Ron kept dropping things. Hermione kept reciting statistics. The team kept giving him encouraging looks that only made it worse. "You'll be brilliant," Regulus told him, when Harry visited the cottage the night before. "You've faced darker things than a Quidditch match. That's different. In a battle, you just react. This matters. People will be watching." Regulus smiled, that rare, fleeting expression. "Let them watch. You're not playing for them. You're playing for yourself. For the joy of it. Remember that." Harry remembered. The match was chaos and glory and the most exhilarating thing he had ever experienced. The wind in his hair, the crowd roaring below, the snitch of flash of gold in the corner of his eye. He caught it after 47 minutes, and the roar that followed was deafening. Ron tackled him when he landed. Hermione hugged him until he couldn't breathe. The team carried him on their shoulders, and for one perfect moment, Harry was just a boy who had won a game. The being pulsed with joy in his pocket. "That was wonderful. Can we do it again?" "Soon," Harry laughed. "Soon." November brought rain in the first Hogsmeade weekend. Harry wandered the village with Ron and Hermione, visiting the shops he now knew by heart, stopping at the cottage to say hello to Regulus and Sirius. It felt strange and wonderful to have both worlds, the castle and the cottage, the friends and the family, existing side by side. "Your guardians are brilliant," Hermione said, as they walked back to the castle. "Sirius is so alive. And Regulus is so calm. They balance each other." Harry nodded. "They've been through a lot. Both of them. But they're finding their way. Like you," Ron said quietly. "You're finding your way too." Harry looked at his friends, at the people who had accepted him without question, who had become family in their own way. "We all are, I think. That's what life is. Finding your way." December arrived with snow and the anticipation of Christmas. Harry would spend the holiday at the cottage, as usual, but this year Ron and Hermione were invited too. Mrs. Weasley had insisted, "You can't keep that boy all to yourselves," she told Regulus firmly, and so the cottage would be full for the first time. Harry helped Regulus prepare, hanging decorations and planning meals with an enthusiasm that surprised them both. Sirius volunteered to bake again, and was firmly refused. The being in the stone watched it all with quiet wonder, absorbing every moment. "This is family," it said, as Harry hung holly by the fire. "This feeling. This warmth." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "This is family." Christmas at the cottage was everything Harry had hoped. Ron and Hermione arrived with gifts and laughter, and the small house filled with noise and warmth. Mrs. Weasley had sent enough food to feed an army, and Regulus cooked it all with quiet pride. Sirius told stories that made everyone laugh until they cried. The being in the stone pulsed with joy, experiencing its first real celebration. After dinner, they sat by the fire, talking about nothing and everything. Ron fell asleep on the sofa. Hermione curled up with a book. Sirius and Regulus played chess in the corner, arguing amicably about rules neither quite remembered. Harry held the stone, feeling its warmth, its contentment. "Thank you," it whispered. "For this. For everything. Thank you," Harry whispered back. "For choosing. For becoming. For being my friend." The stone pulsed, and Harry felt something he could not name. Love, perhaps. Or simply the profound connection of two beings who had found each other in darkness and were now walking towards light. The new year arrived with a quiet sort of hope. January was cold and still, the castle wrapped in snow. Harry threw himself into studies, into Quidditch, into the ordinary business of being a student. The being in the stone continued its slow becoming, growing more itself with each passing day. February brought Valentine's Day, and with it, a letter that made Harry's heart stop. It was from Azkaban, from Voldemort. The letter was short, written in a hand Harry recognized from the fragment's memories. It said simply, "I know what you carry. I know what you became. It does not matter. I will rise again, and when I do, I will destroy everything you love. Harry read it 3 times, his hands shaking. Then he showed it to Regulus. Regulus's face went pale, then hard. He's trying to scare you. To destabilize you. Don't let him. But how does he know? About the being, about. He doesn't. He's guessing, probing, looking for weakness. Regulus gripped Harry's shoulder. You are not weak. You have never been weak. Don't start now. Harry nodded, but the letter stayed with him, a shadow at the edge of his thoughts. The being in the stone felt his unease and pulsed with reassurance. He cannot touch us. He cannot touch you. We are beyond his reach. I know, Harry said. But knowing and feeling are different. Yes, they are. But feeling passes. Knowing remains. Harry held onto that. March brought spring, and with it, the end of Quidditch season. Gryffindor won the cup. Harry caught the snitch in the final match, and the celebration that followed lasted 3 days. He was carried through the castle on his teammates' shoulders, and for those 3 days, he forgot about Voldemort, about the letter, about everything but joy. April arrived with rain and the first hints of exams. Hermione's study schedules reappeared with a vengeance. Ron groaned dramatically. Harry found that studying was almost pleasant when you weren't also preparing for battle. The being in the stone learned alongside him, absorbing knowledge with an eagerness that was almost childlike. It asked questions constantly, and Harry answered, discovering that teaching was its own kind of learning. May brought warmth and the anticipation of summer. Harry visited the cottage every weekend, helping Regulus in the garden, listening to Sirius's stories, simply being with his family. The being in the stone was always there, a quiet presence, a friend. June arrived, and with it, the end of term. Harry said goodbye to Ron and Hermione, promised to write, and returned to the cottage for the summer. The days stretched long and golden, filled with the simple pleasures of ordinary life. Harry gardened with Regulus, explored with Sirius, sat for hours with the being in the stone. They talked about everything, about the past and the future, about fear and hope, about the strange beautiful business of becoming who you were meant to be. And as the summer deepened, Harry felt something he had not expected. Peace. Not the absence of fear, the letter from Azkaban still haunted him sometimes. Not the absence of worry, the world was still dangerous, still uncertain. But a deeper peace, the kind that came from knowing who you were and what you wanted. He was Harry Potter. He had survived darkness, carried darkness, chosen light. He had family and friends and a future full of possibilities. He had a being in a stone who loved him, who had chosen to become something new. And that, he knew, was enough. More than enough. The ordinary magic continued, day by day, choice by choice. And Harry, for the first time in his life, was simply happy. It was the greatest victory of all. The summer of Harry's 14th year should have been perfect. It started that way, long, golden days in the garden, quiet evenings by the fire, weekends filled with visits from Ron and Hermione and the comfortable chaos of the burrow. The being in the stone grew stronger, more present, more itself with each passing week. It had begun to experiment with projecting its consciousness beyond the stone's confines, appearing to Harry as a faint shimmer of light, a whisper of warmth, a presence that was almost physical. I can almost touch things, it told him one afternoon, its voice filled with wonder. The grass, the air, you. Harry smiled, feeling the warmth of its attention. Soon you'll be walking around. Having conversations. Eating food. Eating. That seems strange. Putting things in your mouth and swallowing them. It's wonderful. Trust me. The being pulsed with something that might have been skepticism. I will take your word for it. But the perfect summer could not last. It ended on a Tuesday, with an owl that arrived at dawn. Harry knew something was wrong the moment he saw it. A ministry owl, official and grim, its eyes sharp with urgency. He took the letter with shaking hands, read it once, then again, his blood turning to ice. Voldemort has escaped Azkaban. The words blurred before his eyes. Escaped. After 2 years of imprisonment, after all they had done to contain him, he was free. Regulus appeared behind him, reading over his shoulder. His gray eyes went hard, then calm, the calm of a warrior facing inevitable battle. Get your things. We're leaving. Where? Somewhere safe. Somewhere he cannot find us. Regulus was already moving, already planning, already preparing. Wake Sirius. Pack light. We go in 10 minutes. Harry ran. The cottage emptied in a blur of motion. Sirius cursed steadily as he threw clothes into a bag. Regulus dismantled wards with quick, precise movements, erasing their presence, leaving no trace. Harry grabbed the stone, felt its warmth, its fear, for it could feel too, now, feel everything. He is coming, the being whispered. I can sense him. Angry. Desperate. Hungry. I know. Harry clutched the stone. But he won't find us. We won't let him. They fled into the dawn, leaving behind the garden, the cottage, the life they had built. Harry did not look back. He could not. If he looked back, he would fall apart. The safe house was deep in the Scottish Highlands, a crofter's cottage hidden in a valley so remote that even the birds seemed to avoid it. It belonged to an old order member, long dead, his wards still strong, his secrets still intact. They arrived exhausted, hollow, carrying nothing but each other and the stone. Harry sat on the cold floor, staring at nothing, while Regulus and Sirius argued in low voices about what to do next. The words washed over him without meaning. All he could think was, it's happening again. The running, the hiding, the fear. The stone pulsed gently. We are here. We are together. That is what matters. Is it? Harry's voice was raw. We had everything. A home. A life. And now we have each other. The same as before. The place does not matter. The people do. Harry wanted to believe that. He tried to believe that. But the weight of loss pressed on him, crushing, suffocating. Regulus knelt beside him, his gray eyes soft with understanding. I know it feels like everything is falling apart. But it's not. We're still here. We're still together. And we will find a way through this. We always do. Harry looked at him, the man who had raised him, who had given up everything to protect him, who had never stopped believing. And slowly, the weight began to lift. What do we do? He asked. Regulus's jaw tightened. We wait. We watch. We gather information. And when we know enough, we act. Days passed in the crofter's cottage, slow and strange. Harry spent hours with the stone, reaching out with his senses, trying to feel what the being felt. Voldemort's presence was out there, somewhere, a cold pressure at the edge of awareness, growing stronger as he gathered his forces. He is rebuilding, the being reported. Finding followers. Spreading fear. He wants you to know he is coming. He wants you to be afraid. I am afraid, Harry admitted. Does that make me weak? No. It makes you human. Fear is not weakness. It is fuel. Use it. Harry tried. Sirius made contact with the Order, sending messages through channels too secure for even Voldemort's spies to penetrate. The news was grim. Death Eaters were emerging from hiding, flocking to their master. Dark creatures were stirring. The Ministry was in chaos, its leadership paralyzed by fear and corruption. They're meeting tonight, Sirius reported, after one particularly tense communication. The Order. Dumbledore's called everyone. We're to go. Regulus nodded. Then we go. Harry felt his heart pound. I'm coming too. No. Regulus's voice was firm. You're the one he wants. You're the one we're protecting. You stay here, with the stone, where it's safe. I can help. You can help by staying alive. Regulus gripped his shoulder. That's your job right now. Surviving. Everything else comes after. Harry wanted to argue, but he saw the fear in Regulus's eyes, the same fear he felt himself. The fear of loss. The fear of failure. The fear that this time, they might not make it. Come back, he whispered. Both of you. Promise me. Sirius grinned, but it didn't reach his eyes. Always, pup. Always. They left at dusk, two figures disappearing into the mist. Harry watched from the window until they vanished, then turned to the stone, to the only company he had. It's just us now. The stone pulsed warmly. Just us. And that is enough. The night stretched endless. Harry sat by the fire, the stone in his hands, trying to meditate, trying to calm the storm in his mind. It didn't work. Every sound made him jump. Every shadow seemed to move. Voldemort was out there, somewhere, and Harry was alone. You are not alone, the being reminded him. I am here. I know. But you can't fight. You can't. I can be with you. That is something. Harry smiled despite himself. Yeah, it is. The hours crawled past. Midnight came and went. The fire burned low. Harry dozed, then woke, then dozed again, his dreams filled with red eyes and green light and the screams of the dying. He woke to a sound. Footsteps. Outside. Harry was on. His feet in an instant, wand raised, heart pounding. The stone pulsed with warning. Someone is here. Dark. Dangerous. The door burst open. Death Eaters poured through, masked figures, wands raised, spells flying. Harry moved on instinct, years of training taking over. He dodged, cast, fought. But there were too many. Always too many. A spell caught him in the chest, and he fell. The world went dark. He woke bound and blindfolded, the taste of blood in his mouth. He was moving, being carried, probably, by the rhythm of footsteps and the jostle of bodies. He tried to reach for the stone, for the being's warmth, and felt nothing. Empty pocket. Gone. Panic surged. He forced it down. Fear was fuel. Use it. The journey seemed to last forever. Hours, maybe days. He lost track of time, of direction, of everything but the cold certainty that he was being taken to Voldemort. When the blindfold came off, he was in a hall. It was vast, lit by green flames, lined with Death Eaters in their masks. At the far end, on a throne of black stone, sat Voldemort. He looked different than Harry remembered. Older, somehow, and more desperate. His red eyes burned with hatred and hunger and something else, something that might have been fear. "Harry Potter," he hissed. "At last. After all this time, you are mine." Harry said nothing. He would not give Voldemort the satisfaction of fear. "You destroyed my Horcruxes. All of them. You took my immortality, my power, my future." Voldemort rose, descending from his throne, circling Harry like a predator. "But you could not destroy me. I am eternal. I am inevitable. And now, I will take from you what you took from me." Harry met his eyes. "What's that?" "Hope." Voldemort's smile was terrible. "I will destroy everyone you love. Everyone who has ever mattered to you. And I will make you watch." He raised his wand. And then, light. Brilliant, blinding light, pouring from somewhere behind Harry. He turned, squinting, and saw it, a figure, made of light, advancing through the hall. Death Eaters scattered before it, screaming. The being. The stone. It had found him. "I am here," its voice rang in his mind. "I will always be here." Voldemort screamed, not in fear, but in rage. He cast spell after spell at the light, but they passed through it harmlessly. It was not solid. It was not physical. It was something else entirely. "You cannot touch me," the being said. "I am beyond you. I am what your fear created and what your fear could never destroy." The light enveloped Harry, warm and safe. He felt bonds dissolve, felt strength return, felt hope flood through him. "Go," he whispered. "We have to go." The being pulsed. Together. They fled through the hall, through the Death Eaters, through the darkness. The light protected them, pushed them forward, carried them towards freedom. Behind them, Voldemort's screams faded into nothing. They emerged into moonlight, into cold air, into the hills of Scotland. Harry ran until his legs gave out, then collapsed, gasping, the light fading to a faint glow beside him. "You came," he whispered. "You found me. I will always find you. I will always come." Harry reached for the glow, felt warmth, felt love. "The stone is gone. I used its energy to become this. To reach you. I am free now. Truly free." Harry stared at the glow, at the being that had once been a piece of Voldemort's soul, now transformed into something new. Something beautiful. "What are you now?" he asked. A pause. Then, softly, "I do not know. But I am. And I am with you. That is enough." Harry smiled, tears streaming down his face. "Yeah, it is." They lay in the moonlight, boy and being, two souls who had found each other in darkness and were now walking towards light. The war was not over. Voldemort was still free, still hunting, still dangerous. But Harry was not alone. He had never been alone. And that, he knew, was enough to face anything. The dawn broke over the hills, golden and warm. Harry stood, the being's light hovering beside him, and began the long walk home. Wherever that was. Wherever they would make it together. The walk back took 3 days. Harry moved through the Scottish hills like a ghost, the being's light hovering beside him, a constant warmth in the cold uncertainty of their situation. They stopped only when exhaustion forced it, sleeping in caves and hollows, eating what little Harry could forage. The being did not need food, did not need rest, but it stayed close always, its presence a reassurance against the darkness. On the second day, they found a stream. Harry knelt to drink, then sat back, watching the water flow past, clear and cold and indifferent to the dramas of wizards and wars. "What do I call you now?" he asked. "You're not the fragment anymore. You're not the being in the stone. You're something else. The light pulsed thoughtfully. I do not know. I have never had a name. The Dark Lord did not name his Horcruxes. They were tools, nothing more. You're not a tool. You never were. Not really. A long pause. Then, softly, what would you call me? Harry thought about it. About the journey they had shared, from enemies to companions to something deeper. About the light that now shone from this being, the warmth that had replaced the cold of its origin. Solus, he said finally. It means, alone, in Latin. Not because you're not alone anymore. But because you chose to become yourself. To be singular. Unique. The light flared briefly, then settled. Solus. I like it. It feels right. Harry smiled. Solus it is. They walked on. The cottage was empty when they reached it. Harry had known it would be. Regulus and Sirius were still at the Order meeting, or had been captured, or were dead. The possibilities churned in his mind, each worse than the last. But he pushed them down, focused on what he could control. Solus hovered beside him, its light dimmed with shared worry. They will return. They must. How do you know? Because they love you. Love does not abandon. Harry wanted to believe that. He clung to it like a lifeline. They waited through the night, Harry by the window, Solus a steady glow in the darkness. The hours crawled past, each minute an eternity. And then, just before dawn, two figures emerged from the mist. Harry was out the door before they reached the garden, running, crashing into them with a force that nearly knocked them over. Regulus caught him, held him, his gray eyes wet with relief. Sirius wrapped his arms around them both, and for a long moment, no one spoke. We heard, Regulus finally said, his voice rough. About the attack. About your capture. We've been searching. They took me to him. Voldemort. He was going to. Harry stopped, unable to finish. Regulus's grip tightened. But you escaped. How? Harry pulled back, gesturing to the light that hovered beside him. Solus. The being. It used the stone's energy to become this. To save me. Regulus and Sirius stared at the light. It pulsed gently, almost shyly, under their gaze. Solus, Regulus repeated slowly. You named it. It chose itself. I just gave it words. Sirius reached out a hand towards the light, then stopped. Can I? Solus drifted closer, touching his palm with warmth. Yes, you can. Sirius's eyes widened. It talks. In my head. That's incredible. I am learning. Harry taught me. Regulus studied the light with an expression Harry could not read. Wonder, perhaps. Or fear. Or both. You've become something new, he said quietly. Something that has never existed before. A soul fragment, transformed by choice and love into, what? Solus pulsed. I do not know yet. But I am. And I am grateful. They went inside, built up the fire, and talked through what remained of the night. Harry told them everything, the capture, the hall, Voldemort's words, Solus's rescue. Regulus shared what they had learned from the Order. Voldemort was gathering forces openly now, no longer hiding. The Ministry was in chaos, its leadership fractured. War was coming, sooner rather than later. He'll come for you again, Sirius said grimly. Now that he knows where you are, he won't stop. Then we don't stay here. Harry's voice was steady, certain. We go somewhere he can't follow. Somewhere protected. Regulus nodded slowly. Hogwarts. The castle's defenses are stronger than ever. Dumbledore has been preparing. Harry thought about the castle, about his friends, his classes, the ordinary life he had built there. The thought of leaving it hurt. But the thought of leading Voldemort to it hurt more. Can we get everyone inside? Ron, Hermione, the Weasleys. We can try. Regulus's voice was gentle. But Harry, not everyone will come. Some will choose to stay and fight. Some will have no choice. War is not clean. It never is. Harry knew that. He had known it his whole life. But knowing and accepting were different. Solus drifted closer, its warmth enveloping him. We will face it together. Whatever comes. Harry nodded, drawing strength from the light. Together. They moved at dawn. The journey to Hogwarts was tense, each mile filled with the fear of ambush. But Solus's senses were sharper now, its awareness stretching ahead, warning of dangers before they appeared. They avoided patrols, skirted dark creature territories, and reached the castle as dusk fell. Dumbledore met them at the gates, his blue eyes grave but warm. Harry, we heard what happened. You're safe, that's what matters. For now. But he'll come here. Eventually. Yes. Dumbledore did not deny it. He will. And we will be ready. Inside, the castle hummed with quiet preparation. Teachers moved with purpose, strengthening wards, preparing defensive positions. Older students had been given the choice to stay or go. Many had stayed, their faces pale but determined. Harry saw them in the corridors, in the great hall, in the common rooms, and felt a weight settle on his heart. They were children. They should not have to fight. But neither should anyone. And the world did not ask permission. Ron and Hermione found him in Gryffindor Tower, their relief at seeing him palpable. Ron hugged him so hard Harry's ribs creaked. Hermione's eyes were wet as she pulled back to examine him for injuries. "You're okay," she breathed. "You're really okay." "I'm okay. Thanks to Solus." He introduced them to the light, watched their wonder as it pulsed and spoke in their minds. Ron was speechless for once. Hermione asked 1,000 questions, which Solus answered patiently, its newness to the world making it curious about everything. "You are Harry's friends," it observed. "He speaks of you often." "With love." Ron's eyes went suspiciously bright. "Yeah, well, he's our friend too. Obviously." Hermione smiled, a real smile, the kind that reached her eyes. "We're family. All of us." Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Family. Yes, that was exactly what they were. The days that followed were strange and tense. Classes continued, because they had to. Life continued, because stopping meant giving in to fear. But beneath the ordinary rhythms, everyone felt it, the weight of waiting, the knowledge that something was coming. Harry trained with Regulus and Sirius, honing skills that had grown rusty in the years of peace. Solus practiced its new form, learning to manipulate light, to shield, to strike when needed. It was not a weapon, it refused to be that, but it was protection. And protection was what they needed. Dumbledore held nightly meetings in his office, planning and preparing. The Order gathered intelligence, fortified positions, made alliances. The Ministry, finally waking to the threat, offered what support it could, too little, too late, but something. And through it all, Harry felt Voldemort's presence at the edge of his awareness. Not the connection, that was long gone. But something else. A pressure. A promise. The certainty that he would come, and soon. On the last night of October, the attack came. Harry felt it before the alarms sounded, a cold that spread through the castle, seeping into every stone. Solus flared beside him, its light sharp with warning. He is here. They are all here. The halls erupted into chaos. Harry ran. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room, already armed, already ready. They moved together through the castle, joining streams of defenders heading for the walls. Outside, the grounds were dark with figures, Death Eaters, giants, creatures that defied description. The battle began. It was worse than before. Voldemort had learned from his previous defeat, had gathered forces beyond imagining. The defenders fought with everything they had, but they were outnumbered, outmatched, slowly being pushed back. Harry fought beside Regulus and Sirius, their trio of wands a wall of light against the darkness. Solus moved among them, its light blinding enemies, shielding allies, a beacon of hope in the chaos. But hope was not enough. Voldemort himself entered the castle. Harry felt him coming, the cold, the pressure, the hatred. He turned from the battle, from his family, from his friends, and walked to meet him. They faced each other in the great hall, the tables pushed aside, the enchanted ceiling showing a sky full of stars. Voldemort stood tall, his red eyes burning, his wand raised. "Harry Potter," he hissed. "Again we meet. Again you will fall." Harry said nothing. He raised his own wand, felt Solus's light gather beside him, and waited. They fought. Spells flew, green and red and gold, weaving patterns of light and death. Voldemort was stronger than before, his magic fueled by desperation and rage. Harry was faster, emptier, more present. Solus wove between them, deflecting, shielding, striking. But Voldemort had prepared. He had learned from their last battle. His spells were different now, designed to counter Harry's emptiness, to find purchase where none should exist. A curse slipped through, caught Harry in the shoulder. Spun him around. He fell. Voldemort stood over him, triumphant. "You see, you are nothing. A child playing at hero." And now, he raised his wand for the killing blow. And Solus moved. The light surged forward, wrapping around Voldemort, enveloping him in warmth so intense it burned. The Dark Lord screamed, not in pain, but in something worse. Understanding. The being that had once been part of him was now his opposite. His undoing. You cannot win, Solus's voice rang out, not just in minds but in the air itself. You never could. Because you never understood. Love is stronger than fear. Choice is stronger than destiny. And we, all of us, choose to stand against you. The light flared brighter. Voldemort's screams grew louder. And then, silence. He was gone. Not dead, something else. Scattered. Unmade. The light had done what no spell could. It had undone him, unraveled him, sent him into whatever void awaited souls too broken to continue. Harry lay on the cold stone, staring at the place where Voldemort had stood. Solus hovered above him, its light dimmer now, exhausted. It is done, it whispered. He is gone. Harry reached up, touched the light, felt warmth. You saved me. Again. Always. I will always save you. That is what love does. The battle ended. Without Voldemort, the Death Eaters crumbled. Some fled. Some surrendered. Some fought to the last and were cut down. By dawn, it was over. Harry walked through the castle, through the aftermath, counting the cost. Too many dead. Too many wounded. Too many families shattered. But also, survivors. Hope. The chance to rebuild. Ron found him in the entrance hall, Hermione beside him, both bloody and exhausted but alive. They embraced without words, holding each other in the gray light of morning. Regulus and Sirius appeared, battered but whole. Solus drifted among them, its light gentle now, healing where it could. We did it, Sirius said, his voice rough. It's really over. Harry nodded. But he knew, they all knew, that it was never really over. The scars remained. The memories remained. The work of healing, of rebuilding, of choosing to go on, that would continue for the rest of their lives. But they would do it together. All of them. The family he had found, the friends he had made, the being of light that loved him. Together, they would face whatever came next. And that, Harry knew, was enough. Dawn broke over Hogwarts like a sigh of relief. Harry stood on the battlements, watching the sun creep over the horizon, painting the damaged castle in shades of golden rose. The night's darkness had receded, but the darkness in his heart remained, a weight that would take time to lift, if it ever truly did. Solus hovered beside him, its light muted, gentle. The being had not spoken since the battle's end, and Harry did not push. Some things needed silence. Below, the ground stirred with the aftermath of war. Healers moved among the wounded, their robes stained with blood that was not their own. Families searched for loved ones, their cries of joy or grief echoing across the lawns. Bodies lay in rows, covered with whatever cloth could be found, waiting for identification, for burial, for the final rituals of farewell. Too many bodies. Always too many. Regulus found him as the sun cleared the horizon. His guardian looked older than Harry had ever seen him, lines deepened, eyes shadowed, shoulders bowed with a weight that had nothing to do with physical burden. We've accounted for most, he said quietly. The living, I mean. The dead, we're still counting. Harry nodded. He did not trust himself to speak. Sirius is with the wounded. He took a curse to the leg, but he'll be fine. Hermione's helping the healers. Ron's with his family. Regulus paused. The Weasleys lost Fred, and Remus Lupin, and Tonks. The names hit Harry like physical blows. Fred, with his jokes and his twin and his endless energy. Remus, who had been kind when kindness was rare. Tonks, who had loved so fiercely, so completely. George, Harry whispered. How is George? Alive. Broken. His mother's with him. Regulus's voice was gentle. You can't save everyone, Harry. No one can. I know. Harry's voice cracked. But I wish. I know. They stood together, watching the sun rise, watching the world begin again despite everything. Solus drifted closer, its warmth enveloping Harry like an embrace. I am here, it whispered. I will always be here. Harry leaned into the light, letting it hold him, letting it share the weight. The days that followed were a blur of grief and necessity. The dead had to be buried. The wounded had to be healed. The castle had to be repaired. Life, stubborn and relentless, insisted on continuing. Harry threw himself into the work, not because he wanted to, but because doing something was better than doing nothing. He helped clear rubble, carried supplies, sat with the grieving when words failed. Solus stayed with him always, its light a comfort to everyone it touched. They feel it, the being observed one evening. As they rested in a quiet corridor. The light. It helps them. Because it's you, Harry said. Because you care. I learned that from you. Harry smiled, tired but genuine. We learned from each other. Ron found him there, his face blotchy from crying, his eyes red but dry now. He sat beside Harry without speaking, and they leaned against each other, two boys who had seen too much, lost too much, but still had each other. Mum wants you to come to the burrow, Ron said eventually. After. When things settle. She says you're family, and family needs to be together. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. I'd like that. Good. Because she won't take no for an answer. Ron paused. George is, he's not okay. But he's alive. And he's talking. A little. Mostly about Fred. That's good. Talking, I mean. Yeah. Ron's voice was rough. Mum says grief is love with nowhere to go. Talking gives it somewhere to go. Harry thought about that. About all the love he carried. For his parents, for Regulus, for Sirius, for Ron and Hermione, for Solus. Love with nowhere to go. But that wasn't quite right. Love always had somewhere to go. It could go forward, into the future, into the people still here, still needing it. I love you, you know, Harry said quietly. You and Hermione. You're my best friends. My family. Ron's eyes went bright again, but he blinked the tears back. Yeah, well, we love you too, obviously. Don't get all soppy about it. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first in days. Wouldn't dream of it. They sat together in the quiet corridor, two boys who had fought a war and survived, and let the silence say what words could not. The funerals began a week later. They were held on the grounds, beneath a sky that had finally cleared to perfect autumn blue. Row after row of chairs faced a simple platform, and row after row of mourners filled them, families, friends, comrades in arms. Harry sat with the Weasleys, holding Mrs. Weasley's hand as they buried Fred. She squeezed so hard his fingers went numb, but he did not pull away. Her grief was a physical thing, a weight he could feel pressing against his own heart. George spoke. His voice broke, but he spoke. He told stories of their childhood, of pranks and laughter and the particular magic of being a twin. When he finished, he looked at his mother and said, "He's not gone. He's in me. In all of us. We just have to keep him alive." Mrs. Weasley wept. They all wept. Remus and Tonks were buried together, as they had requested. Their son, Teddy, slept through the ceremony in his grandmother's arms, too young to understand, too young to remember. Harry looked at him and made a silent promise. He would be there for this child, the way others had been there for him. He would make sure Teddy knew his parents, knew their love, knew that they had died fighting for a better world. The funerals went on for days. Too many names. Too many faces. Too many empty chairs at too many tables. Harry attended them all, not because he had to, but because bearing witness mattered. Because the dead deserved to be remembered. Because the living needed to see that someone cared. Solus attended with him, its light a quiet presence, offering comfort without words. People reached for it sometimes, drawn by its warmth, and it let them, understanding instinctively that touch was healing. This is hard, it said one evening, after the last funeral. All this grief. All this loss. Yes, Harry agreed. It is. But there is also love. So much love. I did not know the world could hold so much of both. That's what makes it worth it. The love. Even with the grief. Solus pulsed thoughtfully. I am learning. Still learning. The world is vast and strange and full of things I do not understand. Harry smiled. Welcome to being alive. It is terrifying. Yes. And wonderful. Both at once. Both at once, Solus repeated. I think I am beginning to understand. November arrived with cold rain and the slow return of ordinary life. Hogwarts reopened for students who wished to continue their education. Many did, not because they were ready, but because returning to routine was its own form of healing. Harry returned too, though he spent weekends at the cottage with Regulus and Sirius, and holidays at the burrow with the Weasleys. The being, Solus, had taken to appearing more solidly now. Not quite physical, but close enough to touch, to hold. It had learned to mimic human form, choosing a shape that was androgynous and luminous, with features that shifted depending on the light. People found it unsettling at first, then comforting. It was proof that darkness could become light. That transformation was possible. I am learning to eat, it told Harry one evening, as they sat in the common room. It is strange. Putting things in my mouth and swallowing. You'll get used to it. Eventually. I am not sure I want to. Some experiences are overwhelming. Harry laughed. Fair enough. Ron and Hermione accepted Solus completely, treating it as simply another friend. They argued with it, laughed with it, shared their lives with it. Solus absorbed everything, growing, changing, becoming more itself with each passing day. I was made from darkness, it said once, when they asked about its origins. But I chose light. That is what matters. Not where you come from. Where you are going. Hermione wrote that down. She was writing a book, she explained, about the war and the people who fought it. Solus would have a chapter of its own. Christmas came, and with it, a strange, fragile peace. Harry spent the holiday at the Burrow, surrounded by Weasleys and love and the kind of chaos that made life worth living. George was quieter now, but he laughed sometimes, and that was enough. Mrs. Weasley cooked enough to feed an army, and they ate until they couldn't move. Mr. Weasley talked endlessly about Muggle artifacts, and everyone listened because listening mattered. Ron and Hermione bickered constantly, but there was affection beneath it, the kind that came from years of friendship and something more. Harry watched them and felt happy, not for himself, but for them. They deserved happiness. Solus sat among them, its light warm, its presence accepted. People talked to it, touched it, included it in conversations. It was learning to laugh, a strange, shimmering sound that made everyone smile. This is family, it said to Harry, late on Christmas night, when the others had gone to bed. This is what you have. Yeah, Harry agreed. This is what we have. It is wonderful. It is. They sat together in the quiet, watching the fire, listening to the old house settle around them. And Harry thought about the journey that had brought him here, from darkness to light, from loneliness to love, from a boy marked for death to a young man with a future. The road had been hard. The cost had been high. But sitting here, in this moment, with this family, with this being of light beside him, Harry knew it had been worth it. Every battle, every loss, every choice, worth it. The new year arrived with hope. Harry returned to Hogwarts for his final terms, determined to finish what he had started. The work was hard. Grief did not disappear just because the war was over, but he had people to help him carry it. Regulus and Sirius visited often. Ron and Hermione were always there. Solus was constant, a light in the darkness. And slowly, gradually, healing began. It was not dramatic. There was no single moment when the weight lifted. But day by day, the grief became more bearable. The memories became less sharp. The future became something to look forward to rather than dread. Harry graduated with his friends, standing on the same grounds where so much had happened, feeling the sun on his face and the warmth of Solus beside him. His parents' faces smiled from a photograph in his pocket. Regulus and Sirius cheered from the crowd. The Weasleys waved madly, Mrs. Weasley already planning the celebration. It was not the life he had imagined. It was better. After the ceremony, Harry walked alone to the shore of the Black Lake, Solus drifting beside him. The water was calm, reflecting the sky, reflecting the future. What now? He asked, not really expecting an answer. Solus considered the question. Now we live. Now we choose. Now we become. Harry smiled. That sounds like enough. It is. It always was. They stood together, boy and being, watching the water, watching the sky, watching the world unfold before them. The war was over. The healing had begun. And the future stretched ahead, full of possibility, full of choice, full of love. Harry Potter, the boy who had been marked for death, the boy who had carried darkness, the boy who had chosen light, Harry Potter was finally, completely, at peace. And that, he knew, was the greatest victory of all. The summer after graduation was the strangest of Harry's life. For the first time, there was no next step. No battle to prepare for, no Horcrux to hunt, no prophecy to fulfill. Just days. Endless, open, empty days stretching before him like a blank page waiting to be written on. He didn't know what to do with them. The cottage in Hogsmeade felt different now, not a refuge, but simply a home. Regulus had expanded the garden, filling it with flowers as well as vegetables, creating spaces of beauty alongside spaces of utility. Sirius had adopted a dog, a real one, not his animagus form, and the creature followed him everywhere, a shaggy reminder of simpler things. Solus had taken to spending time in the garden, its luminous form drifting among the flowers, learning to appreciate the small wonders of the physical world. It could touch things now, hold them, examine them with something approaching human curiosity. It had developed preferences: sunlight over shade, sweet over sour, the company of others over solitude. I am becoming, it said often, as if reminding itself. Still becoming. Harry understood. He was becoming too. Ron had joined George at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, throwing himself into the business with an energy that surprised everyone. Got to keep Fred's memory alive, he explained when Harry asked. And honestly, George needs me. The twins were always together. Now it's just him. Hermione had taken a position at the Ministry, in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She was already making waves, pushing for reforms, fighting for the rights of werewolves and house elves and all the beings the old guard had ignored. It's not enough to win the war, she said fiercely. We have to win the peace too. Harry admired them both, but he couldn't imagine following either path. He spent the summer doing nothing. Or what felt like nothing. He walked in the hills. He helped Regulus in the garden. He listened to Sirius's stories. He sat with Solus and watched the world go by. It was the most peaceful time of his life. It was also the most unsettling. You're waiting for something, Regulus observed one evening, as they sat on the cottage steps watching the sunset. For the other shoe to drop. For the next crisis. Harry considered this. Maybe. It's hard to stop, after so long. Regulus nodded slowly. I know. I felt the same way, after the cave. After I came back. For years, I was waiting, for Voldemort to find me, for my past to catch up, for the life I'd built to crumble. He paused. Eventually, I realized. That waiting was its own kind of prison. The only way out was to choose to live. How? Small things, at first. Gardening. Cooking. Letting myself care about you, even though caring meant risking loss. Regulus smiled. That rare, fleeting expression. You taught me that, actually. You taught me that love was worth the risk. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. I learned from you. Maybe we learned from each other. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the colors fade from the sky. Solus drifted between them, its light gentle content. I am learning too, it said. Every day. There is so much to learn. Harry reached out and touched the light, feeling its warmth. We have time. All the time in the world. August brought an unexpected visitor. Harry was in the garden when the owl appeared, a large, dignified creature with a letter bearing the Hogwarts crest. He opened it with trembling hands, not sure what to expect. Dear Mr. Potter, I hope this letter finds you well and enjoying your summer. I am writing with a proposal that I hope you will consider. As you know, the defense against the dark arts position has been cursed for decades. No teacher has lasted more than a year. But with Voldemort's defeat, the curse seems to have lifted. We are seeking a permanent professor, someone who can bring real experience to the role. I can think of no one better qualified than you. The position is yours if you want it. You would not need to start immediately, take the year to decide, to travel, to simply be. But know that Hogwarts will always have a place for you. With warmest regards, Minerva McGonagall, Headmistress. Harry read the letter 3 times. Professor. At Hogwarts. Solus hovered at his shoulder, reading along. You would be good at that. Teaching. Helping others learn what you learned. I don't know, Harry said slowly. I never finished my own education properly. What would I teach them? What Regulus taught you? What the war taught you? What I taught you? Not just spells, choices. Love, courage, the things that matter. Harry thought about it. About the students who would come after him, who would face their own darkness in different forms. About the chance to be for them what Regulus had been for him, a guide, a protector, a light in the darkness. I'll think about it, he said. I need time. Solus pulsed warmly. You have time. That is the point. The autumn equinox brought a gathering at the burrow. It was not a holiday, not really, just an excuse for everyone to be together, to eat too much and laugh too loud and remember that they were alive. Mrs. Weasley had outdone herself with the cooking, and the garden was filled with people Harry loved. George was there, his smile more genuine now, his jokes almost as sharp as they used to be. He had taken to carrying a photograph of Fred everywhere, talking to it sometimes, keeping his twin alive in the only way he could. Ron and Hermione arrived together, their relationship finally acknowledged and accepted by everyone. They bickered constantly, but there was a new ease between them, a comfort that spoke of deep affection. Luna Lovegood floated through the gathering, ethereal as always, dispensing strange observations that somehow made sense. Neville Longbottom was there too, more confident now, talking animatedly about his plans to become a herbology professor. And at the center of it all, Harry sat with his family, Regulus and Sirius, Solus a warm presence at his side, and felt the simple joy of belonging. "To those we've lost, Mrs. Weasley said, raising her glass as the sun began to set. "And to those we still have. May we never forget either." Everyone drank. Everyone remembered. And in the remembering, there was healing. Later, when the others had gone inside, Harry sat alone in the garden, Solus beside him. The stars were coming out, one by one, scattered across the darkening sky. "I've decided," he said quietly. "About the teaching position." Solus waited. "I'm going to do it. Not next year, I need time first. Time to travel, to see the world, to figure out who I am outside of all this." He gestured vaguely at everything, the war, the prophecy, the weight he had carried. "But eventually, when I'm ready, I'm going to teach." Why? Harry thought about it. Because someone needs to tell the next generation that darkness doesn't have to win. That choices matter. That love is stronger than fear. And I know those things. Not just in my head, but here. He touched his chest. In my heart. Solus drifted closer, its warmth enveloping him. "That is why you will be a good teacher. Because you understand. Because you have lived it." Harry smiled. "Yeah, I guess I have." The night deepened around them, peaceful and still. Somewhere in the house, laughter erupted, Ron telling a story, probably, or George making a joke. Harry felt the sound like warmth, like home. "I love you," he said to Solus. "You know that, right?" The light pulsed gently. "I know. I love you too. That is the greatest gift you gave me, the ability to love, and to be loved in return." Harry reached out and touched the light, feeling its warmth, its presence, its perfect understanding. "Together," he whispered. "Together," Solus agreed. "Always." The road ahead was uncertain. There would be challenges, losses, moments of darkness. But there would also be this, family, friendship, love. The ordinary magic of ordinary days. And that, Harry knew, was enough. More than enough. He stood, stretched, and walked towards the house, towards the light and laughter and love that waited within. Solus drifted beside him, a constant companion, a being of light born from darkness. The future stretched before them, full of possibility. They walked into it together. The train departed at 11 in the morning. Harry stood on the platform at King's Cross, watching families bustle past with trunks and trolleys and children too excited to stand still. It was September 1st, the start of another term at Hogwarts, and for the first time in years, he was not boarding the train. He was seeing someone off. Teddy Lupin, small for his age, with his mother's dark eyes and his father's quiet thoughtfulness, clutched Harry's hand with desperate intensity. His grandmother, Andromeda, stood nearby, her face a careful mask of calm that didn't quite hide the grief beneath. "I don't want to go," Teddy whispered, his voice barely audible over the platform noise. Harry knelt beside him, bringing them eye to eye. "I know. New things are scary. But Hogwarts is amazing. Your parents loved it there. They made friends, learned magic, had adventures. My parents are dead." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He had known, of course. Had watched Teddy grow up in Andromeda's care, had visited often, had tried to be the presence he himself had lacked as a child. But hearing it spoken so plainly, so painfully, broke something in him. "Yes," he said quietly. "They are. And I'm so sorry, Teddy. I'm sorry every day that you don't get to know them the way you should." Teddy's lip trembled. "Did they love me? More than anything. Your mum used to change her hair color just to make you laugh. Your dad would read to you for hours, even when you were asleep, because he loved the sound of your breathing." Harry's voice cracked. "They loved you so much, Teddy. That love doesn't go away just because they're gone. It stays with you. Forever." Teddy was crying now, silent tears tracking down his small face. Harry pulled him into a hug, holding him tight, feeling the small body shake with grief that was too big for such a small person. "I'll visit," Harry promised. "Every Hogsmeade weekend. I'll bring sweets and tell you stories about your parents. And you can write to me whenever you want. I'll write back. Always. Teddy pulled back, wiping his face with his sleeve. Promise. Promise. Harry held up his hand, pinky extended. Pinky promise. The most serious kind. Teddy hooked his tiny pinky around Harry's, and for a moment, the weight of the world seemed to lift. The whistle blew. Families began their final goodbyes. Andromeda hugged her grandson fiercely, then released him to Harry, who walked him to the train door and helped him find a compartment. Remember, Harry said, as Teddy settled into his seat. You're not alone. You have your grandmother. You have me. And you'll make friends here, real friends, the kind that last forever. Teddy nodded, his eyes still wet but his chin firm. Okay. The train began to move. Harry stepped back, watching through the window as Teddy waved, small and brave and so terribly young. He waved back until the train disappeared from sight. Andromeda appeared beside him, her dark eyes soft with gratitude. You're good with him. He's family. Harry watched the empty tracks where the train had been. The only family I have left, besides, he stopped, gesturing vaguely. Besides the ones who chose you. Andromeda smiled, a sad, knowing expression. I understand. My sister chose darkness. My daughter chose a man I didn't approve of. But family isn't just blood. It's choice. You taught me that. Harry thought about Regulus, about Sirius, about the being of light that had once been a piece of Voldemort's soul. About Ron and Hermione and the Weasleys. About all the people who had chosen him, and whom he had chosen in return. Yeah, he said softly. It is. The autumn passed in a blur of small moments. Harry traveled, not far, not dramatically, but to places he had never seen. The coast of Cornwall, where the sea crashed against cliffs older than magic. The Lake District, where mountains reflected in water so clear it hurt to look at. The Highlands of Scotland, where he could almost feel the ancient magic thrumming in the earth. Solus went with him everywhere, its light adapting to each new environment, its curiosity insatiable. It asked questions constantly, about geology and ecology and the strange habits of muggles, and Harry answered when he could, researched when he couldn't, learned alongside his companion. I never knew the world was so vast, Solus said one evening, as they watched the sun set over the Isle of Skye. So much to see, so much to learn. We have time, Harry reminded it. All the time we need. Time. Such a strange concept. For so long, I existed outside of it. Now I am learning to live within it. Does it scare you? Sometimes. But mostly it excites me. Every moment is new. Every moment is a chance to become something more. Harry smiled. That's the spirit. They returned to Hogsmeade for Christmas, to the cottage that was more home than any place Harry had ever known. Regulus had decorated with his usual quiet elegance, holly and ivy, candles that never burned down, a tree that seemed to have grown in place rather than been cut. Sirius had baked again, with predictably disastrous results, but the effort was what mattered. Teddy came to stay for the holiday, his first visit without Andromeda. He was different now, more confident, more talkative, full of stories about Hogwarts and friends and the magic of learning. Harry listened to every word, feeling something expand in his chest. Pride, perhaps, or love, both. I made a friend, Teddy announced over dinner. Her name's Lily. She's in Hufflepuff. She has the same name as your mum. Harry felt his heart clench. That's wonderful. Teddy. She says my mum was brave. That she fought in the battle. Is that true? Yes, Harry said quietly. She was incredibly brave. They both were. Teddy nodded slowly, absorbing this. Then, with the sudden change of subject that only children could manage, he asked, can we build a snowman tomorrow? Harry laughed. Absolutely. They built the snowman. And then another. And then a snow fort, which Sirius, accidentally, knocked over, leading to an epic snowball fight that left everyone soaked and laughing. Solus participated by creating small snow sculptures that melted almost instantly, their forms shifting and changing in ways that delighted Teddy. The being had learned to interact with children, to match their energy, to be present in ways that felt natural rather than strange. This is joy, Solus said that night, as they sat by the fire. Pure joy. I have never felt anything like it. Harry looked at his family, Regulus dozing in his chair, Sirius telling Teddy an increasingly ridiculous story, the fire crackling and the snow falling outside. Neither have I, he admitted. Not like this. Is this what you fought for? All those battles, all those years. Harry thought about it. About the fragment, and its final choice. About Voldemort, and his desperate need for immortality. About all the darkness he had faced, all the light he had found. Yeah, he said softly. This is exactly what I fought for. The new year brought change. Harry accepted the teaching position at Hogwarts, but not immediately. He would start in September, he told McGonagall, giving himself one more season of freedom before committing to a new path. The months before that were filled with preparation, not just lesson planning, but inner work. Regulus helped, drawing on his own experience as a teacher of sorts. Sirius offered advice that was mostly useless but always entertaining. Solus learned alongside him, absorbing pedagogical theory with the same intensity it brought to everything. You will be good at this, it assured him. You understand people. You understand fear and courage and the space between. I hope so, Harry said. I really hope so. Spring arrived with a letter from Ron. Mate, George and I are expanding the business. We're opening a second location in Hogsmeade, right near the Three Broomsticks. Hermione's handling the legal stuff, which means endless paperwork and lots of sighing. You should come see it when you're back. Also, Hermione says to tell you she's been promoted. Again, she's going to run the whole department someday, mark my words. Miss you. Come visit. Ron. Harry smiled, folding the letter carefully and tucking it into his pocket. He would visit. Soon. But first, there was something he needed to do. The grave was simple, as all graves at Godric's Hollow were. A headstone of white marble, 2 names carved deep, a single line beneath them, the last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Harry knelt before it, Solus a warm presence at his side. He had been here before, years ago, but never like this. Never with peace in his heart instead of grief. Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. His voice was quiet, meant only for the dead and the being beside him. I'm sorry it's been so long. I'm sorry for everything you missed. For everything I missed without you. The wind stirred the grass, gentle and warm. I'm okay, he continued. Better than okay, actually. I have family, real family. Regulus and Sirius, Ron and Hermione, the Weasleys. I have Solus. He gestured at the light beside him. That's a long story. But the short version is, something dark chose to become light. Because I gave it a choice. Because you taught me that choices matter. Solus pulsed gently, a silent acknowledgement. I'm going to teach at Hogwarts, Harry said. Starting in September. I'm going to tell kids about defense against the dark arts, but really I'm going to tell them about you. About the people who fought and died so they could have a future. About the choices that define us. He paused, gathering himself. I love you. I've always loved you. And I know you're watching, somehow. I know you're proud. He touched the headstone, feeling its cool solidity. I'll come back. Not as often as I should, maybe. But I'll come back. You're part of me. You always will be. He stood, wiping his eyes, and walked away without looking back. Solus drifted beside him, its warmth a comfort. They heard you, it said softly. I could feel it. Love does not die. It waits. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. They walked through the village, past the cottage that still stood as a memorial, past the statue of his parents that had been erected after the war. Harry paused before it, looking up at the stone faces that were so like and unlike the real people. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. Then he turned and walked into the future. September arrived with golden light and the promise of new beginnings. Harry stood at the gates of Hogwarts, watching students stream past. First years, wide-eyed and nervous. Returning students, laughing and catching up. All of them carrying their own fears, their own hopes, their own stories. He was one of them now, and also separate. A teacher. A guide. A light in the darkness. Solus had chosen to remain mostly invisible during classes, not wanting to distract. But it was always there, a warm presence in Harry's pocket, ready to offer comfort or insight when needed. Nervous? It asked. Terrified, Harry admitted. But the good kind of terrified. The kind that means I care. That is the best kind. McGonagall met him at the entrance, her stern face softening into something almost like a smile. Professor Potter. Welcome home. Harry felt the words settle into his chest. Professor Potter. Home. Thank you, Headmistress. It's good to be back. She led him through the castle, past corridors he had walked 100 times, past portraits that nodded and whispered. Students stared as he passed, the famous Harry Potter, now their teacher, but he was used to staring. He met their eyes and smiled, and some smiled back. His classroom was on the 3rd floor, large and airy, with windows overlooking the grounds. He had decorated it simply, a few plants, comfortable chairs arranged in a circle, shelves of books that he actually expected students to read. No dark artifacts, no threatening displays. Just space to learn. Your first class is 3rd years, McGonagall said. After lunch. I trust you'll manage. Harry nodded. I think so. She paused at the door. Harry. For what it's worth, your parents would be proud. I knew them both, and I can say that with certainty. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Thank you. That means everything. She left, and Harry was alone with Solus and his thoughts. What will you teach them? Solus asked. Your first lesson. Harry considered the question. He thought about Regulus, and the first lesson he had ever taught, fear is fuel. He thought about the fragment, and the lesson it had taught him, choice matters. He thought about his parents, and the lesson they had taught without ever being there, love endures. I'm going to teach them about darkness, he said slowly. Not how to fight it, not yet. But how to recognize it. How to understand it. How to sit with it without being consumed. That is a good lesson. The best lesson. Yeah, Harry agreed. I think so too. The bell rang. Students began to file in, curious and nervous and full of the particular energy of youth. Harry watched them take their seats, saw their eyes widen as they recognized him. Felt the weight of their expectations. He took a deep breath, felt Solus's warmth in his pocket, and began. Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts, he said. My name is Professor Potter, and I'm going to tell you a story. It's a long story, and it will take all year to tell. But by the time it's done, you'll understand something important. He paused, letting the silence stretch. You'll understand that darkness is real. That it lives in all of us, in different ways. But you'll also understand that light is real too. That choice is real. That love is the most powerful magic there is. A girl in the front row raised her hand. Professor, is that really true? About love being magic? Harry smiled. It's the only magic that's ever saved me. The class began. And somewhere, in a place beyond places, two people watched with love and pride and the quiet joy of seeing their son become exactly who he was meant to be. James and Lily Potter smiled, and the light around them glowed a little brighter. Their boy was home. Their boy was teaching. Their boy was loved. And that, they knew, was the greatest magic of all. The first year of teaching taught Harry more than he had learned in all his years of running. It was not the curriculum that educated him, though he mastered that quickly enough, drawing on Regulus's training and his own hard-won experience. It was the students, their questions, their fears, their desperate need for someone to tell them that darkness was not the end. Harry told them. Every day, in every class, he told them. Fear is not weakness, he said to his first years, who stared at him with wide eyes and trembling hands. Fear is fuel. It tells you something matters. The question is not whether you feel fear, everyone does. The question is what you do with it. A small Hufflepuff girl raised her hand. Professor Potter, did you ever feel afraid? Even when you were fighting you know who? Harry smiled, a soft, sad expression. I was terrified. Every single time. But I learned that courage isn't the absence of fear. It's feeling fear and choosing to act anyway. The girl nodded slowly, something shifting in her eyes. Understanding, perhaps. Or hope. That was what Harry offered, class after class. Not just spells and theory, but hope. Solus attended every lesson, invisible to students but present always. After classes, it would emerge, its light warm with approval. You are good at this, it said often. They listen to you. They trust you. Because I tell them the truth, Harry replied. Kids know when you're lying. They've heard enough lies. Yes, they have. The Christmas holidays brought Teddy to Hogsmeade, now a confident second year with friends and stories and the particular joy of a child discovering the world. He had grown, as children do, taller and more himself with each passing month. You're a professor now, Teddy said, as they walked through the snow-covered village. That's so weird. I mean, you're just Harry. Harry laughed. Thanks. I think. I didn't mean it bad. It's just, your family. Professors aren't family. They're professors. I'm both, Harry said. Is that allowed? Teddy considered this seriously. I think so. You're the first, probably. But someone has to be first. They visited the Three Broomsticks, where Rosmerta fussed over Teddy and brought him hot chocolate with extra whipped cream. They visited the cottage, where Regulus and Sirius waited with presents and stories and the comfortable chaos of family. Solus appeared to Teddy now, its light familiar and welcome. The boy accepted it completely, as children accept magic, asking questions that were curious rather than afraid. You are growing, Solus observed. Soon you will be taller than Harry. Teddy grinned. I'm going to be taller than everyone. That's my plan. A good plan. Simple. Achievable. Harry watched them together, the boy who had lost everything and found family, the being who had been darkness and chosen light, and felt his heart expand with something too big for words. This was what they had fought for. This moment. This peace. On New Year's Eve, they gathered at the burrow, as they did every year now. The house was fuller than ever, children everywhere, laughter echoing off the walls, the smell of Mrs. Weasley's cooking making everyone hungry. Ron and Hermione had news. They were engaged, they announced, and the resulting chaos was spectacular. Mrs. Weasley burst into tears. Mr. Weasley pumped Ron's hand so enthusiastically he nearly dislocated it. George proposed a toast that went on for 15 minutes and made everyone laugh and cry in equal measure. Harry hugged them both, his best friends, his family. I'm so happy for you, he said. So incredibly happy. Hermione hugged him back fiercely. You'll be best man, of course. Ron already agreed. Ron nodded. Obviously. Who else would it be? Harry felt tears prick his eyes and blinked them back. I'd be honored. The wedding was set for summer, at the burrow, with all the chaos and love that implied. Harry spent the months between planning and teaching, traveling and simply being. Solus accompanied him everywhere, learning, growing, becoming. I think I am ready, it said one spring evening, as they watched the sunset over the Black Lake. To be more present. To interact with the world more fully. Harry turned to look at it, the light that had become so familiar, so beloved. What do you mean? I think I could take physical form. Not permanently, but for periods. Long enough to really be with people. To touch them. To hold them. Harry's heart swelled. That's wonderful. Do you know how? I am learning. It will take time. But I wanted you to know. I wanted you to be the first. Harry reached out and touched the light, feeling its warmth, its love. Thank you. For telling me. For everything. Thank you. For teaching me to want this. The end of term arrived with bittersweet ceremony. Harry's students had passed their exams, not all brilliantly, but all adequately. More importantly, they had learned. Harry could see it in their eyes, in the way they held themselves, in the questions they asked and the answers they found. You'll be back next year? A small Gryffindor asked, her voice anxious. You're not leaving. Harry knelt to her level. I'll be back. I'm not going anywhere. She hugged him, quick, fierce, then ran off to join her friends. Harry stood, watching her go, feeling something settle in his chest. Solus appeared beside him, its light bright in the afternoon sun. You have done good work here. I hope so. I really hope so. I know so. I have watched. I have learned. These children are different because of you. Harry smiled. Because of us. You helped. I helped you help them. That is enough. The graduation ceremony for the 7th years was held on the grounds, beneath a sky so blue it hurt to look at. Harry watched his former students, some he had taught, some he had fought alongside, receive their diplomas and step into the future. Neville Longbottom was there, receiving his herbology certification with quiet pride. Luna Lovegood drifted through the crowd, ethereal as always, stopping to chat with everyone. And at the center of it all, Ron and Hermione stood together, their hands intertwined, their futures bright. After the ceremony, Harry found a quiet spot by the lake. Solus drifted beside him, and they watched the water together, saying nothing, feeling everything. What now? Solus asked eventually. Harry considered the question. Now we live. Now we love. Now we become. That sounds familiar. It should. You taught me that. Solus pulsed with something that felt like laughter. We taught each other. Yeah, we did. Ron's wedding was everything Harry had hoped and more. The burrow had been transformed, flowers everywhere, fairy lights twinkling, a tent that somehow held the entire wizarding world. Mrs. Weasley had outdone herself with the food, and Mr. Weasley had somehow not set anything on fire. George had provided the entertainment, which was both hilarious and touching, full of references to Fred that made everyone laugh through their tears. Harry stood as best man, delivering a speech that made Hermione cry and Ron threatened to hex him. It was perfect. Hermione was radiant in her dress, her hair somehow tamed into elegance, her smile so bright it could have lit the tent on its own. Ron looked dazed with happiness, unable to stop staring at his bride as if he couldn't quite believe his luck. When they kissed, the applause was deafening. Harry clapped until his hands hurt, Solus pulsing with joy beside him. This was what they had fought for. This moment, this love, this future. Later, during the dancing, Harry found himself standing with Regulus and Sirius, watching the celebration swirl around them. Happy? Regulus asked quietly. Harry thought about it. About the years behind him, the darkness, the fear, the running. About the years ahead, the teaching, the loving, the simply being. Yeah, he said. I think I am. Regulus smiled, that rare, fleeting expression. Good. You deserve it. Sirius slung an arm around each of them. We all do. That's the thing about winning, you get to be happy. You get to deserve it. Harry laughed. Since when are you philosophical? Since always. You just never listened. They stood together, 3 generations of a family built from scraps and shadows, watching the people they loved dance into the future. It was enough. More than enough. The summer after the wedding brought a new development. Solus had been working on its physical form, experimenting with presence and solidity. And one evening, as they sat in the cottage garden, it finally succeeded. The light gathered, condensed, shaped itself. And where it had been, a figure now stood. It was androgynous, beautiful in a way that was almost painful to look at. Its features were familiar. Harry saw echoes of himself, of Regulus, of the fragment that had once been. But it was also entirely itself. Unique. New. Harry. Its voice was music, light-given sound. I can touch you. Harry reached out, trembling, and took its hand. It was warm, solid, real. Solus, he whispered. You're here. Really here. I am here. Because of you. Because of choice. It smiled, a human expression, learned and genuine. I am becoming. Still becoming. But this is a beginning. Harry pulled it into an embrace, feeling its solidity, its warmth, its love. Welcome to the world, he said. Welcome to being alive. Solus held him back, learning the shape of an embrace, the meaning of touch. It is wonderful, it murmured. Terrifying. Wonderful. That's being alive. Both at once. Both at once, Solus repeated. I am beginning to understand. They stood together in the garden, 2 beings who had found each other in darkness and were now walking towards light. The future stretched before them, uncertain and beautiful. And that, Harry knew, was enough. More than enough. The new term began, and Harry returned to Hogwarts with Solus now visible, now present, now a person in the world. The students were curious, then accepting, then welcoming. Solus became a fixture in the castle, helping with classes, talking with students, simply being present in ways that comforted and inspired. I am learning to teach, it told Harry one evening. To share what I know. It is different from learning, harder, better. Teaching always is, Harry agreed. But worth it. Yes, worth it. The years passed, gentle and full. Harry taught, and learned, and grew. He watched students arrive as frightened first years and leave as confident adults, ready to face whatever darkness the world threw at them. He hoped he had helped. He knew he had tried. Ron and Hermione had children, 2, then 3, each one more loved than the last. The burrow grew louder, messier, more wonderful. Harry visited often, playing uncle, telling stories, being present in the way he had always wanted someone to be present for him. Teddy graduated, fell in love, started a family of his own. He named his first child after his parents, Remus for a boy, Tonks for a girl, and Harry wept at the naming ceremony, overwhelmed by the continuity of love. Regulus and Sirius grew older, grayer, softer. They gardened and bickered and doted on Harry in equal measure. The cottage in Hogsmeade remained home, the center around which everything else revolved. And Solus became. Day by day, year by year, it became more itself. More human, in some ways. More unique in others. It learned to laugh, to cry, to love with a depth that surprised even itself. I am grateful, it told Harry one night, as they sat watching the stars. For every moment, for every choice, for you. Harry leaned against it, feeling its warmth, its presence. I'm grateful too. For all of it. They sat in silence, watching the universe wheel overhead, infinite and beautiful. And Harry thought about the boy he had been, the child marked by darkness, raised in shadows, trained for war. He thought about the man he had become, the teacher, the friend, the beloved. He thought about all the choices that had brought him here, all the love that had carried him through. It had been hard. It had been worth it. Every moment, every battle, every loss, worth it. Because of this. Because of now. Because of the people beside him, the life he had built, the future stretching ahead. Harry smiled, closed his eyes, and let the peace wash over him. The war was over. The healing was complete. And the love would last forever. That was the greatest magic of all. The stars had never seemed so close. Harry lay on his back in the garden of the Hogsmeade cottage, watching them wheel overhead in their eternal dance. The night was warm, scented with Regulus's herbs and the distant sweetness of night-blooming flowers. Somewhere in the house, Sirius was telling one of his interminable stories, and Regulus was pretending to be annoyed while clearly loving every moment. Solus lay beside him, its physical form now as natural as breathing. Years of practice had made it solid, present, real. It had chosen a shape that was its own, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, simply itself. Harry found it beautiful beyond words. Look, Solus said softly, pointing at a streak of light across the sky. A shooting star. Do you remember when you first told me about them? Harry smiled. You thought they were actually stars falling. You were worried about the ones left behind. I did not understand then. So many things I did not understand. You understand now. Solus turned to look at him, its eyes holding depths of light. I understand enough. I understand love. I understand choice. I understand that this moment, right now, is precious because it will never come again. Harry reached for its hand, feeling the familiar warmth. That's more than most people ever learn. They lay in comfortable silence, watching the stars, feeling the world turn beneath them. Tomorrow, Harry would return to Hogwarts for another year of teaching. His students waited, eager and afraid and full of potential. He would tell them stories, teach them spells, show them that darkness could be faced and overcome. It was good work, important work, but tonight was just for this. For being. The garden gate creaked, and footsteps approached. Regulus lowered himself onto the grass beside them, his gray eyes soft in the starlight. Sirius finally ran out of stories, he said. Or fell asleep. One of the two. Harry laughed. He never runs out of stories. No, he doesn't. Regulus lay back, looking up at the sky. I used to watch the stars as a boy. From my window at Grimmauld Place. They were the only thing that felt free. Untouchable by my mother's expectations, my father's indifference. And now they feel like company. Like old friends. Regulus glanced at Harry. Like family. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. You have that now. Family. Real family. Yes. Regulus's voice was quiet, thick with emotion. I do. They lay together, the three of them, watching the universe unfold. Harry thought about all the moments that had led here, the cave, the cottage, the battles, the choices. The fragment that had become Solus. The man who had become his father. The brother who had found his way home. It was impossible, really. All of it. A Death Eater who chose redemption. A Horcrux who chose love. A boy marked for death who chose life. But impossible things happened every day. Harry knew that better than most. Solus. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, soft as starlight. Harry sat up, looking around. Solus sat up too, its light flickering with surprise. We have watched you. Both of you. All of you. The air shimmered, and figures began to appear. Not solid, not quite, but present. Recognizable. James Potter stood tall and smiling, his hair as messy as Harry's, his eyes bright with pride. Lily Potter was beside him, her red hair catching starlight, her smile the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. Behind them, others materialized. Fred Weasley, grinning his mischievous grin. Remus Lupin, gentle and wise. Tonks, her hair changing color with excitement. Sirius's parents, no, not them. But Sirius himself, a younger version, the one who had died before Harry could really know him. And more, so many more. Faces Harry recognized from photographs, from stories, from the grateful whispers of those they had saved. Harry couldn't speak. Tears streamed down his face, but he couldn't speak. Lily moved forward, kneeling beside him. Her hand touched his face, warm, real, impossible. "Our brave boy," she whispered. "Our wonderful, brave boy. You did it. You lived. You loved. You chose." James knelt beside her, his hand finding Harry's. "We've watched you every moment. Every battle. Every choice. We've never been prouder of anyone." Harry found his voice, barely. How are you here?" Lily smiled, that same smile from the photograph, from his dreams, from the deepest part of his heart. "Love, Harry. Love is the only magic that transcends death. And we love you. We've always loved you. We will always love you." The other figures gathered closer, a circle of light and love surrounding them. Fred winked at Harry. Remus nodded gently. Tonks blew a kiss towards the cottage, where Harry knew Teddy slept. "We can't stay," James said, regret in his voice. "This moment, it's a gift. From something older than magic. But we wanted you to know. One last time." "Know what?" Harry asked, his voice breaking. Lily cupped his face in her hands. "That you are loved. That you have always been loved. That everything you are, everything you've become, it's exactly what we hoped. Exactly what we dreamed." James nodded. "The prophecy said you'd have power the Dark Lord knows not. We used to wonder what that meant. Now we know." He smiled, and it was like looking into the sun. "It was love, Harry. All along. The power of choosing love, again and again, even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard." The figures began to fade, their light dimming. "Wait," Harry gasped. "Please." Lily's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "We'll be with you, Harry. Always. In every choice, in every moment, in every act of love. That's the truth. That's the magic. That's forever." They were gone. Harry sat in the garden, tears streaming, Solus's arms around him, Regulus's hand on his shoulder. The stars blazed overhead, indifferent and eternal. But Harry knew now, they were not indifferent. They were witnesses. Reminders. Lights in the darkness. "Did you see them?" he whispered. "Did you?" "I saw," Regulus said softly, his own voice thick. "I don't understand how, but I saw." "I saw too," Solus added. "Love. Pure love. It was beautiful." Harry leaned into them, into the warmth of his family, and let the tears come. They were not sad tears. They were grateful tears. Overwhelmed tears. The tears of someone who had been given a gift beyond measure. The night passed, and dawn came, and life continued. Harry taught his classes, loved his family, cherished every moment. The vision in the garden never left him. It was a warmth in his heart, a light in his mind, a reminder that love transcended everything. Years passed. Harry grew older, wiser, more himself. He watched Teddy marry, have children, become the father he never had. He watched Ron and Hermione's children grow, graduate, start their own adventures. He watched the wizarding world heal, slowly, imperfectly, beautifully. Regulus and Sirius grew old together, bickering and loving and gardening. They were the anchors of Harry's life, the proof that redemption was possible, that family was choice, that love could bloom in the darkest places. And Solus became. Year by year, it became more itself, more present, more human in the best ways. It learned to laugh, to cry, to love with abandon. It taught alongside Harry, sharing its unique perspective, showing students that darkness could become light. "I am grateful," it told Harry often. "For every moment. For every choice. For you." And Harry always replied, "I'm grateful too. For all of it." One evening, many years later, Harry sat in the garden alone. He was old now, older than he had ever imagined being. His hair was gray, his hands were lined, but his heart was full. Regulus had passed the year before, peacefully, in his sleep. Sirius had followed 3 months later, unable to be without his brother. They were buried together in the garden, beneath the stars they had both loved. Harry missed them every day. But the missing was soft now, edged with gratitude rather than grief. Solus appeared beside him, unchanged by time, its light as warm as ever. It sat beside him, taking his hand. "You are thinking of them." "Always," Harry agreed. "But it's okay. They're not really gone. They're in me. In Teddy. In all the lives they touched." "Yes. That is how love works. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the stars emerge. The same stars Harry had watched as a boy, running through the hills with Regulus. The same stars that had witnessed his battles, his losses, his triumphs. "I'm ready," Harry said quietly. Solus turned to him. "Ready to see them again. My parents, Regulus, Sirius, everyone." Harry smiled, peaceful and sure. "It's been a good life. A really good life. But I'm tired. And I think they're waiting." Solus was silent for a long moment. Then, softly, "I will miss you. And I'll miss you. But it's not goodbye. Not really." Harry squeezed its hand. "You'll be here, watching, loving, helping the next generation, the way you helped mine." "I will. I promise." Harry nodded, satisfied. He lay back on the grass, looking up at the stars. Solus lay beside him, holding his hand. The stars blurred, then cleared. Harry felt himself drifting, lighter than air, warmer than sunlight. And then he saw them. Lily and James, waiting with open arms. Regulus, smiling that rare, fleeting smile. Sirius, already telling a story. Fred, grinning. Remus, gentle and wise. Tonks, her hair blazing pink. So many others, faces he knew, faces he loved, faces that had been waiting. His mother held out her hand. "Welcome home, Harry." He took it, and the stars sang. In the garden of the Hogsmeade cottage, Solus sat alone, holding the hand of the man who had taught it to love. The body beside it was still, peaceful, finished with its journey. But Solus felt no grief. Only gratitude. Only love. Only the certain knowledge that this was not an ending. Harry had taught it that love did not end. It transformed. It continued. It echoed through eternity. "Thank you," Solus whispered to the stars. "For everything. For every moment. For choosing me." A warmth spread through the air, not from Solus, but from something deeper. A response. A promise. And Solus knew, with perfect certainty, that Harry had heard. The stars wheeled overhead, eternal and beautiful. The garden slept in peace. And love, the love that had saved a world, that had transformed darkness into light, that had chosen again and again and again, love remained. It always would. That was the final lesson. That was the greatest magic. That was the choice that echoed forever. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.